automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
'Hello everyone, I'm 21. I play for team PMS.
Hello tất cả mọi người, mình là Hoàng Ép đến từ đội tuyển Terakhir Squad và hôm nay mình tham gia một trò chơi rất là vui vẻ. Hy vọng mọi người cùng đón chờ.
ผมทิกเกอร์ครับจากทีม E Arena ครับวันนี้ก็จะมาเล่นเกมกับเพื่อนๆในครับจีนะครับก็จะเป็นไงมาดูกันครับ
Hi guys. I'm Kermit the Frog. I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
เป็น 𝐏𝐿𝐿
I think is 𝐏𝐇𝐀𝐈𝐄 from Team Biz.
I think Terakhir from T.
Oh,
inside.
No.
I like playing PUBG. My favorite map is Miramar. And yeah, I'm Kermit. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Inside from Team Bliss.
oh
This is Kermit.
Almost.
Thanks.
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมอะไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
I think Eddie from Brian.
EA Electric.
แกมตี้ต้องหัดแกมตี้
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีครับพอดีว่าผมค่อนข้างที่จะเรื่องการยิงอะเต็งหนึ่งแล้ว PUBG ไม่รู้ว่าจะเดาได้ไหมนะแต่ผมบอกเลยว่าการยิงผมอะไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
อีซี่จัดอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
โอ้ง่ายจัด easy
I think Thunderball.
มันรู้ no ธนดลฮองเอฟ
No Thunderball?
no เบลมอส
Oh, really? You sure?
yeah you can change yeah
Đừng.
you can
No.
you can check
No, Jadwal. I think Thunderball. Yeah, I sure.
ธนดลครับผม
Okay, I will go for Tanadu.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นหนึ่งในตัวแทนทีมไทย ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าใครลองทายกันดู
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là Waisama.
who are you
I think Kusama from TL.
same ครับ same คุยสมา
Okay,
I know him no copy I know him สมา I know
I think Ninja 2K.
ดูสิ
Yeah.
Tôi là một tuyển thủ chuyên đi lẻ và gần mò đối thủ. Tôi tên là Waisama.
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ แล้วถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
ทีมไทยEsports Esports World Cup
Oh, from EA?
yeah from EA นะ
I think 60 of Jacob.
Yeah, I think I go with Electric.
I think 60. Yeah.
sure ห้อง
Yeah, I'm sure.
ซีครับซี
I
น้ำมัน E85 หรือ E20 มันดีไหมครับ แล้วถ้าดีทำไมพวกรถแพงๆหรือเครื่องบินถึงไม่ใช้น้ำมันพวกนี้กันเหรอครับ แต่ถ้าเป็นผมนะ ผมน่าจะใช้น้ำมันพืชครับ
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I knew it I knew it I knew it yeah yeah
ซาเวียร์
I think PMA ลุ้น
I think is 国皇骄阳 from Taiju from the X-Men
我有2只猫，1只狗。我的猫叫圈圈，我的狗叫富贵儿，还有1只猫叫阿强。
I'm ready
again one more time good luck everyone in PAQ and thanks bye bye.
Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã theo dõi bọn mình trong trò chơi lần này. Cảm ơn mọi người.
ฝากทุกคนที่กำลังดูอยู่หรือว่าเชียร์อยู่ครับก็ฝาก EA ไว้ในอ้อมหัวใจแล้วก็ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมสวัสดีครับผมกรีน 𝐏𝐿นะครับจากเต็มเอนเตอร์เทนเมนต์นะครับผมเป็นทีมชาติไทยครับก็วันนี้เราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมเล็กๆน้อยๆมารอร่วมสนุกกันนะครับผม
Hello mọi người, mình là Sabo đến từ PGC. Hôm nay mình sẽ chơi trò chơi cùng các tuyển thủ khác.
ครับสวัสดีครับผมยูนคิวมาจากทีมเทคมีพีครับก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมกันครับวันนี้
ตอนเด็กฝันอยากเป็นนั่นเป็นนี่แต่พอโตมาไม่ได้เป็นนั่นแต่ดันเป็นนี่เฉย
โอ้ซาเปาโซฮาร์ดไอติ้งมีโซฮาร์ดได้มาคุ้นๆว่ะ
Plus, plus.
สกัปปี้นะครับสกัปปี้ครับ
เราสแคปปี้เหมือนกันปะ
ตอนเด็กฝันอยากเป็นนั่นเป็นนี่
ที่เรากันบ้านเลยนะเยี่ย
แต่พอโตมา
ถ้าเป็นต่างชาติน่าจะยากนะ
แต่ดันเป็น
ต่างชาติจะยากหน่อย
Dạ dạ AB và tôi đã chuẩn bị kèn và sẽ làm tốt ở giải đấu lần này. Dạ sao?
ซาเปาดู
No.
Oh my god
So hot.
Oh my god มีเสียงมันแหลมกว่านี้เสียงเขาแหลมกว่านี้
ดักเฮียวแล้วกันครับ
ผมโซลาซี่แล้วกัน
Thi Duy. Yes.
AB và tôi đã
You say
chuẩn
hi
bị kèn
ซาเปา you like me
No, I'm not lying.
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับผมเนี่ยที่บ้านอยู่คนเดียวค่าไฟนี่ยังก็ขึ้นผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าน้ำจะขึ้นหรือเปล่าน้ำก็เริ่มมาแล้ว แต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกมเพราะว่าทีมผมเนี่ยก็เอาเรื่องอยู่เหมือนกัน โดยเฉพาะพี่ชายคนใหญ่ของผมเนี่ยโอ้โหโคตรลั่นเลยแถมมีน้องๆในทีมอีกโอ้โหยิงอย่างดีเข้าวงก็ดี แต่เสียอย่างเดียวตายวงแรกบ่อยไปหน่อย
so hard ซาเปา
So hot,
hot,
so
bro.
hot. I don't know him.
ผมมีในใจเรียบร้อยแล้วของผมเรียบร้อยเดี๋ยวผมรอตอบผมว่าใช่ครับผมฟันเลย
ไม่ใช่ทีมคุณกีใช่ไหมไม่ใช่เต็มใช่ไหมเลนเจอร์เอ็กก็กันใช่ป่ะไม่รู้
โอเค
Yes, same answer.
ผมพิกผมคิดว่าธนวัฒน์ทีเฮดผมว่าใช่ผมว่าใช่ผมเสียงตอนแรกเว้ย
คือคิดไว้ในใจแล้วว่าไม่เต็มก็ทีไฟผมก็ไม่รู้ว่า
เสียงมันให้นะมันให้ข้อนนะตอนเปิดอะ
แต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกม
แต่มันอัดเสียงเว้ยอยู่
เรื่องอยู่เหมือนกัน
he fake sound ซาเปา he fake sound
แถมมีน้อง
I can't.
sound bro
So hot. So hot.
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
เดี๋ยวผมตอบคำสุดท้าย
ผมทายว่า ผมปิ๊กเลย QC cheating เฮ้ยอยู่ยิ้มดิ
ครับ
I think same you and Q again I think he know he's smiling
เคซิ่งครับ
เฮ้ย
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh
Wow.
thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
Oh my god
Is you that bug is you
wait let me think I don't know wait Triple Seven or the Hill I think the Hill
แม่งคุ้นว่ะยูผมเคยเห็นเลยเสียงเนี้ย
ผมคิดว่าถ้าเป็นไทก้อนอ่ะมันเป็นเอกลักษณ์อ่ะเคย
มันแหลมเว้ยไอ้ก็มันจะแหลมเหมือนดึกมีอ่ะ
เป็นจุนแล้วกันที่เป็น JUN N อะไรสักอย่างหนึ่ง
โอ้ฮาละโบโอเค
Long K
yeah
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
Hey about you like game
I don't play with him a lot man I don't play with him
โอเค
เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นผู้เล่น PUBG นะครับ ก็เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
yeah
I can't play
yeah I can same อ่ะผมมีชื่อผมขอตอบคนสุดท้ายเดี๋ยวตอบก่อนเลยตอบเบียร์ซิกแจ็ค
Canadon
บานาน่าวันแล้วกันครับ
You lie to me
เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
And I try
kiss me
like this kiss me
พร้อมยังครับ หัวชน ขออีกทีนึงครับตาเปาเอโคลูเซีย I love you
I love you too
รายการ APAC นี้นะครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราด้วยเต็ม Entertainment นะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ดีที่สุดครับแล้วก็คว้าตั๋วเพื่อไปรายการต่อไปให้ได้ครับก็เรียกว่าอยากบินครับยังไงเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณนะครับ
Các bạn hãy cổ vũ và đón xem tụi mình tại giải PGS lần này và hãy ủng hộ PUBG nhiều hơn. Cảm ơn mọi người nhiều. Sawadee thank you.
ก็รายการ APAC รอบนี้ครับ ฝากติดตามพวกเราทีม TechMP ด้วยครับ ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดและคัดเข้าให้ผ่านไป PGS ครับผม ขอบคุณครับ
Welcome everyone to the final day of the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers. We have been through months of practice, months of perfecting your craft, months of waiting, to be honest with you. We had to get through with EWC and PNC, but now we're finally here. We're getting towards the end of the year, and these are the final qualifiers that truly matter for your PUBG endeavors in 2024. We went through the play-in stage, we determined our top 8 teams. They met with the top 8 seeded teams, and so far it has been an absolute blast to spectate. And going into today, it is looking incredibly competitive. One of, if not the most competitive APAC lobbies we have ever seen, maybe of all time. It certainly has felt like that. Certainly yesterday felt like that. It was absolutely insane. But I'm happy to be here. I'm Extreme. I'm joined by 𝐀𝐿. How are you feeling going into today?
Well, I'm happy to be here as well as we get ourselves the final 6 games to see which APAC teams will be moving into the PGS 5 as well as 6. And like you said, it has been such a competitive playing field for all the teams involved. And now we're looking at 12 teams with a solid chance to move into the PGS. And of course, there is also the PGC points for them to accumulate throughout the course of this event. On top of course, qualifying into the PGS, it will guarantee them even more to come. So that being said, of course, there's a whole lot for us to break down in moments time. For those of you guys who just joined in, we'll unveil to you the leaderboard to see how exactly do these teams do match up at the moment. Where yesterday we've seen another incredible performance coming from Tier 5 with high consistency in every step of the round. And once again, these are the teams that have been playing to their absolute best, as the total of 24 matches is only down to 6 for our very final day.
Yeah, you said yesterday that the last 12 were going to go quickly, and you were bang on the money. The 6 games yesterday were incredibly quick, and I'm almost certain the 6 games today are going to be just as quick. And for the players as well, I mean, they got to speed up their process if they aren't, currently fighting for those top 4 spots. There is not much time left, only 6 games. We are just about to determine the top 4 going through the PGS 5 and 6. It's a little misleading because if Cerberus and Daytrade put themselves up there in the top 4 or in that top 5 granted, then that qualification slot goes down to 5th or 6th. But we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. But yeah, I mean, that's our tournament so far, and we're finally towards the end.
That's right, and from the last night I did check, both the Cerberus Esports as well as Daytrade are currently positioned at 4th as well as 6th, meaning to say FW, who's currently on 5th, is currently holding that final slot, which will be challenged later on. And of course, as we have mentioned, it's been months of action, and it all comes down to this very final day. We had 3 days of the play-ins, which we saw the top 8 qualify, and of course, the best 16 are really playing their hearts out right now. So I honestly don't know, Extreme. Like, I don't even want to pick favorites right now who exactly will be able to make the cut. Like, whoever does qualify to the PGS, they definitely do it by merit.
Yeah, and the other thing you can earn purely based off of merit is a bunch of money. $25,000 for first, generous $12K for second. I said yesterday how I love that it's top heavy. I feel like a lot of PUBG prize pools are very generous with the amount of money that are given to the lower tier teams, but this is not really one of those tournaments. $25K for first is a quarter of the prize pool, and deservedly so. The individual prizes as well, we will keep an eye on throughout the day. Eagle Eyes, Grenade Master, Field Medic, the MVP, all of that good stuff. And this is another view of your teams. Keep in mind when you look at the leaderboard, who was top 8 seeded and then who fought their way through the play-in stage and where they currently sit on the leaderboard. Throughout the final stage, it has felt like the top 8 seeded teams are actually the ones performing the best. T5 obviously on top, the Expendables coming in second. Cerberus started to pick it up. Daytrade have also started to pick it up. Tem Entertainment might be the odd one out. Maybe AG Global as well. They might be the odd ones out of that top 8 seeded teams. Even Bleed is performing relatively consistently. And then some of the play-in teams as well. They are the ones, majority of whom are towards the bottom of the leaderboard. So on paper, the tournament actually has made sense. But when you look at the numbers, when you look at the actual leaderboard, it makes no sense. It is, like you said, 12 teams are actually in a shot to make top 4.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy to think about how well they've been able to play, even when you were having certain questions of, the level of consistency of AG Global. Yesterday, they did manage to shine, getting at least one of the games of Wrangle. And then you also do have Daytrade, where they're already there for the PGS, but they're definitely in for more of that money. So it's actually really good to see And on top of that, despite Temp Entertainment being the odd one out, they did also get themselves some pretty good results throughout the course of day 3.
Well, I can try and recap yesterday for everyone, but I don't think my vocabulary will be good enough. Yesterday was one of the most insane days of competitive PUBG I've ever spectated, and certainly one of the most I've ever casted. We had some phenomenal performances from individuals across the board. This Miramar game specifically was by far, I think, one of the craziest I've ever seen. Rossiter just comes out with a 3K. You've got insanity happening in the dips over just to the right-hand side, or left-hand side, sorry. And then 𝐀𝐿 comes out, MVP at the play-in stage, and just 4K's SGD. Essentially 1v4s them and saves QC's game. They aren't really fighting for a slot in the top 4. They certainly could, but yeah, Miramar yesterday, unbelievable.
Yeah, that probably is the game of the entire tournament by far. One of the best that we've ever seen throughout the year, where, you know, I hope that today's Miramar run will be exactly the same, as I do believe that we're going to be starting off with 2 Miramar rounds back-to-back. But currently, as it stands, these are your teams that are on their journey to PGS 5 and 6.
You know what I've just realized? This graphic does not count Cerberus and Daytrade. So that's actually true. That is the top 4 teams qualifying through at the moment. Cerberus and Daytrade are taken out of this to account for the fact that they are global partner teams.
That's right. And when we tally up the results, Team Bliss, AG Global, they're still within touching distance, where a couple of good games, they may be able to overtake FW Esports. And FW Esports, they've been really showing up ever since the play-in stage, securing that top 1 spot. They're still really showing up in many of all these matches. And who knows if they will be able to still hold firm on that top 4 spot.
Well, your MVP, unsurprisingly, is 𝐿𝐿. He's had a bunch of impact. I believe he might even still be the grenade master leader. And yeah, I mean, it's the player that when he goes international, he just gets a land buff and does some insane things, does some crazy things. He's also quite consistent as well. Doesn't seem to matter whether he's online or on land. The guy is an absolute beast. 𝐿𝐿 picked himself up a really nice day yesterday. I think it's burned into my brain what he did to Team Bliss from that glider. But yeah, moving on though to the Eagle Eyes, still 𝐿𝐿. Of course, no one has been able to overtake, I think, at least the top 3 here, maybe down to Norrent in the top 4. No one's gotten any longer kills than these guys across the course of yesterday.
Yeah, 𝐿𝐿 has been absolutely sharp. Remember when he was on the glider as he was just flying past these members of Team Bliss, he has managed to also get that double at the very same time. And that wasn't exactly the longest kill. It just goes to show how sharp T5 members have been at, or should I say specifically 𝐿𝐿, but of course with all these other names to be able to also match up. But I don't even know how do you actually spot someone close to 600 meters away, while of course, field medics, 𝐿𝐿 has been really providing a whole lot of assistance to his teammate, and it might actually be a double-edged sword. It also means that your team gets into trouble a whole lot, which means a whole lot of help coming from 𝐿𝐿.
How is it 3 of Forest in the top spot for revives? I don't understand. They are going through it in these games to have 3 players in the top 4 for revives. That's insane. Taekon, I mean, of course, impacts on the fragging scale and impact when it comes to revive. 𝐿𝐿 did manage to overtake 𝐿𝐿 in terms of grenade damage. 𝐿𝐿 obviously fell off a little bit towards the tail end of yesterday. 𝐿𝐿 was able to overtake him. He is in the lead right now for the grenade masters. Not something you're going to go for, but if FW are close to qualifying right now, they're in that bottom qualification spot, then I mean, maybe 𝐿𝐿 can just argue to his team that hey guys, I want to bag an extra $250, just give me all the grenades and send me towards the team.
Yeah, he could absolutely do that, and hopefully he will be able to maintain that so that there's a little bit of even distribution than, you know, having 𝐿𝐿 really taking most of the cake by the end of it all. As I did mention earlier, we're going to start off in Miramar with those back-to-back rounds, and then we'll move over to Taego and Rondo, and we will end in the classic matchup of Iron Goals.
So we talked briefly yesterday about how potentially we would see teams gunning it for competitor teams, right? Rivals, people that would steal your drop spot in an international lobby, or teams that would make it difficult for you in an international lobby if they looted around you, or if they're your regional rivals or something like that. Looking at that map order has made me realize. Also combining that with the leaderboard, the fact that 12 teams could actually fight for top 4 has made me realize I don't think anyone is going to do any hot dropping at all, at least for these first 3 games. There's no world in which that is the smart play. Maybe unless you're T5, who I don't necessarily think have guaranteed themselves a spot, but they certainly look fantastic, right? But of course you have to consider the amount of money for first versus second and third, so T5 are just going to keep it up as well. No one is going to, at least from what I'm assuming, no one's going to go for any crazy hot drops. You can assume people are going to go for camps. They need points. A lot of these guys need points, and rotate camps are a great way to just grab a few easy points, but no hot dropping. I don't think there's too much on the line. It's too competitive. No one's running away with it, right? There's yeah, just far too much on the line to risk your early lives like that. We might see that reluctant squad hot drop on Rondo. That seems to be a staple there now, but other than that, I think everyone is going to be playing this like there's a lot on the line, because there is.
Yeah, of course, the stakes have always been this high, especially on the very final day, which we will expect certain teams to be playing a little bit more conservative just to hold on to the top couple of spots. But when you have 12 teams absolutely vying for that final slot, it's really hard to say on how aggressive they want to play. Will they just be being held back with certain decisions that they will have to take in this matchup? Because one slip up, we saw it could get really costly, like we've seen coming from teams like SGD, which was super consistent, and then one little blunder of maybe team knocking your own teammates, you will start to see other teams quickly capitalizing on these sort of situations. So hopefully, you know, they will be able to have a decent mindset to perhaps play like they have done for the past 3 days of the finals, and it should be good to go, especially for Tier 5. There's no reason to drop the ball right now. They do have a decent lead, but a couple of slip-ups, you might even see TE, SGD servers going out for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think what you're absolutely on point about is the fact that yesterday we saw so many different teams capitalize on other teams' mistakes, and when points are this valuable, when opportunities are so scarce, that is one of the best things you can do. You can play passive if you wanted to, you can wait for your turn, you can wait for the game to come to you, but that's not really how the best competitive PUBG should be played. Is as soon as an opportunity approaches you, as soon as an opportunity presents itself to you, generally that's when you should take it, right? Especially if the stars align and the context makes sense. Certainly in a lobby like this, when it is this competitive, the difference maker is going to be the teams that have full confidence to capitalize on those opportunities. The teams that are too scared, the teams that aren't confident in themselves, aren't confident in their playstyle, the teams that hesitate and second guess their moves, they're the ones that are going to fall short. They are not as scary as it is sometimes to make the play in PUBG. It is so much easier to let the game come to you. It is so much easier to let the circle go towards you, let other teams fight, just chill out and wait. As easy as that is, sometimes it can really cost you. And the teams that will overtake you on the leaderboard are the ones that are taking risks that are calculated, that are taking risks that are designed to get you points and win you the game. And that is what these guys need to do if they want to qualify to PGS 5 and 6.
That's right, and we've mentioned a whole lot about the top 12's potential, but what about the guys who are currently fielded on 13 all the way down to 16? Perhaps there's less pressure on their shoulders right now. It's double or nothing, where they are already close to the bottom. There's only more to gain. So perhaps these are the guys who are looking rather confident to really alter the course of how these battles could take place in the early game. As we've mentioned before, perhaps they could just go around, mess up the chances of other teams. But likely or not, it will be stock standard as we are taking a good look at the minimap, where we'll see this might have started off from the northwestern end, headed into the corners of the party. So very similar to how yesterday's first round of Miramar played out in the form of the flight path, but I really do wonder if it's going to be the same type of circle. Instead, it's going to be moving into the west corner of the map, which might actually favor FW Esports, who's currently at 4th.
Yeah, that's a beautiful circle to start the night for them. But it is a circle that can go awry very quickly if this shifts. I mean, it's kind of got two quadrants. well, quadrants wouldn't make sense because that's 4, but it's got 2 halves essentially. It's the northern half with El Pozo, and then the southern half with San Martin, and then there's kind of a big gap in between. It obviously doesn't play out that black and white when it comes into practice, but that's kind of how I look at it at the moment. If it shifts south of FW and outside of El Pozo, they've got some ground to cover, and they might find themselves having to send it inside San Martin or play terrain that doesn't really translate to success in the late game. And the same is going to be said if you park yourself up on the south and it does shift inside of El Pozo or towards that north. It's, again, more ground to cover, quite difficult to get into it. It could also go straight into the middle and donut up. We end around FaZe compound or around the fields, and those are always exciting games to spectate, especially if you're one of the teams inside FaZe compound or FaZe hill. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, it could go very badly very quickly.
Yeah, that's why I do expect as well, where, you know, it's going to be a decent access for some teams like T5, who are traditionally starting off close to St. Martin, so they will be able to get there very quickly. And it's more about exerting that form of control over on either the unplayable hills or anywhere just above Picado. It could still be viable to be played out, at least in the early stages of the game. We'll see how eventually the circle forms up, but SGD, they definitely had a really good half of the finals, and then yesterday it was a little bit shaky, where they've been able to still put up top 4 performances, but there are certain rounds where they drop the ball very early on, so they do run the risk of falling out of the top 4 if this remains to be the similar performances that we do see coming from yesterday. But so far, Minx have been the player that's constantly putting those points back to the team.
Yeah, he's been incredibly on point. A couple highlights yesterday, and more so in the playing stage as well. Not the easiest spot for them to get in, though, that said. They could come in towards the south. That'd be the easiest route for them. But right now, that southern side is looking quite contested, and leapfrogging those compounds is, or can be, quite risky. And then the other option is coming in through Power Grid, and of course that has its own stigma, his own problems. Although that said, that might be the best option for them right now. FW though, in El Pozo, question is, what do they decide to do? Do they just park themselves up 4-man inside El Pozo, or do they go and play more south? Do they look to spread themselves out? Right now, it doesn't seem like they're interested in going anywhere. El Pozo is their home, and they are going to stay and spread themselves out as 4 with inside the city, which can be powerful by itself. Again, you're banking on it shifting to the north, so the only real thing that FW has to account for is every circle that doesn't go towards El Pozo. But there are a couple hard shifts that you're going to want to talk about, at least if you're FW. If it does go all the way to the south, what's the plan? If we end up kind of on edge of El Pozo, what's the plan? Probably going to end up playing edge, but yeah, I mean, if you're in a spot like FW, you need to be super diligent in terms of communicating what the plan is if the circle does this, right? Pretty standard stuff for competitive PUBG at the moment. Just theory craft about what you are going to do if the circle does this, that, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever. And hopefully you can get that plan done as 4.
Sure enough, there's just ample of option, especially in this field of the early game. AJ Global's in a really good spot. They've already claimed the outskirts of El Pozo, taking all these high ground to eventually pick off certain teams who might be able to rotate through the valleys. And also, it's been a decent run yesterday for the rest of Bleed Esports, where we've seen them really haul up big points in many of all these Miramar runs. For certain to see the entirety of Bleed Esports to really put on quite the showing, where we've seen plenty of times Trick pop off in some of all these moments of battle, being the main guy to really haul in those points. I think that Awkward and Teddy, as well as Gmoy, is also in a decent form. So I do like their chances right now. They're also holding just directly in the center, so they will definitely draw a whole lot of attention later on towards themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed spot is great. It's also problematic. It's a spot that is so high priority that teams are never afraid to breach it, essentially. Whether it's phase hill or phase compound, you're never really afraid to get that breach done, especially if you know that it's weak numbers in either of those. The warehouse is a different story. The warehouse is usually one that's not going to get breached until later on in the game, but it does still remain a powerful position for Bleed. So hopefully they can, throughout all of it, keep 4 up. Because they've got the anchor spot to do so, right? They don't have to fight the compound or the hill. They can just back off towards the warehouse. They've also just put one man inside San Martin, which I think is a very heads-up play. If this pops towards San Martin on C2, then Bleed will be very happy with their early investment. So I'm loving it so far from Bleed. Not so much, though, for E-Arena. 𝐾𝐏𝐀𝐃 is down already. First blood in game 1.
Wow, that's so early on, and then I don't even know where exactly they are. They're fighting on the course of Valdemar. That's
oh no,
plenty of kilometers away from the circle at least. Cal also being spotted out. Not really the best kind of start for the rest of Team Bliss, who are coming by the edge of La Cabrera, but at least they're not too far off from the phase 1 circle though. So they should be able to eventually give Cal a little bit more of that assistance for him to just get by. Team Bliss really have to play this out to perfection in order to overtake those teams currently in top 4. And once again, just to recap on the points, since it's not on the screen right now, Team Bliss currently holds 105 points. They need about 6 more to overtake Daytrade.
Well, that's not a good way to start it. Cow down early. He was parachuting over here, emergency pickupping over here for a scout, and couldn't find any hard cover in time, and obviously put himself in between FW and Tem Entertainment on Church, and just got destroyed. Had nowhere to go. As soon as he tries to run into the hard cover as well, he's taken full advantage of. And so he does get that info that Bliss were looking for, but it comes at a very heavy cost. And so now Bliss are now dark to that area. You know, that's kind of just temporary information. You can obviously assume that Tem are going to hold Church. You can assume that FW are going to hold inside El Pozo, but all of the guaranteed info you'd get by Cal surviving there is now gone.
Yeah, they're really taking a whole lot of risks wrapping around the north end, where we've already seen so many of all these active Thai teams who are already placing themselves all across that El Pozo field. From the hillside to the city, there's just players waiting all around these corners. And speaking of a player lying in wait to catch one, it's going to be Banana One. He's got those perfect angles. He will go in for some perfect lineup taps, needing only one more bullet to do the trick. But remember, Forrest of KM99 will survive for now. But it seems like Tem Entertainment have not let the rest of Team Bliss off their hook just yet. So Team Bliss are just being forced around to shift locations. Where exactly could they go that's currently safe? I don't even know for certain. But here we go. Phase 2 closes out, and we'll get a quick update where we'll be directly centered around the outskirts of Opozo.
So that's the donut that I was talking about, and it's a bit kinder than a hard shift to the north or south. There is that massive field in the middle that creates its own problems. It almost becomes a donut when you consider that. But yeah, certainly this one could still be very unkind to some teams. If it goes hard to the north, if it goes hard to the south, I'm gonna keep saying it, because that's just how this circle. It's just how this circle is, right? There isn't a massive piece of terrain in the middle that you can fight through if it does hard shift either direction. There's very open ground. So Bleed remain in a fantastic position though. And again, if that compound that we just saw them inside is getting breached, they have a choice to either fight it or back off into that warehouse. Speaking of fighting, SGD have rocked up straight towards Cerberus, and MML has started out the defense quite well, but Pain just hits a banger nade.
What a perfect opening right there. 𝐷𝐿 just a hill away. Managed to actually spot Mingzi, but that's not going to be good enough of a cover for them to be able to supply much assistance. So it's really down to all these cold score combat, and Mings is training right back. Catches the off time ass, and now also looking for 𝐷𝐿 over on the corner hill. Only one member standing in the way. Solozzi lurking around the edges. And this definitely will send the rest of the Cerberus members out of these compounds. But they're still hoping to at least go in for some trades to deny the entry of SGD, while Fab's also onto something. Imagine not one member from inside of the Esports, 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐀𝐂 finds it.
Cerberus need this if they want to stay in that top 4, and they seem to be getting it. The bullets hit the metal, they don't hit pain. But there's just 2 up now for SGD. Jervis is throwing that nade, it just goes a little bit too far. Saki jumps off the roof. He's going to group up with 𝐶𝐿 potentially, then they can take this fight more grouped up. 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐂's out of the question for the moment. He's running in from that unplayable. If they can wait for him to regroup, they can take this 3 versus 2, and obviously that's a better spot for them to be in. But for the moment, 𝐼saki, 𝐶𝐿, they just hold the line. They wait for SGD to make that move. 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐂 has now arrived. Cerberus, so they make that push. Looks like 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐂 and 𝐼saki, they'll combine on that western side. And 𝐶𝐿 will act as a bit of a linchpin, bit of a bait. Unless not. Unless they just want to wait for SGD to take these gunfights and Cerberus are just confident to win them, which seems to be the case. Pain has a really nice off-angle. Nade thrown in, or flash, molly? Yeah, it's flash. It actually allows Pain to jump up on the roofs. Is that going to be what allows the opener here for SGD and evens out this situation? I don't think it is. There's a massive metal corrugated sheet in front of both of them.
Oh boy, there we go. He spots out Pain, but he got the better end of the trade, finding that perfect angle to squeeze right through the target. Down to a 2 versus 2, but 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐂 goes in for a quick revival. This could be a good time for them to really push through, but of course, SGD will run the risk of also being eliminated by 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐂, as they're still holding on to that position. But like I said, Sophia, he's been doing so well, getting that elevated angle, and now still stuck on the corner. But it's no good news for either Cerberus or SGD, because he continues to go directly into the donut, like you say.
Well, this one's going 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐿, it seems. Either 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐿 or the Fields. Either way, it'll be an interesting circle to watch. Cerberus and SGD both would have seen that, and yet they both remain fighting. Not many other options to them. They kind of have to take one another out before they can even access the cars. They rocked up to this compound in. 𝐼saki is still fighting from this roof. He's been on this exact roof for so long. Flash is now out. Flash is to help his teammates make that push potentially, but they're not close enough to get it done. Another one. This is when Cerberus make the push. You know what? No better time, but they're still not ready. It's still just very tempered fights. SGD, they've been pushed all the way back into the outskirts, and now there's a molly. Now there's a molly. Now there's a double heady. 𝐶𝐿 gets them both. Cerberus clean it up. 4 kills. They lose high mass, but still, well done.
That was perfectly played out by 𝐶𝐿. Despite Cerberus needing to burn so many resources just to win this one battle, I hope that they have enough stocks to work around what 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐿 could actually offer. And to even rotate there right now will be a tough challenge, especially with Bleed still holding out onto those warehouses. So how exactly will Cerberus rotate? I really do want to find out in moments time. While 𝐸arena goes in for a challenge, spots out that member of Daytrade right above the hill. They're not exactly in the zone just yet, and they will have to either take out Daytrade to do so.
This is such a golden opportunity for Cerberus. Both Daytrade and 𝐸arena are likely to fight here, and Cerberus are coming in late. And if they have the cars, if they have the timing correct, then they could third-party this fight and wipe both of them. And that's Cerberus's game almost sorted. But timing has to be right, and Daytrade and 𝐸arena don't look like they're getting into it just yet. They are rocking up to the low side of the hill. Jacob's across the road trying to provide some cover or looking for some other information. 𝐸arena is so not ready to take this fight, or at least they really don't want to. Nade out, 𝐿𝐴kida sprays as well. Lots of damage done to Reluctant Squad, but there's a sandstorm in everyone's way now. No one can see a thing. Every battle is now halted.
Yeah, I guess it came at a really perfect time as well for them to traverse within the city. That could potentially be the kind of play if they would really want to take better positions overall. Tem's currently holding out the northern portion of 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐿, where it could be a very powerful region to play out, especially with the teams who are currently over on the course of the hillside, who's opting to move into the city. They could just hold them out completely. 𝐸arena has been able to reach the corners of the map, Now, perhaps they're still interested to commit to that battle that they had with Daytrade Esports. While the circle will continue to shrink directly into the region of the city. Now, this feels really familiar. Remember back in the play-in stage from the very final game? This is how it looks like exactly.
It's a fantastic zone for Forest. I'll say that much. I remember Buriram being quite adventurous as well, putting themselves high up on the rooftop, but that didn't seem to matter. They were destroyed by a mortar. I forget who did it, but see if that happens again. Daytrade, though, they've decided to back away from E-Arena. Zizzy got that opening pick, and Daytrade were not interested in fighting, so instead they've moved around, but Forest have complete control over this area, locking them out of any opportunity. Playing it very, very well. High ground support from Scappy and Olympus. KM99 to the front men. And Thanadol's just waiting. But how long does he want to wait? Because the zone's closing in and Forest have it. They've got all the room to play and Daytrade do not. Speaking of zone closing in, the Expendables find themselves without a fight to take and a zone to rotate into. Buriram and AGG getting into it on the eastern side. I'll tell you what, I'm pretty sure I saw Cerberus rotate north and now we're seeing Buriram rotate south. Everyone is uncertain of how to get into this zone. E-Arena and Cerberus just start fighting at this warehouse. Bleed left it completely. E-Arena now controlling it the best they can. Haisaki last one up for Cerberus. He's just going to put himself somewhere in the field, try and find that shack just to the southeast of El Pozo. But where does Buriram go? Buriram are losing positions here. There's that bowl just to the south of El Pozo as well. Haisaki's found a hay bale fortress in the middle of it, and Buriram have yet to find a home.
Not at all. And I was just keeping my eyes on the map feed overall, and what's really interesting on how E-Arena maneuvered, they were hoping to move in the city, they got flushed out by Bleed, and they had to turn back, which was why we saw that fight taking place between themselves as well as Cerberus. Now, Edie's going to be down to being picked off here by Scappy, and I don't think there's anyone else here to steal it. Unless, I could be wrong in the moment's time. Forest, like you said, this is such a powerful position. They don't really have to commit to the city. They can still hold over the south side for a very long time. Well, names are starting to disappear from our screens right now. Belmont taken out. Kanaxi soon to follow suit as well. Well, 10, they're really hard at work, really securing plenty of points coming from the north.
Pandemonium. It's a sign of how difficult this circle is to play that Buriram decides to send it north, or south, sorry, and Cerberus make the exact same rotation, but they send it the opposite direction. There's no options, and you have to make a play. It's just the plays that you have to make aren't the best options. T5 in the meantime on top of the leaderboard, but just down to one player. This is favoring the road just between Forest Hill and El Pozo. FW been here since the start, and they've rotated through it fantastically as well. Set themselves up nice on a macro level. 2-2 with the stadium and the printer building on the south. Let's see if they lose their heads or not. Not the way that FW wants to start the night if they were to go out early here. This should be a game where they bag themselves a top 5 finish at the minimum, if not a top 3, depending on where the circle goes. But being in the dead center of it now gives them such a huge advantage. Zizzy down and out. The arena's woes continue. I don't know when to count them out of the tournament entirely, but they're dead game 1, 5 games left, and they're still in 16th.
Yeah, it's been really tough for them throughout the journey so far in the finals. Though we've definitely seen a lot of brilliant plays coming into the play-in stage. But it's just a tough luck overall from the early game pickoffs up till now without any form of room to play out inside of the Pozo. However, for the members of FW Esports, like you said, they start off here inside of Pozo, and what I really do like is to see them really having that feel of discipline to hold out into certain regions of the city and now find themselves directly in the center of the zone, as compared to Tem, who has got a great run holding up the north. Now they have to really squeeze in tight, where they eventually will be having teams wrapping around them like QC, AG, Global, and well, fight Rubs here between QC and TE.
Yeah, TE had to leave that bowl and try to find some other terrain to play, but QC had other ideas. They lose 3 on rotation through the Expendables, and now Delvin has nowhere to go. Tycon claims him. Our team in second place is out early, not even in the placement points. That gives a lot of opportunity for everyone. Look at that leaderboard right now. The top, well, 3 of the top 4 teams are eliminated. How good is that for everyone below them? Day Trade did just fall, so they're one of those teams that could have taken advantage of it, but no longer will be able to. But everyone below them, Cerberus, FW, fantastic game to grab some much-needed points. Double Blue Zone Grenade, and Nawadra just avoids both of them. Has been the highlight man for 𝐾 so far, and this is a much better game from them.
Yeah, they've been able to really hold on to all the corners of the map, really spotting a lot of teams joining that way, and on top of that, also still have plenty of space to play out from. So it's been perfect for 𝐾, despite being pretty far off from contest. But if they do secure a chicken dinner in this matchup, they can make a world of possibilities happen. Whereas Tem Entertainment tucked in tightly up against Nawadra. We saw that Blue Zone Grenade being popped early on, and now it's a couple of flash, and it seems like a team flash overall. He's got the Panzer at the ready, hunting out for Nawadra, and this could be a really solid angle for Nawadra to eventually go for a double just by picking over on depth. Of course, the door spots out Tanawan, and then we'll actually hit the shots, and there we go. A little signal warning as he's getting prepared to just leap off of the building. There he goes.
The Batman's out of it. Doesn't want to lose his life, and justifiably so. To stay fighting in that room up against 3 members of Tem Entertainment would be worthless for 𝐾 right now. They've got real great control over there on the northeastern side. To lose a man like Nawadra, definitely not something you want. Forest's zone is still fantastic for them. Tem Entertainment, despite Nawadra's heroics, actually do open that up. Take down Petret, Olympus, and Oct in the meantime. Banana One continues to be a menace to this lobby, whether it's shotguns or DMRs, he's always there. And Tem Entertainment now have to move inside the zone. There's a man in the bottom floor, should be Nawadra, waiting to capitalize on Tem Entertainment's next movement. Down goes Cerberus, they go out in 11th. And it's looking fantastic for 5th through to, well, I mean, like you said, 12th essentially. 𝐾 needing to have a fantastic game to put themselves in the fighting pack. Reluctant Squad, they're just taking damage to blue zones and the blue zone itself. Zayu, Van Nai, Hwang F, how much more can you actually do? Doesn't seem like much. Van Nai down, gone completely. Hwang knocked to the zone. Just Zayu now. Take me, please. And Reluctant Squad, that seemed like mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, it's just such a tight corner. There's no space for them to really run around the map. Whereas, Force Natural Gaming, they're just fully capitalizing on this current situation where teams really have to rotate onto these open ground terrains. 𝐾, they're doing an excellent job holding down the line up against Tem Entertainment. And with that blue zone being top right, and that's absolute obliteration. 𝐾𝐿 will definitely take those points.
Down goes Tem. Akita does the final blow. AGG looking to clean up a few more points as well. QC have just lost 2 in isolated incidents, it seems. Oh, what a nade. That is why it is risky to play that kind of a shack. Why it would be much better to play towards Forest Gaming, but Bleed haven't really had that opportunity. They chose that shack early on, and now they are paying with the consequences of having that limited area to play. Fantastic nade, and Forest look to clean it up too. No reason you shouldn't really at least try and peek over, get some more information off a double knock, especially if you know Bleed are 3 up as well. Forest can be super confident going into this fight. They will get all 3 reses, at least they should. That molly has to be so perfect if it wants to go through that window. Scappy's going to try it, and it's not that perfect. It lands just outside the window, almost from Scappy, but just not good enough in the moment. That is a fantastic feat, though.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Forest definitely got the game handed to them right now, holding it into the best spot possible. Bleed, they're within the next zone, but it's bad news for the rest of these citizens of El Pozo, where 𝐾𝐿 continues to thrive, finding members of Team Bliss. Down to Monty as well as Akita. They're still holding out by the corners of warehouse. I'm not sure if there's an alternative for them to wrap around, because there is a member of QC right around the corner as well. And that's Surti on the block. Monty does actually get a catch. Takes down that member of AG Global. And it really feels like they're forced into this tight trap. No matter where they go, Pawns got it all perfectly lined up.
Dude, that flank from Opons is like perfectly timed. Team Bliss had a little bit of team damage in there as well. They headshot each other. And Opons and 𝐀𝐿 continue to rack up a number of 14 kills. They really want this contract. They really, really want to qualify to PGS 5 and 6. And if they continue to have games like this, then 5 games is nothing for them, you know? 20-point banger after 20-point banger. 𝐀𝐿 certainly capable of it. But it's going to be difficult to find themselves anymore in this zone. Dynasty and 𝐶𝐿 might be the only 2 points they get. And then after that, it's open ground. They do get 𝐶𝐿, move up to 15 kills, dominating indeed. Now they've got Dynasty to find before they can think about moving into this next zone.
It's definitely going to will be looking very, very difficult for QC. Only able to play Battle Ridges for the moment, and they are absolutely exposed to the crosshairs of Forest Natural Gaming. But Forest got problems of their own, especially with the rest of FW Esports pushing up the hillside as they manage to spot out Raze. So perhaps this actually gives a little bit more of that spacing for QC to work around with as they're on his wheels. Teddy wants to shred them out, and they will. It's actually forced to actually claim those points while 𝐀𝐿 does pick one. And down to our top 4. It's been hectic here inside Miramar, but at least now there's a little bit more space for even FW Esports to play out.
What an attempt from QC. That is a very respectable game from them. Racking up 15 points, going out in 5th or 6th. That is the 𝐀𝐿 we know. Bleed continues to get fed. That's why you send it to that shack. It's not to play for the win. It's not to play for kills. It's because you know you're going to get fed. You know you're going to get almost guaranteed placement points. And they've survived valiantly so far. They've had an onslaught of utility from Forest Gaming coming their way. And they've only lost 1 member in the process. So well done to them. But more utility on the way. A blue zone grenade from 𝐷𝐷𝐻. A second one. Do Bleed survive this? Time will tell. The heals will be up, but they've got to be very quick. And I don't think you can out-heal 2 blue zone grenades. 𝐀𝐿 just gets out, but Dynasty's the one, the solo on the other side of the zone to take down Bleed. But now his position is known. He's got a sliver of a rock to hide behind. Everyone will be looking at him, and then we can get this 4v4 underway.
Yeah, he's going to be easy pickings later on. Within a couple seconds, he has to run away from the blue zone as well. So Forest absolutely ready to take that 1 corner, while FW Esports, they move deeper through the lower end of the hill as they try to squeeze out for Natural Gaming. But look at the angles for Olympus. He gets traded back. 1-for-1. Dynasty somehow still surviving, but not for long. Thinking about his zone, not being claimed by 𝐿𝐴𝐵 after all. Trouble lies ahead. 𝐷𝐿𝐴 putting the pressure onto 𝐿𝐴𝐵. This is a battle for the hillside. Well, but now goes in for a quick restock from the boxes where the Esports were currently placed. And at least for Forest, they could take this 1 step at a time. They don't really have to full send it against FW Esports, but they do find 𝐿𝐴𝐵 though. Down to these 2 members, and it's going to continue to get rougher as it goes.
Forest were given an absolute freebie onto FW, but FW have fought it back into their favor. They got that res almost immediately, but Forest now have 2 back in the bag. We enter into a 2 versus 2. Banana 1 low ground. 𝐷𝐿𝐴's been playing this high ground for so long and doing his job. Baron and KM99 now have it all to do. The smoke, they'll both be playing around it. Baron's going to go for that peek initially. 𝐷𝐿𝐴's gone a little bit lower. This is a fight that Baron's peeking into and he can't win it. 𝐷𝐿𝐴's got it. Down now to a 1 versus 2. FW desperately need these points. They desperately need this win, and they're going to get that res as well. Secure themselves at least 3 of Forest. And it's just down to KM99. He gets another one. He almost has 2. Banana 1 almost gives it up, turns it into a 1v1, but he doesn't. They can still go for this res as well. We've got time to play with here.
Yeah, they should be going for it just to overwhelm KM99 and force him to be tucked at that very corner. This is going to be a nade being sent their way. This is a perfect lob, and that is just going to be a flash. So it's not too much of a concern, but Raze bleeds out. Not enough time to go in for the save. This Groza should be impactful, but he already lost his helmet. But now being absolutely careful on this approach, respecting what KM99 has been doing so far in this matchup. The smokes are also subsiding. They might be able to get angles right upon KM99, and same could be said for KM right now. Really playing very diligently while another smoke is being sent for him to go up close and personal. He's waiting no longer. He's going for a push, but that's not going to be enough. As FW Esports secures a massive win, they should be moving up the charts here with this winner chicken dinner.
Coming into today, this is exactly what a team like FW needs. It is exactly what 11 other teams in the lobby need, actually. But FW is the first out of those 12 teams to claim it. Fantastically done from them. They had that El Pozo Phase 1 shift. Of course, you're loving that. But then they moved their way through El Pozo very disciplined. They kept themselves alive as 4. They didn't try to play greedy. They didn't try to overextend themselves or control any space that they didn't need, right? And in the end of the day, that's what got them the win in the end. The stadium control, the printer control, it panned out quite well for FW, and then one of the only jobs they had towards the end game was just moving up towards that hill and taking that 4 versus 4 with Forest.
Yeah, we've got plenty of interesting fights in this matchup, starting off with the Cerberus versus SGD brawl. Eventually, despite Cerberus taking that win, they also got themselves into tough predicaments where they bumped right into E-Arena, and that actually sends out the top 4 teams out of the lobby very, very early on. And back towards FW Esports, despite how many players inside of the city, they really were very well disciplined, weren't overzealous to go out there to take up fights where they run the risk of being eliminated. And the timing was impeccable for them to eventually push up the hill. And Q confirmed this was probably one of the best rounds that they have in the final so far.
Yeah, this is really good from Q-Confirm. I feel like when we were watching them in the play-in stage, all we could say about them was that they were a team that just fought, and they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and they never really stopped fighting, and this is what we got from them this game. A fantastic game from Q-Confirm. They're definitely going to be up there in the top 3 total points gained from this game, almost certain. So fantastically done from them. It was very scary towards the end tier. This is where I thought Forest had it in the bag. A freebie like that rarely comes across your desk. But Forest just unable to capitalize on it, taking too many knocks. There's a moment in this fight where they lose 2 people almost instantly without a trade, and obviously that's what turns it into FW's favor. So yeah, and obviously a nicely played 2v1 in the end. KM99 went for that peek, and they were both guns up, ready to take that fight. Heard him coming. Not really much you can do in that situation.
Yeah, you know, I really thought that this could very well be a Forest Natural Gaming's a clean win overall, and perhaps there was a pivotal moment where certain members were fixated onto claiming that 1-pointer to secure Dynasty of Buram United, and I guess that actually opens up that spacing for the rest of FW to eventually push up against Forest. And even with that one-for-one trade, it looks a little bit scuffy where we didn't really see full commitments coming in from the rest of Forest. So I guess they were allowed that wiggle room to play out, and FW closed it out to perfection.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. I mean, when you have a moment like that, when someone gets knocked from behind and they start panic calling, right? They're essentially like, I don't know how I can get peaked here, and so the comms would get quite hectic at that moment. It's good to see them actually able to recover that, right? And again, it's not like they got a 9-circle feed. No, they got the Pozo feed, of course, but then they had to leave. They had to take multiple fights on their way up. Then, of course, they had to win that, I'd argue, disadvantageous fight up against Forest Gaming towards the end there, and they did that very, very, very well. They kept their numbers up. They traded very well. They got those reses when they came through as well. Getting a couple of those reses was incredibly pivotal. And 𝐀𝐏𝐿, he was the man playing up on the high ground, essentially, responsible for most of the trades, most of the lines of sight, and he absolutely did his job. 4 kills, almost 500 damage, deserved MVP.
Yeah, he absolutely delivered a very well-run performance for the rest of FW Esports. He was the one who's been able to get that first contact up against Forest that allowed them to really reach a better territory to hold out for. So 𝐀𝐏𝐿 so far played this out to perfection, and on top of that, let's also take a look at the rest of the members. 𝐿𝐿 continues to be the most consistent member for the side of FW Esports to also gain a decent amount of points as well as damage, and yeah, Race did also at least gain back a little bit more intel, despite, you know, not doing as much damage or getting those kills as he would have had.
Yeah, well, he unfortunately went. Yeah, I mean, just not the best game for Race. 62 damage is, yeah, I mean that's rough. But of course they got the win, so well done to them. 700 damage from Banana One for only 1 kill. That's just the kind of player Banana one is. They also used, well, I guess Reluctant Squad used 24 smokes, which is quite absurd. But if you combine all the numbers, I'm thinking that FW had the most utility usage. 16 grenades in that entire game. For a feed as well, for a game where most of the time the circle's on top of you and you don't really have many things to do, to still come out here and use that much utility, it shows that FW know what they're doing and their fundamentals are strong.
That's right, and we'll take a look at the current leaderboards for the moment. 18 massive points for FW Esports, where they start off with a tie between the 5th position members of Day Trade, and then will surge up, and I do believe that you will be sitting around the top 4 after this massive win. QC being somewhere in the middle of the pack with such a high-flying action of 15 elimination points that will add up to 17 for them. So how well will they place to be in the running? We shall find out in this moment.
Well, that is the total leaderboard. Q confirmed not quite in the pack that's fighting for it just yet, but very close. 100 points is essentially the start of that pack. Buriram are the very bottom of it. And then, of course, T5 all the way at the top. SGD, they move out of 3rd. Cerberus moved themselves up there, I believe, but that's totally okay. SGD still qualifying. FW, though, with Cerberus moving up there. No, wait, I'm stupid. FW are still qualifying. And there's a gap now. So Forest, Day Trade, AGG, Bleed, Team Bliss, Reluctant Squad, and Buriram, they have a lot of work to do because there is a 16-point gap between them and even having a chance at qualifying.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially with Day Trade being the gatekeepers right now. It's not going to be an easy task overall to really overtake now that there is a gap being created.
I thought Day Trade would have a decent day today, and we've still got 5 games left. But yeah, if you're everyone else on the leaderboard, you're praying that they do have a good day because that makes your job that much easier.
Yeah, and all they really have to go for is that top 6. So long as they're currently below that top 4, it is definitely concerning because the number to beat, if that's going to be the case, is going to be FW's current 129 pointer. So
yep,
they should keep their hopes up high that there's still plenty of chances with 5 rounds remaining, but they should really work hard for those points from here on.
Yeah, and it's probably going to mean we get some extracurricular activities, we'll say. Some bridge camps, some rotate camps, some fights that maybe you wouldn't usually take, some limit testing across the board. But yeah, we've got one more game of Miramar left. We have not seen any hot drops on Miramar whatsoever. But of course, that means we get some fantastic mid to end game action. This is the final game of Miramar for the entirety of the APAC qualifiers for PGS 5 and 6. We'll be right back after a short break.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back from a quick break. This is the APAC qualifiers to see who will make it to the PGS 5 and 6. Of course, as always, it's Contra as well as Extreme bring you through the final couple of rounds here in the finals. And this being our very last Miramar matchup, I'm definitely going to miss casting this field with you because we've had so many banger runs inside Miramar and down to this high stakes game where we are seeing great performances coming from FW Esports and many more names. So the drama is still brewing right now to really see who gets to qualify.
Yeah, it is. We definitely have not decided our top 4 whatsoever. And with 5 games left, it's kind of both, funnily enough, not enough and also exactly enough if you're looking to still book your spot to PGS 5 and 6. Plenty of time to grab a nice 15 kill win, but simultaneously not enough time to grab yourself a 15 kill win. It just kind of depends on who you are, where you're at on the leaderboard, and what occurs in these games. But yes, the final Miramar, we loved it yesterday. Had some great games on it yesterday, but yes, we bid it farewell. So hopefully we bid it farewell with a fantastic game. Guess we'll have to see where the plane is, how crazy we get. Maybe, just maybe, if we're going to be blessed, we can get an island circle for our final game.
I really do hope so. Just to cause a little bit more stir here in the finals. And here we have a decent flight path that is going to be coming from the north side all the way down south, where all these teams will be able to reach to their designated destination for sure. As we do expect, there won't be any form of hot drops, just like how it was back in Game 1. And how things have transpired in that past game with 𝐾𝐿 really running their rounds up against everybody else in the lobby. That also denies plenty of all these points to those who really needed it the most. Of course, 𝐾𝐿, they need back-to-back rounds to just reenact the same fashion of points that they've been able to get back in Game 1. And they should also be up in the running for that top 4 spot. But of course, it's easier said than done for now.
Yeah, everything now is not going to come easy. These, as I said when we started the show, everything now is earned. None of these points are going to come towards you unless you get really lucky, but you can't bank on being lucky. You need to take your destiny into your own hands, or whatever motivational quote you want to insert there. SGD, fantastic position in Phase 1, almost the kind of dream circle. If this had popped a little bit more north of where SGD are right now, they would be in a very, very fantastic spot with their pick of the lidar. The MK12, excuse me, it doesn't land the necessary shots. There was a knocked player inside that car though, so definitely a knock came through, but no flush. Still 64 alive in this game. While we're spectating T5, I feel like it's worthy just to give them a bunch of praise for how they've been playing. I feel like day 1, if you were there on day 1, it was the Expendables in first and I believe FW in second. The Expendables had 64, FW had 55. I don't know why that scoreline is burned into my brain. I guess it's what I get paid for, but T5 were not really there, right? And now they are on the top of the leaderboard with a massive buffer, and they look dangerously consistent. They have been playing phenomenal. They have looked like one of the more put together and complete teams within this lobby. Other teams, you know, we have individuals doing their job, individuals popping off, but not the entire team. Sometimes you're spectating teams where the synergy is not quite there, the goals don't quite align, or they're easily thrown into disarray, but not really T5. T5 seem like they have fully come into their own, and it's been fantastic to watch. These guys should be a force to be reckoned with if everything goes to plan and no one overtakes them for that qualification spot.
Yeah, they got at least a game or two to buffer with, and even despite that, well, they should be at least locking themselves into the top 4 already by the end of this game, or maybe the next one. But last round, it wasn't exactly the easiest to play out for Tier 5. They were holding up into those hills right above El Pozo, and then they had to actually take a couple of fights in order to make the cut into the city. And they were one of the early fews to bow out, so that actually opens up so much more room for everybody contending for that top 4 spot in that past round. Force Natural Gaming this time will have a long run from Nerf, to get into the circle, but at least there is just about enough space before they bump into members of either Team Bliss or even Rum United later on. Whereas SGD, they get to take the pick of the litter, right? Whether they want to book Impala for themselves or expect the game to be similar to how one of the Miramar runs have played out yesterday. They will either opt to be staying on the outskirts of the region of Impala to really catch up certain units moving all around. But for what it's worth, SGD has really shown us a whole lot of finesse, especially on that fight that they had earlier with Cerberus Esports. Though not coming on up on top, but they certainly have put a dent to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, SGD should be pretty proud of their run so far throughout this entire tournament. Obviously doing very well in the play-in stage, and then continuing that performance going into the final stage up against the best teams that APAC has to offer. They want that, or they wanted that Malaysian slot for PGC, and they got it. So yeah, I mean, obviously they've had their downfalls. They've had a few frustrating moments, but most teams have had moments like that in this lobby. But SGD absolutely should be relatively proud of their performance so far. I know they want to do better, but they are still in a spot that I personally did not expect them to be in. I thought that they would be either on the cusp of qualifying or kind of just bombing out. It feels like that's kind of the potential that SGD had, but to be fair to SGD, they have been incredibly consistent, so maybe this is turning a new leaf for a team like that. They're not as volatile, it seems, as the Expendables. These guys are actually here to play and here to play consistently.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see that. Like, they could easily just opt for the easy way out since they're already qualified for the PGC, which is the main event of them all. But they're here to not only earn the dough, they're really here to prove that they are up there challenging up against the very best. And like I said, it's been very consistent record for the rest of SGD. But they now find themselves currently tied with FW Esports after FW claims that win. So perhaps they might even fall off if they were not careful enough. So hopefully this could be a decent game, especially with the favor of the initial circles to be up upon SGD to really play out for. Speaking of the Expendables, they're actually not too far off from where SGD is currently placed, just wrapping around over onto the far east of Los Leones, over on the hillside, where they could really take a good view on teams rotating by, where they don't exactly need to reveal their position so early on, as some portions of the team were not in the phase 1 yet. So it might be slightly risky for the rest of the Expendables, but for now, they could just sit tight and just wait for something else to happen.
Some of the best spots in this zone are still up for grabs. There's at least, well, if I look at the map, I can see probably 3, maybe 4 that you'd really want in this zone that have yet to be taken. In the kill feed, though, it's 𝐾𝐿 stealing away a kill from T5. It's Nawadra from QC going down. Valuable point for Team Bliss, and not the way QC want to start game 2. They need to be even more consistent than any other team in this lobby right now if they want to qualify to PGS 5 and 6, and they need to be consistent with a bunch of kills too. And you can't really have a game where you're going to get an insane amount of kills with just 3 up. You can make it work, but it's going to be a lot harder. Team Bliss rotating in quite late here on the eastern side, obviously catching T5 kind of off guard. No one's gone too dangerously close. 𝐾𝐿 is flirting with aggression here, but I think he recognizes that T5 don't really want to give this up. They're putting themselves inside that compound. They don't want to fight, and so there's no reason for Team Bliss to try and incite that fight.
Yeah, it's too early to really call for one. I would expect other teams to also get involved very, very quickly. A little bit of troubles lying up ahead for Daytrade members as Norin's actually shot his own teammate accidentally. But of course, still early. Daytrade should be able to at least get that revive done, or maybe if his teammate really DC'd, then they will confirm it.
Yeah, if it's a DC, that's really rough. Not what you want when you're fighting for this much. I've seen a few of them this tournament. They've all kind of happened in, well, not all of them, but a lot of them have happened in either funny or unfortunate circumstances. Remember Tem Entertainment breaching Bliss, and they all disconnect at the exact same time.
The worst of
well,
timings. I remember that.
Actual worst of timings. That's going to be in my mind for quite some time. Incredibly unlucky.
And that was like what, game 1 of the tournament as well, or game 2? Like
one of the Orangles to start out. Yeah, is something ridiculous on day. Oh yeah, it was on day 1, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh well, it's past that now, and that is something that it's unfortunate, but whether you like it or not, you have to throw it out of your minds and move on. Looks like Daytrade didn't lose one, so either it was a legitimate team knock or the player reconnected.
Or maybe it's just Belmoth trying to get more of the revives so that he could secure like, what, $250 maybe?
Yep, that's it.
This could be it. Of course, jokes aside, it's also very risky, especially when you win the later stages of the zone. If that member gets knocked for one more time, but speaking of knocks here, Surti immediately secures it, spotting that member of FW cutting across the fields. An instant pickoff, and now only 2 players has been sent off so far. It's still a long journey up ahead. Speaking of making a long journey through the fields, it's going to be the Expendables trying to cut across. Jervis feeling optimistic about his chances here, but the opportunity have subsided once TE claims that spot of their own. So they have a really strong field to play over on this corner of the map. Now that Tanvu and the rest have already joined in, they can start farming up for these numbers, as this is one of those prime spot to take, especially when the circle is also moving in around this region of the outskirts of Cantera.
Yeah, that's a great spot to snatch. They were quick to it too. Lots of pre-rotates on that circle pop, and the Expendables playing one of the best spots in the zone. Oh, boy. Does make it work. Raze, another bad game for him, unfortunately. No damage this time round either. And Bleed moved to aggress on this as well. They don't want to let FW get any further. Maybe that's a mistake though. 6 sacks gets that trade. Orcarin down and flushed on top of that. FW just down to 2, getting shot at from afar. They might just take that kill and get the hell out of here. Both inside this car now. Nades coming over. It is time to dip, my friends. Bleed want revenge, but they won't get it unless they can manage to pop a tire here. But that is unlikely. I believe it's AGG off in the background. Are Bleed accounting for this? They better be. There's a reason FW want to leave. But it seems like Taekon was shooting at FW with silent shots, so maybe Bleed have actually no idea that AGG are that close.
Yeah, it's really tough to also spot the current members of AG Global's position at the moment. While we do have Edie taking control of the heels of Impala, spots up some movement over on the bottom side where Team Bliss is hoping to at least get a little bit of cover off. And Impala's going to be so difficult to play from, with a couple of teams inside the city, some on the outskirts, RS over the south side. It's going to be tough choices to make later on for Team Bliss if they were forced to rotate off. So the next phase on phase 3, we probably will keep an eye closely on these members of Bliss who are currently situated by these corners of the hill. Sharing it with Eddie, but definitely there's something to be decided right here. While Forest Natural Gaming spots out Tier 5 with that scout passing through. The rest of them, the members of T5, takes that high ground. And it's a tough place to move around from for T5. The midst of the field is just flat ground terrains with a lot of space already being claimed out. So they have to be absolutely careful with this. And 10-minute team is also making their entry up north, so they might just be sandwiched in between these members of Force Natural Gaming as well as 10.
They might. Well, everyone has found a spot in the zone. No one is on rotation. Maybe Bleed is the only team. Well, actually, I lied to you guys. I was just bold-faced lying. AGG is coming in on that northwestern side. They are the only team, other than QC, who's pulling off a very nice pre-rotate that are rotating into this zone. That one basically donuts up. The Expendables still fantastic spot. FW the same. Arena will be pressured in a moment here by Q Confirm. SGD, awesome spot for them, as well as Forest on the north. Cerberus controlling that entire western side. A lot of teams with a lot of control, but a lot of teams with the goal to destroy that control. Completely obliterate it. But how likely are their chances? Reluctant Squad and Day Trader found themselves in a very awkward kind of standoff. 𝐷𝑖 and Thanadol on either side of the unplayables. Take me, please. They thought they had no other option but to send it straight into FW's bowl. Is that a mistake, or is that going to net them a couple kills? It's only too strong for FW. There's a trade involved, but it's just now 𝐀𝐏𝐀 alive. The MVP from your previous match almost run over here. They do manage to take him out. They lose J-Die in the process, but that is a rotation you will certainly be happy with if you're Take Me Please. 𝐀𝐿 thought they might be able to hit the ball, but instead they're wrapping to the soft side of the Expendables compound, hitting the double white and potentially the long building as well. Opon's down on that entry. The Expendables pulling off what looks like to be a solid defense, make it an immaculate defense. 𝐿𝑜RIES finishes them off with the grenade. 𝐀𝐿 go out very early in game 2.
Yeah, that defensive compound was perfect for them to hold out, and I didn't expect the Expendables to do it in such a clean fashion as well. Though we didn't really get to see the action, but we could assume that, you know, it was just a botch entry coming from the rest of QC. Phase 3, we start to see many of all these teams shift across the field. Team Bliss is one of them. Aaron also getting some good taps in. Where exactly does Team Bliss go? There's barely enough space for them to actually play out. While they draw the attention of all these other players on the field, Jacob soaks in some shots. Where exactly from? Probably from Rum United members. And it just gets more increasingly difficult to really play out here. There's only perhaps certain creases for them to find for cover for the meantime. The teams over the western side will definitely feel happy about their current location, where they don't really have to move too much for the time being. Team Bliss now wraps around the back end of the Expendables. We've seen what happened to 𝐀𝐿. I hope that they don't make the same mistake breaching in.
Yeah, well, this is... 𝐀𝐿 might look at the VOD and think, oh, well, we could have just done that. And yeah, it turns out you can. Team Bliss allowed to survive in these bowls for the moment, but obviously they can get easily pincered by the Ridges of Cantera and the Expendables at the exact same time. And so I'm not going to say their days are numbered, but they certainly could be. Expendables will be very well aware of their position, and if Team Bliss were to push into this compound, it would be... I mean, it would be unexpected. I just don't think it would be worth it entirely. Expendables, there's too high a likelihood that they'd be looking towards your direction, and yeah, Bliss might be caught out, especially not now either. That circle shift is, well, it's great for a few teams, not so great for others.
Yeah, and like I said about Team Bliss right now, they will be absolutely exposed. They don't really have that much of a cover. Hopefully they do have full smokes for them to really hold out at the very least. SJD doing what they can to deny those entry into the zone. They're really holding down the southern portion of the field. While teams are trying to figure out within this short time frame how to actually make a decent entry, or as 𝐿𝑜RIES on wheels trying to crash perhaps a certain compound, and everybody's moving towards the direction of where the Expendables are currently at, so they'll be kept busy for the moment. Well, the MP finds a whole lot more.
Alright. Reluctant Squad try to make their way through, and Take Me Please deny all entry. Buram survive as well. They've parked themselves up in that shack with 𝐾𝐿𝐶 in the bowl just to the west. A very valuable spot, but he's been put down low. 𝐻𝐼MAS doesn't want him to live for much longer, doing his best to take him out. AGG now make that rotate. Losing space, though, in this zone. Not much more good real estate available. And AGG, the only spot they can find is currently outside of the zone. AGG now at the mercy of Day Trade. Thanadol peeks over. It's a freebie for him. The nades will start to rain in. It is so unbelievably uncontested for Day Trade, but they can only manage to get the one before AGG start to make that rotate. They were quick on that, recognizing their situation. But where do they go now? Straight into 𝐻𝐼MAS. It's one, I believe it's two on the side of 𝐻𝐼MAS. They just can't get anywhere, can't find any safety. 𝐾𝐿𝐶 chimes in with another one as well. AGG lose everyone on rotation.
So little space to play for. You can't really fault AG Global where they really got nowhere else to turn. Whereas Cerberus Esports, they're happy with where they currently place over in the far western corner of the map. You should be able to spot out the rest of the members of Day Trade as well. The mind being revived while Cerberus continues to put in a little bit more of that pressure. Taker now finds Tanawan. well, they're already relying on all these smokes, and thankfully there's still a little bit of pressure from other teams towards the rest of the members of Daytrade, where 𝐏𝐻𝐻 can actually close in. Despite not really being fully healed up, he will have to take his time to go in for that reset, while Hasaki tries to go in for a little bit more of a pickoff. Tigger's been doing excellently so far.
Yeah.
Still making it hail over onto the side of Temp Entertainment up the north.
Yeah, he's a rock for E-Arena right now. Temp Entertainment can't get through him. Cerberus still 4 up on this western side. Daytrade are a threat that need to be dealt with. But they themselves also have 4 men strong. The zone has pushed both of these teams all the way outside. 𝐏𝐻𝐻 clean as ever though, but knocked on the side of Delwyn. And Norrens chimes in with Sololzi as well. Cerberus down to now just 2. How quickly the tides could turn, and Daytrade will get at least 1 res here. Cerberus will be struggling to get both. The timing and the players nearby, just not enough to make this work. Flash has come out. So it does 1 revive, but just 1. That nade looked good on our screens, but it went a little bit too high. Bounced off the rock. Only 5 damage, and Duckmire is going for that second res. But this is so much time being wasted and so much opportunity being given over to Daytrade. They make that breach. They go a little bit further past Cerberus. And that actually pays off for them. They get 2 knocks on the entry, and they're going to need a couple more. Cerberus still fighting back. Belmoth now, last one alive somehow. Daytrade have fumbled this entirely. Cerberus fall 2. I don't know what we just witnessed. Mutually assured destruction. They try to make that breach. They drive past. Cerberus are great on those knocks. They get them out of the cars. And Daytrade just doesn't have enough manpower to get it over the line. Cerberus, though, they fall to bleed off in the distance. Both these teams, both these titans of the APAC region fall out of it.
Yeah, it was an absolute dogfight between the two of them. While we still see names being taken off the list, that goes the entirety of E-Arena already down and out. Only 8 more remain. And that's what we do expect when we see all these global partner teams. When they do collide, it could be anyone's there to take. And I was just surprised that Daytrade actually fumbled that, like you said. Now going over on T5, trying to go for that pickup against Monty. He barely has enough space to play out, but it's going to be 𝐿𝐿 that takes it away. All the way from the top of the hill. Well, he also has to keep himself safe as he's only relying on Teddy at the moment. Leads over back and the hill will be pretty much open for them to wrap around, but Tanvu and the rest of these players that's holding inside the compound is not really making things easier for those who are on the outskirts. Flucky tries to dance off all these bullets, and for Natural Gaming, they're forced to move deeper into the field side as this ridge of the cover won't last for too long with the zone coming right through.
They've got the hay bales to play. Should be okay. Obviously, SGD have a great line of sight, and the edge of their compound is still in, but I don't think they can keep cars up, so they opt to leave it instead and go play the low ground. Everyone now moving into the fields, taking whatever little pieces of cover they can find. And Forest have kept vehicles up as well, enough so that Olympus can create barriers on either side. Take Me Please just quietly surviving in the center of this zone as well. They breached that position early, took down FW, and have just been sitting in there ever since. Other than when Reluctant Squad tried to make the same play, and Take Me Please kept all 3 alive and destroyed them completely. Other than that, though, they have been vibing out, watching YouTube, doing whatever, just chilling. Buriram, rough spot for them. You look at that minimap and you think, how did Buriram get out of here? That car has lost all of its wheels. There is open space in between them and the next zone, and even if they could make it to just the edge of the next zone, where do they play after that? There's even more open space beyond it. I'm not sure Buriram make it out of this one alive. The same could be said for Bleed. They're going to dive themselves straight into Bliss. It's very unfortunate to lose Monty in this situation because they didn't have to. Monty either found himself stuck or trying to make a play that he didn't need to, because Bliss can still survive here. They've got all 3 alive in this bowl, and Monty was all the way over to the north. So unfortunate for them. Still a situation they can work with, though. And of course, have yet to mention the expendables. Defended already a couple breaches, but they've got a world more work to do before they can win this game.
Yeah, perhaps the next zone pop might still favor Chloris and the rest of the Expendables for slightly longer, but even despite that, the pressure is definitely piling upon them to eventually seek out some of all these players out in the field. And I'm absolutely surprised. Like you did mention, yeah, Monty might have actually extended into a difficult spot, but up till now, nobody's been contesting that bowl that Team Bliss has been holding on for the longest of time, which sees them getting a really good chance to actually play off this end game. Well, like you said, BRU out of wheels, out of any form of options to actually run right in the zone. Now slowly gets weirded down. It's going to be mingZi with that final pick. As everybody gets a piece of the pie, BRU involved, the Expendables as well, everybody gets a point. Feels like an opera show right now.
Yeah, Dynasty didn't want to give away a point, I don't think. So, naded himself and his teammates out of existence. Now it's Bleed's turn to make the impossible rotate. They've got a couple cars, I guess, and they haven't taken too much damage initially, but those smokes are about to run out. Those cars are set up nicely for Bleed to try and make a move, but they haven't made that move just yet. 𝐀𝐿 extending out of the smokes takes a bit of damage, and that could be costly on a rotate like this. Teddy started to make his move. 𝐀𝐿 has yet to hop in his car and go. Teddy's entered that low ground, and honestly, maybe he could survive. I take that back. UNQ's got him. It's an immediate headshot on 𝐀𝐿. And as soon as he enters Teddy's low ground, his fate is all the same. UNQ gets both. We get rid of the extremity teams, and we're now down to our top 6. TMP again, center of the zone. The Expendables, now they've got a... Well, they may now have some fights to actually take. Bliss are going to have to move out of those bowls and towards the Expendables compound. T5, they could play through the field, but that seems risky. It might be better to just take a third-party opportunity, but that said, can they even extend up the top of that hillside? I'm not sure. So this is going to be difficult for a lot of teams, but still work to be done for the Expendables and SGD too.
Yeah. I was curious on to how Tier 5 actually got all the way up there to be relatively quiet throughout the entirety of this run in Miramar, and now they really have to be forced to play certain cards. Either they take up the fight up against the Expendables to breach right into the compound, which they could at least use that timing with Team Bliss also forcing their entry at the very same time to at least wiggle a little bit of space for themselves. Whereas over on the south side, we see MML trying to go in for the last-ditch effort to go in for the entry, and Olympus, I believe, responds with a catch. SGD now halted on their approach. Well, it's not going to be an easy task for them to rotate in at all. As Team Bliss now breaches through, that one instantly clips that headshot up against inside. And the Expendables have been playing this so perfectly. 5 points in, and more to come.
Oh, there's a trade, but the double barrel rings true. Down goes 𝐾𝐿. Akita secures Tanvu, weakening the Expendables, making it harder for them to win this game. And T5 do pounce on that opportunity. Forest and SGD are fighting, not with rifles though, purely with grenades. They're all throwing nades at each other right now, and T5 are using this opportunity to push straight into the Expendables compound, take advantage of that fight. 2 isolated incidents happening, and then there's just Take Me Please sitting inside the center of the zone. Team Bliss fall. They couldn't get it done. Team Bliss, or the Expendables, sorry, now realize they've got more freedom. T5 pushing up that hill. It's a little bit more difficult now that the Expendables can look in their direction. SGD, it's flaming cars, and 1 hay bale is all the cover they have to work with, and that hay bale turns out it's in grenade distance. Down goes MML. 2 members up now for SGD.
Still trying to get the revives through. Blue zone now kicking right in. SGD has got no place to go right after this as they have to wrap up this fight. mingZi, the only member remaining. As Olympus gets traded out, he goes down. 2 members left for side of Forest. They might need to opt the other way around. They have to play it safe. SGD now being depleted. That space gets opened up. For how long? The battle continues inside of the Expendables shack, where the member of Bliss has been eliminated, while Tier 5 remains to be sitting quietly on the outskirts. They could actually set up a trap up against the rest of the Expendables, who have not really taken notice of their presence, perhaps. But now, here comes the trouble for the Expendables. How do they step out without getting picked up by TMP?
Well, 3rd-on-5 is the team they've got to worry about first. Forest are going to have those long-range angles as well. They're not in the zone, but they can stay here for a little bit longer. The Expendables have to make that push, and Forest should be able to look in that direction. Utility being exchanged, nades, meds, you name it. 45 spare for 𝐀𝐏99 to work with on that Mark 12. Shots now exchanged. Ranger X spamming that smoke, trying to land a lucky headshot. Doesn't come through. Lucky on that left-hand side. Ranger X is tasked with watching that cross, but it's entirely smoked. The Expendables will group now, and that's the difficulty for Theraton 5. They've got to play this left-hand side of this little bowl here, otherwise they expose themselves to Forest off in the distance, and as soon as the Expendables start to push out, Forest should be able to see them as well. When do Take Me Please pounce? Probably not until Forest decide to make their move. T5, you can see every single time they peek, Forest put them on notice, but at the same time, Forest realize this is an opportunity to take out one of the biggest threats for them in the game. If Theraton 5 and the Expendables go at it, Forest can take the fight with TMP.
Yeah, exactly what they're hoping to do right at this very moment. There's still a nade in the hand of Rostetet, the only one remaining. It might just be perfect. Does it catch on to anyone? Not at all. There's some shred over onto 777 at the moment. Well, Delvin also closes through. All these passages through the smoke, providing him just about enough cover. 𝐿𝐿𝐄 does catch onto Olympus, and TMP now breaks in those 5 corners out there. Forest makes that deep run. But where else could they actually go? Starting to have very little space for him to play with, as Rostetet also goes out for a kill up against 𝐀𝐏99.
T5 and the Expendables are still looking at Forest. They are mid-team fight, and 2 of those guys have knocks on Forest right now, so they're getting it done, playing it very well. Oh, it's a beautiful spray from Flucky. Another one to come through, not to be pushed backwards. Rostetet is the one tasked with focusing on Take Me Please and Forest Gaming, but he's just one man. What can he realistically do? He can get the flush onto 𝐀𝐏99, that's for certain, but there's a man down low. It's Latte, and then there's Megalos down to that right side. Theraton 5 looks like their days are numbered. Not much space to play on the edge of the zone here, and the Expendables certainly will greet them. Rostetet put down low because of that molly. They have to make this push towards the left-hand side. This is almost going to be given to the Expendables here. Theraton 5 have no other option but to fight Take Me Please.
Arony is already dealing with blue zone grenades, and the blue zone itself, that will be the end for him. That point almost being claimed by Rostetet. Now you know this is the rest of TMP holding over on the bench, and this is the push coming from Latte that will send members from the side of Team 5 on their knees. Ranger now going with a trade-off, and it's 777 that will take that win. Now it's a 2 versus 1 that will be secured by Take Me Please, as they played it so well defensively right through those ridges.
They were playing with those angles magnificently. Multiple targets to aim at, multiple teams to fight, multiple threats on either side, and the individuals of Take Me Please show up. They just play it super stunningly. I mean, the management of those angles, the management of those threats was very well done. They were stuck in that low ground, keep in mind, but the way that T5 and the Expendables found themselves fighting, the limitations that both of those teams afforded each other allowed Take Me Please to take very favorable fights for themselves. So Take Me Please, they send it to that bowl, they take down FW early, they defend against a reluctant squad send, and then, yeah, the end game comes towards them, and I think that is a very well-deserved win. The way that they played that end game makes me a very happy man.
Yeah, and this entire round was so technical for all these teams to really find even the slightest space for them to work with. And we saw how many teams were clipped midway through the journey just to find decent spots to work with, where TMP have been able to really hold out. Names like Reluctant Squad from really passing through. SGD looked really good, at least for the first half portion of how this Miramar plays out, until they were being forced to eventually take up that fight against Forest. And then we had this massive brawl between the global partner teams, which ended up with Daytrade losing up to Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, this was wild to spectate. Daytrade sent it past, hoping that they'd get favorable angles towards Cerberus. They recognized that if they took a fight with them on top of that hill, then their fate would be sealed. And so they go past, but at that same time, Cerberus take full advantage of the fact that they're unable to shoot out of those cars in that moment, and they grab themselves a couple knocks, and yeah, they just destroy each other in the process. And then we come down to this fight in the fields. SGD no room to play. They've got that little bit of a hay bale, and that's it. And then, of course, it's in nade distance for Take Me Please and Forest. So fantastic stuff, though, from Take Me Please towards the end here. Theraton 5 and the Expendables. The difference between both of these teams, the difference between Take Me Please and the Expendables and T5 in that end game is that the Expendables and T5 have to take fights, whereas Take Me Please can wait for those fights to come to them. And that's what allows Take Me Please to claim that win, and claim it with 12 kills as well. It's a fantastic victory for Take Me Please, a deserved one at that. They played that endgame phenomenally, like I said. Low ground, generally considered a disadvantage. Sometimes if people are peeking into you on the low ground, then you're at an advantage. The high ground peak has to be super confident, and you have to have your crosshair on the player, otherwise it doesn't really pan out. But for Take Me Please, luckily the Expendables and T5 players weren't really in that kind of a mindset. They were forced to peek over, and yeah, Take Me Please just clean it up.
Yeah, sometimes the best defense is the best offense as well, where you saw they didn't really have to extend their wings in order to really cover more room for themselves, where teams were really forced to run towards that direction, whether if it's going to be the far end of BRU, the SGD members, or even Forest Natural Gaming on these outskirts. And then, of course, the Expendables, they also have done exactly that in this round itself, where there's multi-breaches. They managed to defend up to the point where, of course, the zone does not really favor them after all. But Teraton 5, I was just really surprised that they were playing very passively in the early game, and they were just really vying for that position just to keep that constant placement point to be on the board. They did not really have those crazy number of frags like they used to before, but it is the right play to be done here, where they've got everything on the line, where, of course, it's double nothing for TMP. Now that they've gotten this chicken dinner, it may not have actually shift too much on where they do stand in the leaderboards, but hey, a couple of extra $100 might be on the line here for these gentlemen.
Could be. Latte. When these guys were known as Valley Thai, Latte was one of the highlight players. I'm pretty sure at some point in a previous APAC competition, if not the previous qualifiers, he was hard carrying Valley Thai at some point. And, well, look, yeah, claiming an MVP within the final stage of the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers is almost a guarantee for Latte. Didn't get the most kills, but he did do the most damage. So impacts from both UNQ and Latte, Megalos and J-Die both claimed a couple kills for themselves as well. It's the first win for Take Me Please, and it might be a little bit too late for them to nab a spot at PGS 5 and 6, but there's still money on the line, still those individual prizes to gun for, and of course you want to do your best no matter what.
That's right, and overall it's also for the pride of their nation, on top of what they could still offer maybe in the upcoming couple of tournaments to come. Wow, we'll take a look at this massive damage being dealt by TE. Insane with those nades, and look at how many smokes they have to expend throughout the course of the field. 29.
I mean,
ridiculous.
Yeah, 29 smokes, 20 HE grenades used. It always seems like mollies don't get as much love as I thought, but HEs are definitely far more valuable. I'd love to see the Blue Zone's use stat as well to see how prevalent they are in comparison to Molotovs, but maybe another day. Either way, fantastic utility usage on the side of the Expendables. TMP, 22 points. Obviously a stellar game from them. Consistency, though, from the Expendables means they are going to keep their second spot on the leaderboard. Forest doing their absolute best to fight through. They are close enough, potentially, to bridging into that top 6. We're going to have to see. And T5 being T5, just consistently getting a few points per game. Seems like it's 7 to 9 points per game from the Expendables ever since they, like I said, came into their own. And yeah, it's been great to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely great to actually see them doing what they need to do in order to maintain their spot right now. As T5 was still at that #1 spot, but we now find ourselves a new challenger. We might even see the Expendables challenge that title to be crowned as champions by the end of the round. They're only short of a couple of points right now on second place, whereas CES as well as SGD, they're also in close proximities, though there is that gap to eventually reach up to where the Expendables are currently at. Forest still battling for that top position, and of course the news is Day Trade has been sent further down, so we're only looking at the top 5 to qualify for PGS.
Forest actually do breach the top 6, but it's the top 5 they need. They are 5 points away from it. So to see them having fought back through the play-in stage to now be, again, contesting for PGS 5 and 6 qualification is a fantastic turnaround from the side of Forest Gaming. That is Miramar done for us forever. We're never going to see it again in this entire tournament. We go to Taego, though, after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers. We are now done with Miramar. We throw that map in the bin. We don't want to see it anymore. We're done with it. Go away. Now we move on to Taego and Rondo, and then we finish with Erangel. The competition is still very much wide open. Forest in that last game started to make a run for the top 6. They entered the top 6, but since Day Trade aren't yet in that top 4, top 5, Forest find themselves out of qualification for PGS 5 and 6. They've now got 5 points to make up if they want to overtake FW and put themselves in that qualification position. That's probably the biggest storyline to come out of last game. Moving into Taego, though, look, when we spectated Taego yesterday, it was insanity. It felt like we got some really good fights and some really good action. I'm expecting the exact same thing to happen today. But even though we sit here and we expect action, we talk about how good Taego is for fights and how greedy this or that, it doesn't really matter. What I'm really looking for as we head into this Taego is how the teams are going to play it who need the points, how the teams are going to play it who are fighting to take opportunities and put themselves in fighting distance for that top 5 at the moment. Could be top 6 later on. It could be top 4 if Cerberus fall out of the top 4. So we're going to have to see how desperate these guys are for points. And on a map like Taego, again, you can get greedy, and those points can become a little too enticing sometimes.
Yeah, it does seem very enticing, especially if you saw how that round of Miramar actually played out. It was those teams who are a little bit more vigilant, as well as to be more composed to reap the rewards at the end of the run. So who knows, if they find themselves in a really good spot, it's all about just holding out to the best of their abilities than to actually go in guns blazing, hunting out for players, which will put themselves at risk at the very same time. And hopefully we get something special to close off our final remaining map of Taego, and then later on, it's Rondo time.
Yeah, the final Taego. This is a map that I'm not too happy to say goodbye to. I do love watching this map. I do love spectating it. It gives you some really good, really good macro stuff to spectate, but I think the biggest thing for me on Taego is the micro stuff. I think the Buriram versus SGD fight from yesterday's Taego game, where SGD team-nated themselves and Buriram took full control of that compound and full advantage of that fight. That's the kind of stuff I watch Taego for, that really kind of micro team fighting, individual decision making, individual prowess. That's why I love to watch this map. That plane path it's not the best, it's certainly not the worst. You can definitely get bad plane paths on Taego, and that might be leaning towards quite bad for some teams. If you want to loot the northwestern island, well, too bad. You're not really going to be able to this time around. You're going to have to drop on one of your ult spots, and that might cause a little bit of chaos.
Yeah, and at the very least with this form of fight path, most of the teams are now being placed around either the edges of the mainland just to really get some decent ground control. But if this does end up on that northwestern island, it is going to be troublesome. It will be hectic. But this is something that we've been pretty familiar with. TE, they always hold on to terminal, and in the middle we're looking at shots fired from the side of Taiwan. Very aggressive start as they're hoping to lease. Shove aside some of these members of either Cerberus or Day Trade. I'm not too certain who that was, but like what I'm seeing from 10.
Well, Expendables, if they wanted a circle to take first place, this is the one. Coming out of Terminal, they've got options. But as you mentioned, Tem Entertainment quite close. I feel like we saw someone yesterday in that compound that Thanawat was just in, and they got breached and either had to leave or they got knocked and flushed. I can't exactly remember, but as soon as we started spectating that compound, I got deja vu and I got a bad feeling. So maybe Thanawat's in danger. Certainly the Expendables could decide to breach a compound that they deem vulnerable. And they're not the team to shy away from a fight like that either. While we're on FW as well, they performed, if not, they were the winners of the play-in stage. They were very, very, very good in the play-in stage. Loved what we saw from them. Banana One, obviously, highlight on highlight, raised the rock for this team, and Tonke and 6ax were just kind of consistent across the board. And as soon as we enter the play-in stage, they do well to start out. They do very well to start out, and then they've fallen off a little bit. But they have remained competitive the entire time, and so props to them for remaining consistently competitive towards the top of the leaderboard the entire time. This is why I got a bad feeling, man, because I was almost certain something like this was going to happen. Delwyn, though, put on notice. Thanawat, that nade, does it land? Is it even a nade? It is. It goes a little bit far, and Delwyn has to just get out of dodge. Tem Entertainment has backup arriving, put down to 30 HP. Hopefully he's got some teammates nearby that can provide a little bit of cover, because he'd be desperately calling for it right now. Looks like Tem are hungry for this.
Yeah, and from some of all these battles that have taken place and taken from these past rounds, these two squads who are close to each other, we often see the Expendables trying to take over the corner of the hills. And this time, having Delwyn to move up alone so early on, get spotted out. Tem also wants to opt to get that direct control as well. Sees himself in a poised position. But SGD will eventually come in to challenge that from the south side. So hopefully if they've gotten this sorted out, I guess what the rest of the Expendables could do is just to sit tight around Terminal for a little bit longer, because it's still very much within the play zone where it's almost central as it could actually get. It's just that right now, perhaps a little bit too much of a dangerous maneuver for the rest of the Expendables to partake in, especially with that #1 spot on the line. And I've been looking at the list of the leaderboard. Forest Natural Gaming have been super consistent for the past couple rounds, and they have a really good chance to also challenge the current holders of the 5th spot, FW Esports. And I don't know if it's really down to these two teams. I don't know which one to actually pick to actually see. I kind of wish to see Banana 1 versus the rest of these international squads with his shotgun antics. That's what I really want to see someday if he does make the cut.
Yeah, I don't know if Banana 1 is like considered a shotgun extraordinaire, or whether he just finds himself in situations that require you to be good with a shotgun and he just so happens to be capable with those kinds of weapons. I don't know which one it is, but yeah, it's been fantastic to watch, and if he can do that kind of stuff on an international stage, then he could certainly make a name for himself. And once you get there, once you do reach that international stage, sometimes for some of these teams and players, that's all that it's about. Just making a name for yourself, let people know that you're a threat, and just do your best to put on a show, I suppose. Fight for as much as you can get. And we know that these APAC teams will fight no matter what. SGD. Payne is looking at Jervis and MML's compound, or at least that left side of it. Makes me think maybe one of those two players off in the distance heard something or are worried about a threat, and Payne's just scouting it out. But there's no one there, no one to be worried about. Teddy also doing his best job to scout. Everything around him is mostly free. They are coming in on the northeastern side where not many teams reside, if any. They could run into T5 eventually, who are coming in late on this exact same side, but Bleed have time to settle down before they might find themselves in that fight. This is Bliss coming in on the south side as well. A little bit more contention down here. QC in front of them. Day Trade as well, potentially. Reluctant Squad. And Forest as well. So definitely much more for Bliss to worry about, but far away enough for the moment to where they can at least get somewhere to scout in. You can also see the arena off in the distance. They're just leapfrogging their way through this south side. Bliss have yet to spot them. They just haven't gone deep enough yet. So that adds up to about 5 teams here that Bliss could run into.
Very, very dangerous spot. And of course, they don't want the same things to happen from the prior day to happen again, which is why we're looking at a very cautious side of Team Bliss. Not really advancing too far off from where we last seen them to be over the south side. And true enough, not too far off from where Team Bliss is actually QC and a few other squads around, like E-Arena. Despite E-Arena not really having the hot form that they had back in play-ins, they still could really put up some huge amount of damage in the early stages of the game, where they're usually very actively seeking out for those kill opportunities. Meanwhile, AG Global, they start off the day here having a very decent chance, and we have definitely seen slight dips of performances and also certain added numbers for them to still maintain to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. It's just 1 point up ahead, Bleed Esports as well as Team Bliss for now, 109. A good win for AG Global. We'll see them challenge the rest of FW Esports here in the top 5 as well. Right now, Mings gets a little bit of glimpse up against QC members, but we're likely to just see them hold out instead of going for any form of full commitment at the moment. Very, very tough places to be for some teams, especially for E-Arena. How much deeper can they go? They're in the same predicament as the rest of Team Bliss.
It's funny how neither of these teams have moved that deep yet. They've been sat on the edge, basically touching the edge of the white zone, and they've been scouting the entire time. They just haven't moved. I'm almost shocked that Bliss have yet to go deeper. But I'm trusting they have something up their sleeve. Same with the arena, but finally now at least 𝐿𝑒𝑟𝑖𝑥 is moving a little bit further in. You just want to be set up for the zone 2 pop. That's the thing, right? If you don't have any information or a plan for that phase 2 pop, then you end up having to do something, I mean, some strategy where you're mostly guessing. right? Or playing based off of passive information. That seems like the situation that 𝐴𝐴RENA and Bliss are going to find themselves in. Certainly not the case, though, for Khan and Burra. They've got all the information in the world. Khan up here on the glider. Saw some devastating effects done by the glider in yesterday's Taego game. Burned into my memory, seeing Team Bliss get destroyed, but they are nowhere near that glider at the moment. As I said, Phase 2. Do they have a plan? Team Bliss, they've moved in now, but is it too little too late? Same again for 𝐴𝐴RENA. It might just be. QC, Daytrade, Reluctant Squad, SGD, they are all right in front of those two pink teams, and they all have spots to defend and cover their edge. Are those two teams in pink going to be quick enough to make a move?
It's about to get a little noisy in a moment's time with QC full sending it directly through these passages. Might actually crash right into the territories of Temp Entertainment, and they just bump into each other. So no massive shots fired at each other just yet, but to confirm, they're poking the fields, it seems, and this could be the play here while they try to wrap further up towards the north side. Temp Entertainment, though, still in a really good spot, but how many teams will be challenging into the territory remains to be seen just yet, while T5, they finally decide it's time to move across the bridge. AG Global guarding it, but it's only Fab that tries to hold out. Won't be able to find much damage to be done. T5 does claim and compound their own while they trade onto something right now. Shots fired over the side of Opons, but he managed to make a decent escape. He tries to open a little bit of space for the rest of QC to at least get more to be done up against Daytrade, and now Team Bliss on foot, moving up the hills up against the rest of SGD. The battle of control to be established seems to be rather intriguing on how all these teams are approaching it at this phase 2.
Yeah, on this south side especially, you have to be so particular with your movement, and you have to be so careful, because I'm looking at it right now, and both 𝐴𝐴RENA and Reluctant Squad are just waiting for their opportunity to bite. If Team Bless get involved in a fight, then Reluctant Squad's going to have a say in it. They're going to start that third party. Akita already taken down by Jun from Reluctant Squad. The car arrives, and Jun is true. Down goes 𝐀𝐿. The org ringing out, sounding off. Monty's got a good trade. Insight's gone down in the meantime, though. Reluctant Squad dominant over Team Bliss. They tried to make a move. They tried to get into this zone. Reluctant Squad aren't allowing that to happen. Team Bliss fall to not only... Well, no, they fall to two separate teams. Reluctant Squad and 𝐴𝐴RENA combine. Jacob on top of a rock, doing tons of damage, mind you. So Reluctant Squad have to now fall back. 𝐴𝐴RENA, they were the last team to engage in this fight, and so they find themselves in a very nice spot to take down Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Team Bliss, though. They managed to take claim of that spot, but of course, Reluctant Squad was just very hands-on to be able to hold right through. And being squished by, even from the outskirts, 𝐴𝐴RENA was ready to also go back and forth for takedowns, as they now go for another wraparound position. Jacob lurking over the backs of Reluctant Squad, though, as shots are being sent towards IU. And it was tough. Team Bliss tried to react to it. The full send was a little bit too late coming in from the other two members. Just like that, they crash out again, and they are stagnating at 114 points. Hopefully the better runs will come in from Rondo onwards for them, because they still see themselves with a little bit of hope to claim that final spot. As the circle does update, not too much has changed in terms of how it has always been around the central area. Just eliminates the possibilities of what could be somewhere between the bridges over the north. So plenty to play for, but it's definitely going to be tough, especially those playing around the terminal.
I love Cerberus's control over on that western side. They've got a nice hill where they've got 3 men set up, and then Hymas is the guy inside the zone right now, just got a foothold deeper right next to the field. 𝐴𝐴RENA struggling a little bit here on the south. 2 members inside the blue, being denied a bit of space by SGD, but they should move in. They should get in. If not cleanly, then they should get in no matter what. Daytrade decent spot. AGG, I mean, you can name so many different teams with fantastic spots in this zone. Even the ones who have yet to find a great spot to play are probably going to end up with something playable. This one's going to get very claustrophobic. Buram and the Expendables kind of sharing terminal a bit. Bleed try to move themselves into the field. 𝐿𝐿 goes over the top of that ridge and tries to LOS Tem Entertainment. Find somewhere where his team can reside, but it's the open field, and we're in phase 3. You know, it's not like the hills have been closed out. It's not like the high grounds have been taken out of playable area. They are still very much inside, and so that opens up this field entirely. All of the lines of sight that you don't want if you're Bleed are still available to all the teams around you.
Yeah, I was also taking a look at the feed as well as the mini-map. Bleed Esports, they try to wrap around to the far west where Ranger X managed to at least hold out, takes one member down. Still more to do as Bleak find themselves somewhere in the middle of fields right now, still tucked by the corner of the ridge. Unable to journey further than that. Morgan's now sent in, unable to catch out these members of FW Esports. This bombardment might actually find its mark later on, but SJD now picks one of these members of the arena. Here comes MML, looking for the shred. Successfully caught out. Down to 2 members left for the arena as Sizzy tries to perhaps go in for a position where he could offer a trade up against MML. But I don't think he could actually do much damage to SGD's current stronghold. Very difficult spot as Tigger is also trying to fall back. There might just be a chance they could still go in for a potential revive now that certain spots have been vacated from this. To the advantage of FW and Tem Entertainment.
Lots of field in that zone, Contra. Lots of fields. This is going to get very interesting. All of those ridges are, of course, playable, but not all of them are safe. Focusing on E-Arena, though. Being put down to 2. SGD have been relentless on this push, and they're not letting E-Arena get out of here. It's Pain out of the car. Takes down Tigger, and now there's 1 left on E-Arena. Zizzy out of here, but straight into day trade, it seems. You can hear the shots ringing off in the distance. They're worried that he's still in this area, but he has well vacated it. They missed it actually going down. Nice shooting from 𝐿𝐿. Caught out completely in the open. And no trade to come in from the side of Buram either. Zizzy does fall. E-Arena, again, a lackluster performance. 3 games left. It is not looking good for them. It's probably also impossible for them now to make a run for PGS 5 and 6. Just hasn't been their tournament, has it?
It really hasn't been here in the finals at the very least. Whereas T5, really good spot. They take the off-the-wall approach by moving into the islands and now find themselves really taking control of North. What a spray down coming from Patapong. Russ attempt to follow suit to be able to eliminate Megbloss, and they're looking for a whole lot more. Tate, next one to be shut off completely. That leaves only 1 member inside of TMP still left standing in the way, perhaps. So Molzy now involved. They managed to spot out these Teraton members at work. Lucky now being sent off as UNQ is the only member remaining. And Pat, he's going to go in for potential rush, but he has to go ahead and pick up his teammates first and foremost. Cerberus Esports now piling a little bit of pressure. This could be a really good spot for Cerberus to launch an attack, but with this wraparound, Teraton 5, they will claim even more points, make it almost impossible for these other teams to catch them other than the Expendables.
It's been very messy from Teraton 5, but they are still in it. 𝐿𝐿's got 2 onto the side of SGD. 1 stolen away, 1 flushed out by 𝐿𝐿 himself. Day trade now slowly moving in, but they don't have much to play. A fight with SGD or Q confirm is almost certain. Copping some nades is 𝐿𝐿. Tries to get out of there, but he's put down very low as soon as he hops in that car. High Mass, the previous grenade master. Lets 𝐿𝐿 escape. How much space does 𝐿𝐿 have to play? Does he have a corner of this field that he can just sit in and bunker down until placement points? I don't think so. It's going to be very difficult. This is one of the reasons I love Taego sometimes. It is a pure field ending. As I said, the corners and ridges are playable. Car forts are going to be essential. Grenades hopping over these ridges. We're going to see a lot of it. SGD trying to defend up against Daytrade. Man advantage on the side of Daytrade. Now firmly so on the side of Daytrade. Just Jervis alive for SGD. He's put down very low. He's off in the distance. Daytrade still have yet to discover his position, but once they peek over and see that smoke and they see that Dacia, they'll know where he is, and it should just be a matter of time after that.
Yeah, SGD just dealt with a whole lot, being one of the early few teams out here in the field. Forest does actually get a little rich of their own directly in the center, but currently it's getting shot by some of the members of Bleed Esports. Trick does find a member of Forest at the moment. 𝐶𝐿 finds one as it goes for the entirety of Cerberus Esports. Leaving only one member from Cerberus out there somewhere, as Duckby is actually cutting in closely up against Aquarin. Lots of smokes here to play for Bleed Esports. Somehow has been able to hold true for their own. Just being side by side right now. Teddy's right across these members of Force Natural Gaming, lobbing nades after nades. Eddie could actually close in to try to seal a lot more of the fate of these Force members, while Olympus goes in from tags. 10 Entertainment forced to journey their way off of those skill side as it's not fully covered by the zone. Maxi now finds one more back. Oh boy, it could get very hairy real soon as the member of Fleet has arrived to the scene. Teddy lurked up across, and now Scappy turns go back for the trade. Really need Trick to be involved in this as well. Teddy's already gone down. Forrest will still hold on, only losing Baron for the moment.
It gets messy and it becomes almost impossible to track. Forrest have been playing this incredibly nicely. Scappy though knocked. Tem Entertainment putting some work in this endgame. Theraton 5 fall in 12th. Canaxi flushed out. Tem have a little bit of higher ground to work with in contrast to the rest of the players in the server who are playing in those low ground dips inside of that field. 𝐏𝐿𝐿 must feel like a king up here with that Dragunov. Can't get more than one for the moment though. Eddie's head a little bit exposed, but it's got to be sharp shooting from 𝐏𝐿𝐿 if he can land it. If Teddy stands still, sure he's given a chance, but that's not going to be the case. And 𝐏𝐿𝐿's reign over the field ends. The zone pushes him out and closer to his teammates. Look how much freedom Tem Entertainment have though. Thunder's under a little bit of pressure. Had 𝐏𝐿𝐿 up there acting like a king. Had eyes over his kingdom, and then there's Thunder's down here fighting for his life up against Forest Gaming. Bit of a contrast between members on the exact same team, but they're all moving in now to try and help Thunders and defend their side of the zone. Like I said, Forest have been playing this well. Tem Entertainment, though, much better position and the man advantage.
Yeah, and that goes to show how important that zone control was in the early game where they are pulling out against the Expendables. So here comes Shred coming in from Thunder to the MP3. He will clip the entirety of Forest Natural Gaming. It's been some splendid work from Forest, but they could not hold out against this arsenal of a weapon. Thunder is really striking some blows right there, and Tem makes them mark. It's just going to be increasingly difficult, especially for those currently up the north. AGG, massive work to do up against the rest of FW Esports, while Foldable Shield only to protect that member of QC. Might hold on for only the slightest moment, but once the zone eventually closes out, it might actually need to go into a deeper region. The Expendables now bows out, only settling for 10.
Again, another game where 3 out of the top 4 are out of it already, giving opportunity over to FW, Bleed, Daytrade, AGG, Reluctant Squad, Buram. Which one of those names capitalizes on this the most? Tem Entertainment down there in 15th. What a run it would be from them to rack up 60 or more points, essentially, would be what they need. Not going to say it's impossible. It's a good start. Accumulating 10 already, and Thanawat doesn't want to stop, but Banana One can hear him, and Banana One is ready for that peak, and Thanawat has no idea he's this close. That spray should be the easy peak for Banana One. Thanawat completely caught off guard, and Banana One picked his timing correctly.
So unfortunate, though. as he was opting to go in for the kill to be secured, now finds themselves in trouble. 𝐴 Entertainment eventually loses that one member. But as for FW Esports, a whole lot to play for, especially like you said, 3 out of the top 4 squads have been already eliminated. So this is possibly the best chance they could get on whatever the remainder of maps are currently holding out for them. And here comes the rest of AGG, arriving to the scene, clear out the last remaining member of Bleed Esports. As now it's only down to 16 players out on the field side. Double now opts to take Taekon off the list. Successful on that target. And they also do spot out the target of AG Global. This is not going to be good news, but Belmont gets shut out completely by Thunders on the MG3 again.
He's ever present in this lobby, it seems. The MG3 doing work. He's got the Dragunov as well. This guy's a tank right now. Fully buffed up. Danadol can do nothing either. Didn't want to peek. Couldn't really peek. And so Thunders gets that pick for free. Opon's wrapping around. He's alive for 𝐾𝐿. I'd almost forgotten about him, but he's still very much in it. Lots of placement points up for grabs. This is probably going to go down to our top 3 very quickly. AGG, the strongest team in the lobby alongside Daytrade and 𝐴 Entertainment in terms of manpower. But the position advantage is definitely in the favor of 𝐴 Entertainment. Thunders, I feel like, is almost too far extended at this point, but it feels that way looking at the minimap. But then you recognize he's got so much car cover to play with, and he's actually in a prime position to defend against AGG and to defend against Daytrade. If they were to push up, then Thunders' spot is almost necessary to make sure they don't get any kind of ground on 𝐴 Entertainment. 𝐾𝐿 all the way out far to the north as well, staggering the blue undoubtedly. He'll move in alongside Thunders as soon as the blue tells him to. AGG now the ones that have to group with FAP, and it's not like a ridge the same as 𝐴 Entertainment. It's almost, I mean, it's vertical for AGG. They have to play alongside it. They can't play bunched up against it.
Oh, it's so tough for those guys up north as well. AG Global, they will have to reposition. Same goes to FW Esports, making the last-ditch effort to make a run in. 𝐾𝐿 ready to take them on. Got the barrel in hand alongside with the Dragunov. It's only a matter of seconds before they run through the smokes or let the smoke subside, and this could be very easy picking for 𝐾𝐿. All these stuns as well as all these flashbangs are being dropped in. 𝐾𝐿 does not have enough health to tank out the blue, and FW Esports bows out. Here will be your top 5 teams remaining. AG might be next off the list. 𝐾𝐿 again with the Dragunov. Direct to the dome. FAP goes out. Only up to Sapao right now to play for AG Global. My, here comes the drive-by coming from Belmont as they will secure it.
HEG got that opening grenade knock onto Thunders, and 𝐾𝐿 was not happy. He got his revenge, and then Belmoth comes driving in to take hold of that position now that AGG were weak, and they do exactly that. We're into our top 3. And finally, Opons activates, but it's not enough. He takes shots, and he has to bow out of that fight. He's got that small ridge to prone behind, but that's it. Flash is gone. Daytrade confirmed. Now 2-man. And it's a 2-man fight that they're going to take up against Opons. Nades go out, flashes to blind Opons and make sure he can't see a thing. It's 4, make it 5. Now a molly to come in. Opons is stuck in that smoke. This is Daytrade trying to secure their second place. And if the teamwork is good enough, if the peaks are good enough, they'll do exactly that. Opons is inside that smoke. The silhouette gives it completely up though. Belmoth has it. Daytrade moved to 5 kills, but now they've got to deal with 𝐴 Entertainment, and they have been unstoppable this game. 𝐾𝐿 and this Dragunov have been an absolute menace. Thunders and his MG3 also just a pure tank, unable to do anything up against it. This is Belmoth and Thanadol we're talking about, but this might be too tall a task.
It could very well be, especially with a well-stocked up machine from 𝐴 Entertainment. Thunders could still be able to offer plenty more damage. And with that fight happening against QC, Daytrade's position could very well be super vulnerable, was all about buying in just about enough time for them to close right through, and eventually Tem should be able to close it out. But who knows? A good trade might still happen. It's really down to 𝐏𝐿𝐿 on this push, whether if he could actually find either Taego or Papanate towards 𝐿𝐿𝐿 in order to close it out in a clean fashion. And this is going to be a last stand coming through. Taego as well as 𝐿𝐿𝐿 just by the edge of the blue zone. Are they going to deny themselves those points from Tem Entertainment? Call it a day. Doesn't seem likely they want to fight for that dinner.
Yeah, Tem Entertainment are too far down on the leaderboard for Daytrade to consider that as a strategy. They're going to go for this win. If they can get 1 or 2 pickoffs onto Tem Entertainment, those are valuable points for Daytrade. Rogue gets ever closer. 𝐏𝐿𝐿 halfway. Thunders is now the anchor. The MG3 will not be close. Instead, it's Rogue's AUG. Player spotted. Player absolutely spotted. Damage dealt as well. No chance they don't capitalize on this. They do. Thanadol knocked. Now it's just down to 𝐿𝐿𝐿. He has a great peek here up against Rogue, and he lands it. He's also covered by smoke. 𝐏𝐿𝐿 secures Thanadol, but there's a 1v2 yet to pull off, and they should do it out in the open on the dirt road. Tem Entertainment claimed the victory, and it's a dominant one at that. 16 kills, completely controlling that field. Those Dragunovs have never looked deadlier.
TEM have finally come to play here in the very final day of our APAC qualifiers. Though we might have discussed that this might be a little late for them to actually have the high impact onto the standings for now, but they definitely take pride in what they do. Finally getting themselves that chicken dinner, at least having that pride to be withheld throughout the course of the tournament. But oh boy, from start to finish, they have been absolutely dominant in this map of Taego.
I feel like it's been a long time, or if not maybe ever, that I've spectated and casted a pure field game. Like just a pure field game on Taego without any compounds inside, without any hills or other terrain inside. That was just pure field, and it was a joy to spectate. Probably wasn't a joy to play for a lot of those players, but they put up a damn good fight. Love to see Forest just surviving in and amongst all of that chaos. Love to see how Tem Entertainment played the space that they were given and controlled those field. It was a joy to see Daytrade capitalize on opportunities gifted to them. It was just a fun time all around. Another game for Theraton 5, your current leaders, where they got, you know, a few points here or there just based off of kills, but they couldn't find themselves within the placement points, unfortunately. So another kind of middling game for T5, but that's all they really need at this point to beat the Expendables until the Expendables come out with a fantastic win. But that didn't happen. Thunders, though, MG3 looked incredibly on point.
Yeah, and on top of that, Daytrade have also found a really great game for them to still put up a challenge against some of the leaders of the pack at the moment, where we saw insane shots coming from 𝐿𝐿𝐿 to deplete the entire field of HG players over on the corner north. And then FW, despite them trying their level best to stay afloat, they really have no space to play out here into the fields, where they're just completely off that zone. And then we got the final few bouts here between Daytrade, where they managed to at least overwhelm members of QC and then find themselves the entire squad of Tem Entertainment that had the numbers advantage to eventually close out the match. So this was the last match of Taego, as we will hit onto Rondo up next. But it has been fantastic throughout the finals that we've get so many epic games of all these messy fights around this map that you absolutely love.
Yeah, it's been good. I think Taego has served its purpose in the final stage. It's been a joy to watch, and I think it's the kind of map that really shows you how good some of these players and teams can be, and that's what we got to see. I think towards that end game, the play from Daytrade to gun it for the second place, the guaranteed second place onto Opons, was probably the smarter play. You could argue that there are different ways they could have played that to maybe fight for the win, but I think they also recognized how unlikely the win was going to be, and so guaranteeing yourself 2 extra points in Daytrade's position, that's valuable. yeah, maybe there's an argument that could be made that you should be going for the win in day trade's position, but the guaranteed points are obviously very, very, very tempting. It also gave them some space to work with. It's just unfortunate that Tem Entertainment were allowed to get as close as they did. If Rogue couldn't get that close and get that knock, then maybe it's more doable. You know, Belmoth's position is certainly a better one than where Thanador found himself. So an interesting endgame, but one that was firmly in the control of Tem Entertainment.
Yeah, overall, in this form of matchup, I felt like it was dictated on some of all these early maneuvers where they were taking zone control overall, and Tem Entertainment, they booked themselves that hill, which was that power play, and the rest of the Expendables, which I was hoping to see a challenge from. They opt out, and the moment that they opt out, they find themselves bunched up against that crowd of the North, which didn't really see them make the top 5 cut even. So it was rather unfortunate for some of these guys of the Expendables, because it was a decent start by the corner of Terminal. So it was a tough run overall, but we're only down to 3 games remaining. We'll take a break, and when we do come back, we'll see who will be able to claim the top 4 spot. So don't go anywhere.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
สวัสดีครับผมกรีน 𝐏𝐿นะครับจากเต็มเอนเตอร์เทนเมนต์นะครับผมเป็นทีมชาติไทยครับก็วันนี้เราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมเล็กๆน้อยๆมารอร่วมสนุกกันนะครับผม
Hello mọi người, mình là Sabo đến từ PGC. Hôm nay mình sẽ chơi trò chơi cùng các tuyển thủ khác.
ครับสวัสดีครับผมยูนคิวมาจากทีมเทคมีพีครับก็เดี๋ยวเราจะมาเล่นมินิเกมกันครับวันนี้
ตอนเด็กฝันอยากเป็นนั่นเป็นนี่แต่พอโตมาไม่ได้เป็นนั่นแต่ดันเป็นนี่เฉย
โอ้ซาเปาโซฮาร์ดไอติ้งมีโซฮาร์ดได้มาคุ้นๆว่ะ
Plus
สแคปปี้นะครับสแคปปี้ครับ
เราสแคปปี้เหมือนกันปะ
ตอนเด็กฝันอยาก
อยู่
เป็นนั่นเป็นนี่
ที่รอกันบ้านเลยนะเยี่ย
แต่พอโตมา
ถ้าเป็นต่างชาติน่าจะยากนะ
แต่ดันเป็น
ต่างชาติจะยากหน่อย
Dạ dạ. AB và tôi đã chuẩn bị kèn và sẽ làm tốt ở giải đấu lần này. Dạ sao?
ซาเปาดู
No.
โอ้ my god
So hot.
โอ้ my god มันมีเสียงมันแหลมกว่านี้เสียงเขาแหลมกว่านี้
ดักเฮียวแล้วกันครับ
ผมโซลาซี่แล้วกัน
Thi Duy. Yes.
AB và tôi đã
You say
chuẩn
hi
bị kèn
ซาเปา you lie me
No, I'm not lying.
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับผมเนี่ยที่บ้านแบบอยู่คนเดียวค่าไฟนี่ยังก็ขึ้น ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่าน้ำจะขึ้นหรือเปล่าน้ำก็เริ่มมาแล้ว แต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกมเพราะว่าทีมผมเนี่ยก็เอาเรื่องอยู่เหมือนกัน โดยเฉพาะพี่ชายคนใหญ่ของผมเนี่ยโอ้โหโคตรลั่นเลย แถมมีน้องๆในทีมอีกโอ้โหยิงอย่างดี เข้าวงก็ดี แต่เสียอย่างเดียวตายวงแรกบ่อยไปหน่อย
so hard ซาเปา
So hot,
hard,
so
bro.
hot. I don't know him.
ผมมีในใจเรียบร้อยแล้วของผมเรียบร้อยเดี๋ยวผมรอตอบผมว่าใช่แล้วผม
ไม่ใช่ทีม
ผ
คุ
ม
ณกี
ฟัน
ใช่
เล
ไหม
ย
ไม่ใช่ทีมคุณกีใช่ไหมไม่ใช่เต็มใช่ไหม
อ่า
เลนเจอร์เอ็กซ์ก็กัน ใช่ป่ะไม่รู้
โอเค
Yes, same answer.
ผมปิ๊กผมคิดว่าธนวัฒน์ทีเฮดผมว่าใช่ผมว่าใช่ผมเสียงตอนแรกเว้ย
คือคิดไว้ในใจแล้วว่าไม่เต็มก็ทีไฟอ่ะ
ผมก็ไม่รู้ว่า
เสียงมันให้นะมันให้ข้อนนะตอนเปิดอะ
แต่ละเรื่องการแข่งเกม
แต่มันอัดเสียงไว้อยู่
เรื่องอยู่เหมือนกัน
ฮีเฟกซาวซาเปาฮีเฟกซาว
แถมมีน้องๆ
I can't. So hard.
เดียวตาย
เย่
ไปหน่อย
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
เดี๋ยวผมตอบคำสุดท้าย
ผมทายว่า ผมปิ๊กเลยQC cheating เฮ้ยอยู่ยินดิ
ครับ
I think same you and Q again. I think he know he's smiling.
เคซิ่งครับ
เฮ้ย
ผมเป็นหนึ่งในทีมไทยที่อยู่ในการแข่งขันนี้ แต่เป็นใครก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะ ลองทายดูสิ
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh
Wow.
thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
Oh my god.
Did you?
แต่เปายังคุ้มหัว
Wait. Let me think. I don't know. Wait. Triple seven or the Q. I think the Q.
ไม่คุ้นว่ะยูผมเคยเห็นเลยเสียงเนี้ย
ผมคิดว่าถ้าเป็นไทก้อนอ่ะมันเป็นเอกลักษณ์อ่ะ
มันแหลมเว้ยไอ้ก็มันจะแหลมเหมือนดึกมีอ่ะ
เป็นจุนแล้วกันที่เป็น JUN อะไรสักอย่างหนึ่ง
โอ้ฮาละโบโอเค
Long K.
Yeah.
Tôi là một người rất thích âm nhạc và tôi rất thích ngắm cảnh thiên nhiên ngoài rừng núi.
Hey, Apple, you like game?
I don't play with him a lot, man. I don't play with him.
Okay.
เป็นเรื่องแล้ว
สวัสดีครับ ผมเป็นผู้เล่น PUBG นะครับ ก็เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
Yeah.
I can't play.
Yeah, I can same. ผมมีชื่อ ผมขอตอบคนสุดท้ายเดี๋ยวตอบก่อนเลย ตอบเบียร์ซิกแจ็ค
Canadon.
บานาน่าวันแล้วกันนะครับ
You lie to me.
เสียงที่ยินนี้ ผมคือใครก็ไม่รู้นะครับผม
Nice try.
Kiss me.
Like this. Kiss me.
พร้อมยังครับหัวชน ขออีกทีนึงครับตาเปาเอโคลูเซีย I love you.
I love you too.
รายการ APAC นี้นะครับยังไงก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราด้วยเต็มเอนเตอร์เทนเมนต์นะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วก็ดีที่สุดครับแล้วก็คว้าตั๋วเพื่อไปรายการต่อไปให้ได้ครับก็เรียกว่าอยากบินครับยังไงเป็นกำลังใจให้ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณนะครับ
Các bạn hãy cổ vũ và đón xem tụi mình tại giải PGS lần này và hãy ủng hộ PUBG nhiều hơn. Cảm ơn mọi người nhiều. Sawadee thank you.
ก็รายการ APAC รอบนี้ครับ ฝากติดตามพวกเราทีม TechMP ด้วยครับ ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดและคัดเข้าให้ผ่านไป PGS ครับผม ขอบคุณครับ
were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Welcome back from the break, and we only have 3 games remaining to see who will be the champions of the APAC qualifiers and also who will be joining the champions along to play in the PGS 5 and 6. So far, it's been pretty epic on what we've gotten in hand, and with these 3 chicken dinners, it could change everything on the line. So far, of course, things are looking rather good for even teams like Temp Entertainment who have gotten that chicken dinner. Daytrade also bouncing up from that round itself. Now, where would these teams in the middle of the pack look to actually claim one for their own? Because this is going to be that turning point where if they don't get it throughout these 3 games, their run might just be over.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys' runs are over at the moment, but there are some of them that will fall out of it in these last 3 games. You're absolutely right. The teams that we've argued were fighting throughout the entirety of probably the last like 9 games, right? We put 12 as the number of teams who were in contention for the top slots in the lobby, probably excluding Third on 5. Some of those teams are now going to fall out of the race. Some of those teams are going to lose the mathematical chance that they can actually make it through to top 5 and or through PGS 5 and 6. The MVP of that previous game, of course, it was 𝐏𝐿𝐿. His Dragunov was fantastic. 6 kills, 661 damage, and when we were spectating him as well, you could tell he was having impact. This wasn't just him farming with a DMR and getting a bunch of kills. No, he had undeniable impact in Temp Entertainment's win.
Yeah, on top of what he has offered on the table, there was also Thunder that supplemented on these attack range where Tem was just shredding out all these teams out there in the field, especially being supplemented by multiple crates around the field. So that being said, when you add all those numbers together, it's been a massive 16-pointer that they've gained on top of a chicken dinner.
It's fantastic stuff from Temp Entertainment. I don't think it's too late. Of course, these guys still can make a run for top 5, top 6 potentially. Depending if Daytrade again put themselves in that top 4, but it's going to have to be consistently great, and that is the caveat for most of the teams that are still hoping, just hopped up on copium, that they can make it through. It has to be consistently great the entire time. It can't just be good, it has to be great. 26 points total though is great. If they could have had this kind of an impact earlier on in the tournament, then Temp Entertainment certainly could have been fighting for it. Daytrade with 12 points, necessary 12 points considering their position on the leaderboard. Yeah, they go through to PGS 5 and 6 guaranteed, but they have a lot more of an impact on this lobby than their own result themselves. QC still fighting 9 points. It's consistency, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, it might just not be, as we're currently looking at the top 5 having about 130 over points. That will definitely be a very tough lead for them to even gain throughout these, of course, run for the side of QC. But hey, at least they make whatever's worth where there's still prize pool on the line. And of course, when we take a look at the entire leaderboard right now, we have seen certain teams from the midfield to be stagnated, especially for Team Blizz. We were hoping for something extraordinary coming in from the Australians, but they were not really having the best of luck when it comes down to the first couple of circle pops, being put into very tough positions. and same could be said about some other squads as well. But overall, I think like we're definitely getting some of the best teams out there currently on the top 8.
So, Forest still 5 points away from FW when it comes to breaching into the PGS qualification positions. Day Trade is now also almost in that top 6. And of course, that's going to change quite a lot. Cerberus, though, with 𝐴𝐼𝐼 as the MVP, he was MVP start of the day, and he remains MVP halfway through the night as well. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 has been performing valiantly across the entire play-in stage. So has Tanvu, and it's good to see 𝐿𝐿𝐼's up here as well. I feel like I haven't seen his name in the kill feed too much. I feel like I haven't been able to spectate him and see his impact too much, but it's clear he's been having a fantastic impact. No one has yet to dethrone 𝐿𝐿𝐼 as the longest kill. Almost 600 meters, and I'm not sure that one's going to be claimed by the time this tournament is over.
Yeah, I think it's for certain that 𝐿𝐿𝐼 should be the guy that will be getting this record, because the last time we saw this far distance of a elimination was back in Miramar. I'm not too sure about the chances of Erangel though, but I definitely would like to see if anybody could actually top this number, because it's absolutely insane. And other than for the longest range of kills, we also do have a lot of field medics out there. Baron being the absolute number 1. At a certain point, we saw it was at least 3 members of Force Natural Gaming that has been here in the top 4, but now we have 𝐷𝐼𝐼, 𝐿𝐼, as well as Taekon to be racing for this. I say racing. I don't think that they ever want to put themselves into this position, though. It goes to show that Force Natural Gaming, they have great tenacity to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, they've been fighting, and Baron actually overtakes his teammate in 𝐿𝐼𝐼 for the most revives, and 𝐼𝐼𝐼 has reclaimed his grenade master throne. We saw him throwing grenades that game. It seemed like that was enough to push him over the line. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 is about 20 points of damage away from overtaking 𝐼𝐼𝐼 again. So that's going to be a fight that's going to be happening throughout these final 3 games without a doubt. Thinking that 𝐿𝐿𝐼 could still have an impact, of course. Jervis is maybe too far away. Seems like grenade damage is a little bit more scarce than we'd like to say, but 𝐼𝐼𝐼 is your second, I suppose, person to get it past 1,000 damage.
Yeah, overall, Cerberus really have been hitting the mark every single time that they go in for battles. We saw the big eruption of light between them as well as Day Trade back in Miramar, and even inside of Taego, overall, they've been able to really dish out a whole lot of chunk before they bow out. So we do expect the members of Cerberus to also try to fight for that number 1 position, where while it is still doable within the time frame of 3 games. And of course, that's a whole lot of difference from being third as well as placing at number 1 with about $10,000 of difference, I would say.
Yeah, insanity. Well, road to PGS 5 and 6. This is what it looks like right now. This, of course, excludes Cerberus and Day Trade, as they are going through to PGS 5 and 6 no matter what. So right now, your teams qualifying are T5, the Expendables, SGD, and FW. But that is right now. Forest is quickly coming up behind FW Esports. 5 points away before we went into that last game on Taego. They remain 5 points away still, or 6 points away still. So very close, very tight race, at least between those two. And everyone else below them has a little bit more work to do. We enter Rondo to begin our final stretch, and then we end on the comfy shores of Erangel.
Yeah, I just take a notice that all 3 chicken dinners were claimed by Thai squad, and
yeah,
I wasn't exactly expecting them to have such a pop-off performance throughout the very final day. You know, in comparison, back in day 1, there was almost no Thai team taking a win at all, but certainly they have shown their stride so far. Now the question remains that if we were to laser focus onto that final slot, which is now being held by FW Esports, they're being followed closely by Force Natural Gaming. Both of these Thai squad, which one is more deserving, I can't really tell you, but I know that the fans have a lot to say about, you know, who should go through or not, but it's all down to the performance of this final 3 game. I'm excited for this story to evolve, but hey, there's still chances for Bleed Esports at the very same time.
Yeah, there's chances for a few of them, but as I said when we first got into this, those chances are going to run dry very quickly. By the time this Rondo is over, I almost guarantee you that 1 or 2 teams might be out of the race entirely, right? Teams that are still on 100 points, they might be kind of out of it. You know, they might just not have any chances going into the final 2 games on Erangel. It might mathematically be possible, but in reality, in practice, it just might not be enough. So by the time Rondo is over, you better have enough points to still be competitive. You better have enough points to still be fighting with the best of the best in this lobby. Otherwise, yeah, your chances of PGS 5 and 6 aren't going to come through.
Yeah, so for those who are currently inbound for the PGS, all they really have to do is to upkeep with this form of maintenance. Any good 7-pointers out there, it should be decent enough for them to play out 3 games back-to-back with that average result. But who knows, some other team might actually get that crazy 20-pointer round, and then like, what do you do then? You know, like it really requires them to always be on their toes every step of the way, from phase 1 all the way to the end game. So I just wish nothing but the best for all these teams involved. As we now move our way into our final Rondo map, where we're seeing a lot of all these setups in the early game, and there were times where we also see early pickoffs to happen around the fields of Gaotian, Yulin, and maybe even Hongshan over onto some corners of this map.
Yeah, have yet to really find a favorite ending zone for Rondo yet. Obviously, we had that Jadina ending. I believe that was in the play-ins. And that one was okay. Definitely wasn't the most entertaining. I think where we ended yesterday was actually kind of sick. There was a lot of terrain that could be utilized by the teams that were in those areas. So that one was entertaining for sure. But yeah, definitely yet to find like my personal favorite ending spot on Rondo. But plenty more Rondo to be played in competitive PUBG, and this map is one of them. Do we get 2 plane paths or 1? Also, we have to see if Reluctant Squad continue to fight up against Day Trade in the hot drop that happened in the last couple of days. If that one does come true, then if you're Day Trade, you have to consider whether or not you want to fight that. I think Day Trade have won it both times so far. And so if they're still confident to go for it, then absolutely, I'd say they're in a position where, of course, it's risky, but it's a calculated risk that's paid off the first couple times you've done it. If Reluctant Squad are feeling on point, though, then, of course, it could go sour for Day Trade. That hot drop was in Danqing, and this plane path is very far away from Danqing, so maybe we won't actually see it.
Yeah, who knows? That also results in perhaps a alternate drop. May actually see certain teams to collide in certain areas of the map. So that being said, I'm not really seeing anything around the current flight path that's out of the extraordinary. When Day Trade, they opt to move further down the south to try to take claim of Longhu, floating right across is Bleed Esports to eventually end up around the corners of Rinjiang. But Reluctant Squad, they might be up for the same plan. So RS, are they going to go in for a battle which mathematically could still put them up in the running to chase up against the rest of the pack? But with this circle, I guess I could be satisfied on how this could actually play out. It could end up in Jiaotin, or maybe on where Cerberus currently holds out.
Well, if QC want to make a run for it in these final 3 games, that's the circle to do it. Reluctant Squad quite close to bleed, but yeah, no fighting as of yet. And because of that plane path, Day Trade, of course, able to go for an alternate drop. And it's an alternate drop that Reluctant Squad didn't have marked down. Either that or they just weren't interested in going for it. Either way. I feel like a couple of days ago, including yesterday even, Reluctant Squad were potentially in it. It seems like in these first few games they are completely out of it, you know? Maybe not so much on the leaderboard, maybe not so much mathematically, but at least mentally, haven't seen much from them that's been remarkable, unfortunately. And coming from their consistency during the play-in stage, it's unfortunate to see, because we've seen such good things from Jun, we've seen such good things from Hoang, and yeah, it's seemingly fallen off quite a bit for them. But I don't want to say it's impossible. I don't want to say anything is impossible until the numbers dictate it. But yeah, certainly much more desirable things for Reluctant Squad. And that's the kill you go for? I guess he was combining with Hwang, so it actually panned out. I thought that was just the long-range spray that he was going for, and I thought that was quite ambitious, but they do land it, and the rest of FW, excluding Rays, just get the hell out of here.
Ooh, that certainly has hurt the rest of these members of FW Esports. They're currently at number 5, and their chances here in Rondo of getting those big corners might just diminish out of this crazy play that was being brought to light by Reluctant Squad. And how many times already have we seen the impact coming in from Reluctant Squad in the early game, where of course they were battling back and forth on those couple rounds of Rondo, despite Reluctant Squad seeing those successes. Now they could just go in for that total elimination of FW Esports, maybe doing that for Satchel Gaming a heavy duty in this early game.
That was a headshot. And almost a car flip from FW as well, but they do get out of there. Not without taking a loss. So they run into Reluctant Squad's territory, and they get punished for it. Felt like maybe there's a chance they should have known that Reluctant Squad was there. But maybe not. Maybe it was hard to see them hopping out of the plane. Tem Entertainment, a good win from them today. A very good win at that on Taego last game. But the rest of the tournament from them has been not so fantastic. Definitely a team that could have been fighting for a top 4. But like eArena, like Q-Confirm, they have found themselves falling short in this lobby. It seems like a lobby that is kind of a counter to a few teams. eArena just hasn't been able to get anything going. Q-Confirm have had a lot of good things, but only from individuals. Their team hasn't really shown up just across the board. So it's been unfortunate to see. Q-Confirm obviously had a nice game on Miramar. And so we still know what they can do, but yeah, throughout the rest of the final stage, I've been wanting to see more.
Me too. Overall, when we actually keep count of the entire playing field, all 16 squads involved, I'm still relatively excited to see that there were a lot of these teams who are still very eager to go in for some point trades, where when we do wrap everything up, we still have certain teams who are hitting close to that 100-pointer mark, which is actually pretty incredible, where we have so many tournaments with, you know, most of these teams not even nearing that 80-pointer zone after 4 days of work. So this lobby, like we said, has been absolutely stacked. It's just that certain variables involved have resulted in how some of all these teams actually play things out, which of course wasn't exactly favorable for the bottom 4 at the moment, who have played so well back in the play-ins. The arena, who I've expected to do so much more, wasn't seem to be present throughout this course of the finals, and I do hope that maybe just like Tem, just like TMP, they're hoping to claim something of their own, to throw a little bit curveball towards who's currently running for that top 4 spot.
Yeah, still money on the line, still PGC points on the line. Although I'm not sure how impactful PGC points will be for a team like Tem Entertainment. I'd have to quickly look at the PGC standings for APAC, but yeah, if anything, there's still money on the line to fight for. Take Me Please in the Expendables, very close by. 777 recognizing he has a very cheeky opportunity here to open up onto Mega Loss, but I think also Mega Loss is just as aware. He's looking behind him for someone to creep up the hill next to him. So he's very aware. He's very cautious at the moment. And 777 hops in his car and just leaves. If they were any more unaware, then 777 might have been able to peek over the top and get a freebie onto Take Me Please, but the Expendables let that one slip by. They've got a spot in the zone, so nothing to fight for necessarily for the Expendables. That was just a side quest for them. And they will remain calm. Lerix, Glider, Rondo. I mean, yeah, we've become quite used to it at this point. Gathering as much info as you can. He's on that northern side, looking for a spot for the rest of his teammates to dive into, essentially. Somewhere that's going to give them not only safe haven, but also cover that they can use to scout even further. T5's currently in front of them, though, and Buriram's inside Jiao Tin. So, a pretty deadly wall for Irina to cross. And SGD find themselves southeast. Dynasty's going for the Eagle Eyes on a glider. I'm not sure that's going to land.
It's definitely going to be a tough one to do so, but I'll be absolutely impressed if it does. Still has to secure it to make it count. Now, FW Esports are still trying to book themselves a spot. Where exactly could they actually land? Because they're the furthest away. The closest units around the southern end that's guarding the zone is going to be SGB. They might bump into it, but this has been that one. Journeying all the way on the outskirts. I wonder what exactly he's up to, because he's probably already loaded up. And is he trying to cut across the Rinjiang fields in order to wrap around the southwest? That could be an alternative for FW Esports if, say, it gets too crowded out over onto where SGD's at.
You're right. He's so far south in the blue. And I suppose it wouldn't be something noteworthy, but he's also completely separated from his teammates. So it is very weird to see. He obviously has an intention doing this. I just have yet to decipher what that intention is. As the rest of FW move in, he remains all the way deep in the blue. Maybe he's got an emergency pickup, but he's just switched cars, I believe. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. He's also driving back towards that eastern side now, rather than doing what you said and rotating. There he is. You can see him on the map now. What's he doing down there? No one knows. The zone, donut, completely. Q confirmed dead center. Do they regroup that 2-2 split, or do they remain greedy? Cerberus, I feel like they are far too split on that eastern side. They are going to need to regroup, or they are just going to find themselves picked apart. Nurens, or Thanadol, sorry, on the glider. We'll spot out Team Bliss. He can see 𝐾𝐿 on that rooftop. Is this a breach, though, that Daytrade want to take? He can see one. He just can't see Monty. No one else has peeked on the side of Team Bliss. And so maybe this is a weakness that Daytrade want to exploit.
Yeah, this could be a really good chance for Daytrade to actually rock up into that compound. But of course, 𝐾𝐿 takes notice of that glider that's been shooting back at him. Tries to flush his position so that he lands further off. But the rest of Daytrade, they should follow suit in a moment. Where exactly are the rest of Team Bliss, though? We do see a little bit of a 2-2 split going on. Even Mings have put his attention towards the flying unit all over field. And that's actually coming from the first member, that to be Chem99, I do believe. Over onto the eastern corner of the map that's within the zone, it's not going to be an easy task for Forrest to get the perfect wraparound. On the direct center, you've got QC holding out. And those shots almost hit perfectly towards Olympus. I think he's absolutely worrying for his own dear life. Should be making a landing rule soon.
Yeah, he just copped a headshot. Luckily, Yulin is... Yeah, from who exactly? SGD, I think, potentially? Or Q confirm, one of the two. But yeah, Yulin is entirely free, so he can land inside and... I mean, that is safety for the rest of his team as well. They just have to rotate through that open field, and Yulin is theirs, and that's actually a decent spot for Forest, so it does pay off. It was risky. And there's another one on the side of Banana 1 as well. Tally up how many gliders we've seen this game. 3, I think, so far. Potentially 4. Seeming like they are very prevalent on Rondo. And for good reason.
Very good reason. It's so dangerous out in here in the fields. And speaking of
It
danger
is.
here, FW Esports, we saw them last 2, and now they're just driving by the edge of SGD. Hope that they'll remain to be safe, because I'm absolutely vouching for them to at least get a couple more points in this round. Of course, Natural Gaming tries to take them off of those vehicles. Now it's Baron's turn. Hard to actually line it, and considering that there's so many, well, these slopes that they could actually take cover from, FW will be able to at least cut across. But where do they end up? Now, Baron does spot the rest of SGG because they were shooting back at these moving targets of SWs. Whereas Olympus now, after getting out of the glider, he finds MML. How did he do it?
He's just sharp. Oh, MML might actually get flushed as well. Payne knocked. That was the player right next to MML. SGD lose 2 here, almost guaranteed. Payne's not getting rezzed. Forest have both these kills in the bag. Well done from Forest. SGD now on the ropes. But Forest don't want... I suppose actually Baron could stay at this rock. They were the only ones providing pressure. And that keeps SGD completely under lock and key. The zone favors Forest quite a bit. Helpful for Reluctant Squad as well. They can just hold their southern edge. Cerberus find themselves in a decent spot, and so do a couple other teams. The rotates here through the southwestern side of the zone are going to be very hectic. Not open field necessarily, but definitely more open than anywhere else in the zone other than the center, I suppose. A couple ridges to play. And 𝐀𝐏 has perfect eyes on Buriram's rotate. He'll also have perfect eyes on T5's rotate as they come diving through. Jacob greeted unceremoniously by Buriram. They trade knocks. This is 𝐸arena having to defend against the team from Thailand. 𝐾𝐿 on the drive-by hits it. Very, very clean from him. There's now 2 up for Buriram. Make it 1 up for Buriram. It is just 𝐾𝐿 alive. Everything to do. And Zizzy and Tigger actually sat inside this building. High ground advantage for them and a dangerous cross for 𝐾𝐿.
Oh, 𝐾𝐿. You gotta wait for the smokes though. And by doing so, could he actually get that full revive done? Tigger is gonna close right in as well. Oh, I think his days are numbered, but shots are also being traded back, coming in from the middle direction. His days are being silenced right in.
No.
Tigger goes down to tier 5. Oh boy. Trades after trades. Here comes Team Bliss. They've been around this facility, holding onto the spine of the hill, and they finally strike. And Team Bliss, they could actually take a lot more than just that 1-pointer.
Yeah. Ranger X pulled up short. He was the one that thought he could stop and maybe get a kill steal or 2, but 𝐀𝐿 was ready for it. Bliss were silent after taking shots at Buriram, and T5 just weren't aware for that kind of position. Eddie now finds himself in a very shallow bowl. Awkward peeking over straight into Tem Entertainment's Thanawat. Immediately taken down. Thanawat took just 23 damage in that exchange. This is looking good for Team Bliss. If they can get control over Bleed, that opens up a lot of space for them on this western side, but Bleed aren't going to let it go without a fight. 𝐿𝐿𝐼's in a fantastic position to catch a couple members of Team Bliss out, and that nade is perfect from Jexing. 𝐾𝐿 now has to fall all the way back to the last fence in the line. Eddie will almost certainly get flushed out. It is a matter of time before Buriram fall, and there is your time. They go out in 16th this game. It is looking dire for their chances at PGS 5 and 6.
Oh boy, there's just so much going on here in the garden. This ain't no Eden, but there's absolutely a lot of bodies hitting the ground from here. And 𝐸arena really taking charge over on the far west. Whereas Team Bliss still up here. Just weathering out the storm up against the rest of Bleed Esports. A beautiful shot coming from Trick to bring down 𝐸kta to 47. Zone's already kicking in. Team Bliss now finds themselves by the edge. Wherever they go, there will be a team inbound. So maybe they're looking to secure somewhere deeper within the fields, but they're not too far off in the zone. Perhaps it's a commitment toward this fight up against Bleed Esports, where Teddy is still holding on to this position. And he might be able to actually spot out both 𝐀𝐿 as well as Insight on the right timing. He sees 𝐀𝐿. Not opting to strike just yet.
Oh, he's taking his time to crawl to the rock as well, justifiably so, but he does get there. That was almost Teddy going down. This has to be the fight, though, for Bliss. There's no other fight that's better than this one up against Bleed. And one of those Bleed members is deciding to leave as well. They're just leaving Teddy behind. The other 2 members have dipped away in a car towards where Buriram just died next to 𝐸arena. And so Bliss find themselves in a fantastic spot. SGD go down once more. 777 doubles up there. And Trick gets knocked on entry towards 𝐸arena. 𝐸arena are so stoic when it comes to holding down that compound. They take that central building, and from that point forward, it becomes difficult to live on the outskirts. Monty and the rest of Team Bliss will move in. They've got 1 target to deal with, but they can't do it cleanly. 𝐀𝐿's been found out. complete bait on the side of Bleed Esports, and it might secure them at least 1 point. That nade lands a bit too shallow, though. Monty, all to do to save 𝐀𝐏. Can he get it done on top of the rock? Teddy gets that peek across and actually lands the headshot as well. Disaster for Team Bliss. It is not clean, but Teddy should fall. He does. Finally, Team Bliss take care of him. Are they able to get both these reses? Monty just got headshot from somewhere. I have no idea where from. 𝐀𝐏's on the rock. The rest of Bleed now are coming back to get some revenge. Trick and 𝐀𝐏, they both rock up, but it can't be clean. It's got to be super open for them. They rock up and they back off in the same second. They recognize that they would go down immediately if they committed to that.
Yeah, looking like a very sloppy push coming from the rest of Bleed, but there is the presence of Temp Entertainment that have resulted in the rest of Bleed Esports falling back. So this could be a really good time for Temp Entertainment to really pick a weakened side of Team Bliss, so long as they choke them out by the corner zone. Spawn also finds a trade up against Tornado, but it's going to be Olympus that steals that point away. Over on the far east, more commotion happening between these three squads.
𝐴𝐺 having to back off. Getting their cars. They don't even want to fight this. They just want to drive straight past Forest. This is not the fight that they want to take, but they might be kind of forced into it. They've left FAP behind, and FAP's only job is to get one, but he can't get even that. They push straight into 𝐴𝐵, and 𝐴𝐵 goes flying. 𝐶𝐻 knocks him into the stratosphere, and 𝐴𝐺 have claimed position in front of Forest. Now they can look behind them, land those shots. It's over for Forest in this game on Rondo. 𝐴𝐺 have completely outplayed them. Just one man alive. And 𝐴𝐺 throw down the emergency cover. The smokes are up. They've got all the space in the world to play with. The only problem for them is the zone is closing in. This fight, it comes through for 𝐴𝐺. They are successful up against Forest, but now they have to make their way into this next zone, and it is on the opposite side of that previous one.
Oh, it's just absolute chaos right here. We saw vehicles flip, bodies sent flying. 𝐴𝐺 Global shouldn't be allowed to really win that form of fight if they actually held up well enough for Natural Gaming. Now that they bow out, the doors are wide open for Daytrade to eventually take that spot off of Force Natural Gaming. They were in hopes to eventually take down FW off the list, but now FW, they're happy with where they're currently at. Still 3 members remaining, while more to be done here, especially now with SGD taken out of the list. This could be all the chances that FW requires to claim here in this map.
Cerberus still very much in it as well. A little bit limited here on the south. And rotating through goes 𝐴𝐺. Where can they find what kind of a safe haven do they have available to them? It doesn't seem like they've got one. They have to fight up against FW, and FW were in position before them, so they lose 𝐶𝐻 on the entry. 𝐶𝐻 has found something, at least a position where apparently he's able to just shoot at targets off in the distance for free up until that moment. Zizzy taken down. Top of that tower, no longer. T5 move in. Flucky, current second place for that MVP. Showing why he's fighting for it, and almost earning it as well. Temp Entertainment. A little bit of pseudo high ground here for them to work with. A nice ridge. Maybe some control over Team Bliss or FW as well, but none of that they can really capitalize on right now. And it becomes a interesting fight. The massive wall on the outskirts of this compound is obviously very desirable. Park up a car on either side and you've created yourself a really nice car fort. Multiple teams taking advantage of that. The Expendables being one of them, fighting for first place. T5, though, very nearby. Very, very, well, on the other side of the zone, I suppose, but in that same kind of area. And the Expendables start the account now with the knock onto Bleed.
Yeah, really good shot as well at that. While we still have Team Bliss fighting for their lives on that very far corner of the west, they need to eventually clear off the rest of Temp Entertainment to at least get a little bit more space for himself. And at this point, I don't think even an emergency pickup would actually get them anywhere. If they do have it, of course, Temp goes for trade, takes down Bleed. And Terakhir 5 have also marked the location as well. So Bleed is in a really rough spot despite us complimenting certain teams who have decent defenses by hugging towards these walls, having the vehicle to create that fortress as well. It might not last for far too long, but at least for what's worth, Bleed, they try their level best. It's only down to 𝐀𝐿 at the moment. While Delwyn, Flores are susceptible for takeoff.
Oof. There goes the tie-up. The Expendables have to fight their way through this one. Up against first place in Terakhir 5, who have taken full control of this 2-stack tower, rostered it on the fence. 𝐀𝐿 is still very much known, but not enough of a threat for them to push towards him. They'd rather farm up elsewhere. And Jun on rotation gets immediately destroyed by Cerberus. Nades to follow. The smokes act as a marker of where to throw those grenades, but there's some defensive grenades in return, but it doesn't matter. High-Mass doubles up. The flush is taken, and the knock on to 𝐷𝑖U comes through as well. Hwang, no other option but to get out of here. But High-Mass is hungry. That MVP slot, deservedly his, and he wants to secure it, but Hwang does get out of there. Groups up with Van Nij. And Bliss in the kill feed, we're not seeing it, but they are obliterated in an instant. T5 holding down that compound perfectly. Down go Bliss, and maybe so their chances of PGS 5 and 6. Perfect defense from the side of Terakhir 5.
Yeah, I did also mention that Bliss had no other option, so they were actually forced to go in for that trade. And it wasn't seemingly a trade, to be honest, where they were just trying to convoy right across. And speaking of which, now we see that big fight happening. Day Trade loses, actually clips over onto some of these members of Cerberus Esports while they are tag teaming alongside with the rest of Temp Entertainment. Taiwan now taking charge to open up this space, slowly creeping up to Solalzi and the rest of these members of Cerberus, while Rogue is also holding up the off angles here. It's going to be a tough one as they try to rock up on these vehicles, unable to find that catch. Spray from the vehicle will do it justice though, as High-Mass eventually will be last member remaining. Will be taken out cold by Rognans. 8 points. Right after having a successful run inside of Taego, they're here in Rondo to show up once more.
Day Trade move themselves into the top 4. That puts the qualification slots now all the way down to 6th. SGD currently qualifying through to PGS 5 and 6th. And they've got more work to do, but losing Nurans makes that difficult. They've just moved up into the top 4, but they could be taken out of it just as quickly. Belmoth on the very edge of the zone. Not dying to the blue, but close to it. QC surviving in the meantime throughout all of that. Haven't had much to play with, but the zone has been generous enough to where they haven't had to move too far. Ping-ponging a bit. Was on top of T5 last zone. Now it's no longer anywhere near them. They've got to make their way to the fence, start looking towards Temp Entertainment, and maybe start looking towards QC. Belmoth runs inside the zone, but surely is taken down. It's just a tree for him to work with. He goes prone, and no one's taking him out. And so for the moment, Day Trade stay within that top 4. FW could push them out, though. We would still have that same situation. SGD still would qualify. And Belmoth now parked up right next to that crate. Fresh 3 helm and 3 vest if it hadn't been looted already for him to replenish with. As we stay top 5. A couple of these teams now without a spot to call home.
Tough regions to actually play out from as well. Terakhir 5 will have to leave the walls to get right into the zone, but at least over in northern region for Terakhir 5, there's a lot more space as compared to the teams that are over onto the eastern corner map. So they should be able to at least wiggle around, while Thunders have already marked where Flucky's currently at, because he's gonna go for the vehicle place. Instantly tapped by Pedred. Nasty, nasty shots. Same goes to Noadra, hoping to really lock them out of that position. Terakhir 5 might not be able to actually make the cut into the zone if this continues to be the case. Temp taking it slow, as they should, as they do have a little bit of a high ground to at least work off from. also trying to pick apart some of these members of Terakhir 5. So Terakhir 5 currently sandwiched in between where else can they go, where else can they hide. No space to be given by Nawadra.
Tem seem in control. What a comeback it would be from them. Petret peeks down the wall. He discovers 2 players of Terakhir 5. And Nawadra's there with a nade to follow it up. Rostered it down. Just one up for them now in Padampong. And surely he falls in just a moment here. Nawadra now has this entire wall line to work with. Padampong, Edge of Blue, ducks into those smokes just to try and avoid death and see if he can claim an extra placement point here as the rest of the lobby starts to fight each other. But he's got a knock even onto Tem Entertainment. Makes it a bit awkward here, but 𝐾 push nonetheless. That knock's actually been flushed out as well. Padampong gets it stolen away. 9-1 falls in the meantime. Tem Entertainment, they go out, just picked apart by every single different team in the lobby. 𝐾 rack up to 6 kills now, and they take control over the northern side of the zone.
Oh boy, this lobby is just getting into a really awkward state where all the teams that have nothing to lose has every chicken dinner to claim. 𝐾 definitely has a solid chance to actually secure one of their own. FW Esports that need the point the most here in this current lobby. They trade obviously confirmed for that PGS slot, so it's really down to FW on how much that can be done in the course of this final battle between these 3 teams. Speaking of which, Jadwal finds the knock. Raze goes down. Zigzag, he's only got the cover coming from the vehicle, and Belmov's already marked his location. There's not really much space for him to work with. Goes in for a jump shot. Not really landing the tap, but it's Petret to save the day. And FW, they get themselves that top 2 position, and they're happy enough about this. With 𝐾 rocking up to their position, this could be another chicken dinner for the kings of the play-in stage. Here the party.
The nades come through. The re-knock onto Raze. Zigzag will just deny the points. Recognizes the importance. He actually second guesses himself, but that flash makes it certain. 𝐾 are your victors on Rondo. 9 kills, and despite falling short in a few of the previous games, they are still making their best attempt at a run to qualify to PGS 5 and 6. The same could be said for Tem Entertainment. A great game from them, but 𝐾 come out the victors.
And once again, another tie victory here for our very final day. 𝐾 have really shown tremendous effort on the final couple of games, and who knows how far further do they go up the charts with this chicken dinner. I believe they could even reach within the range of top 10 with this massive win. So it is unfortunate for those that have bowed out early in this round of Rondo, especially for FW. They start off really with a really tough run-in with some of these members of Reluctant Squad, having that one member to pick off, but they have really put in tremendous effort to keep themselves alive to the tail end of that run.
Even as good as that game was for 𝐾 and as good as that game was for Tem Entertainment, they still are required to have incredibly good games in these final 2 maps on Erangel. They are just too short of the top 6 to have an average game in these last couple Erangel maps. So fantastic work from both of those teams. They are both victors in my heart. I'm shocked at how quickly Tem Entertainment fell apart, but 𝐾 obviously established dominance on that north side, played it very well too. I thought maybe they'd get picked apart earlier, but they did not. And a lot of highlights to go through this game as well. E-Arena, they owned that part of the compound for quite some time before T5 rocked up and just threw one nade into the top floor. Took down 𝐿𝐿𝑋, I believe it was, and from that point forward, it kind of gave it away to T5 before 𝐾 rocked up. And yeah, from 2 kills, they go up to 6 or something like that. They go up to 9, actually, in the end to claim a very nice win.
Yeah, and now I'm really feeling like all these teams with nothing to lose and everything to gain are really claiming everything else online. These guys over on the top 6, they really have to do the exact same thing with their mindset heading into the final 2 battles of Erangel, because it will mean their tournament lives of qualifying into the PGS. So I hope that they still have some confidence left, especially now that SGD is being put on the spot having some of all these players of Day Trade surging up the charts because of the amount of kills that they've gotten in this round. So SGD, they're no longer safe.
They found themselves within the top 6 because of that game. But at the same time, you're right, they also fell out of the top 5. And so, yeah, now they're a bit in danger. It's funny how you can have a good thing to take away and also a bad thing to take away from a game like that. Day Trade did well to put themselves within the qualification positions. So yes, the game has changed quite a bit now, and hopefully it stays that way going into these Wrangle games. I do want to see Cerberus and Day Trade perform well and secure themselves a spot in that top 4, because that means, again, the qualification spots will then move down to top 6, and that just gives more opportunities to the teams that we've been seeing perform so well throughout this final stage, like SGD, like FW, like Forest, and anyone else below them who has yet to make a really good run for it. But in terms of that game, we've seen glimpses of QC across this tournament. Unfortunately for them, it's been in the latter stages of the tournament. We've seen great stuff from QC in the play-in stage. The early games of the final stage just wasn't great from them. They found themselves, it seems, a little bit coming into the final couple days here of the final stage, but just not enough, right? You needed that consistency across the entire tournament, or you need to go large in the last 12 games. And while we might be seeing them go large now, the consistency they lacked in the first couple games is really starting to bite them in the back.
Yeah, it definitely have hurt them a whole lot. If we actually see this out of QC, they definitely look really, really good to even be considered to be part of pack to move into these PGS slots. But it is what it is, where we have seen how tough these rounds could actually get, even for some of the teams that have done well back in day 2. Team Blizz was in a really hot form, and to date they're not exactly showing up to that same standard as well. Of course, we still see decent trading involved coming from them, but it's not enough. They gotta really pounce back up in a better shape, or else there's just not gonna be any more chances in these final 2 matches. That being said, Day Trade, they're just gonna make all these other teams also work hard for it, because they're not showing any signs of sloppiness throughout all 4 days played out here in the finals. And man, Extreme, time really flies, and now we're only down to these 2 games, and it's some of our favorite maps to actually end the night with. Erangel is definitely going to be legendary of how it will play out.
Yeah, it's the GOAT. Greatest map in PUBG history, without a doubt. The Classic, the OG, and the GOATs. And yeah, to end on it, it's going to be incredibly exciting, and it's also going to be fun to spectate. Nawadra, he's your MVP. 600 damage, 3 kills to him that game. Kind of a game where anyone on QC really could have ended up being the MVP. They probably all had quite an equal impact on that victory. It just so happened that Nawadra was one of the players to survive towards the end game, and so that afforded him the luxury of being able to snag the MVP. But yeah, I feel like an even performance and even impact from all members of QC that game.
Yeah, they were playing a very tough location as well, where they had to play it really safely to the point that they have managed to snipe out Tier 5, and then at the very same time they snap right back at these players of Temp Entertainment over on the far western corner map that has backed them majority of all these points before they went in to secure the chicken dinner for taking down the rest of FW Esports. And like I said, fair share of amount of contribution coming in from Nawadra, Chixing, Petret, as well as Opons, as they've been able to put in decent high average damage to usually close off these runs. So that being said, I think like the ones that really have shown up huge was Day Trade as well, but 21 frag grenades, those HE's been doing a lot of work.
That's crazy to use 21 grenades. I suppose they also picked up a bunch of utility off of T5's bodies towards the end of the game and just threw them all at that line of smokes that the players were sitting at in the end game. So yeah, 21 nades though. I mean, taking full advantage of the HE meta for certain. 5 mollies as well, which I feel like is more than we usually see for most of these teams when we get that graphic. 19 points total. Day trade with a very respectable 15. Temp Entertainment, they continue their run of good form, but is 12 points enough? I guess we're going to have to see. And of course, I feel like I say this every game, but T5 is up there with a consistent amount of points too.
Yeah, and more importantly so for the side of FW Esports, which has gained 9 points. This could be good enough for them to hold on to for that top 4 spot. Whereas it's still maintenance coming from Cerberus Esports, the Expendables, Bleed having decent effort alongside with AG Global. The rest of the pack maybe falling short rather early on, but this is what we're looking at. Where up to that 6th position is definitely down to the contest between SGD as well as Force Natural Gaming at the moment to see who breaches into that PGS slot. As SGD, they've slided down with that form of inconsistency that we've been seeing throughout this course of the final day, and it's starting to be very worrisome for the Malaysian team.
Yeah, it is. That said, Forest, couple good games, couple good showings, but not enough to bridge that 8-point gap between them and SGD just yet. Bleed still very much in the running as well. AGG, same story can be said for them. Q confirmed closer than ever. 117 points. Good games here. They'd need to overtake SGD, and I think any spectator of PUBG, myself included, thinks that that's probably an unlikelihood, but with QC's run of form and with the peak that we know that they can hit, it's certainly very possible. It's looking dire for Bliss, Reluctant Squad. It's been good for Tem Entertainment. I feel like I'm just basing my observations here off momentum and off of what we've seen today, because I feel like in a lot of esports, it's generally just who shows up on the day, right? Who is prepared the best and who's on their A game on the day when it matters. And it seems like Q Confirm is on their A game. It seems like Tem Entertainment is doing quite well, but the likes of Bliss, Reluctant Squad, Brur, they haven't been as good as Q Confirm and Tem Entertainment today. So that's kind of what I'm basing my observations off, but anything can change on these last couple games of Erangel. It is still all Thailand today.
Yep, it's been all Thailand this entirety of the evening, and it could be a crazy comeback story for Q Confirm. As I did ponder, is it likely that they get another couple of chicken dinners in the back to rock up against SGD and just completely knock them out of the circuit? We shall find out. Well, of course, only one can hope, but we'll take a couple of minutes and we'll be coming back for our final 2 matches of the APAC qualifiers.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Well, Contra, we didn't actually decide who was bringing this one in, but I'll do it. Welcome back, everyone, to the final couple games of Erangel here at the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers. I'm Extreme, I'm joined by Contra, and yeah, we're about to have some off-the-rails action here for the final 2 games. It is heating up on the leaderboard. It hasn't looked as competitive as yesterday, but man, it is still quite competitive. Forest trying to fight their way through to top 6. SGD almost falling out of top 6. And top 6 is now the qualification spots now that Daytrade have moved themselves up. So, yeah, we are getting exactly what we wanted. And still, those teams that are just off the cusp, you know, not the teams on the cusp, not the Forests, but the QCs, the Team Blisses, the Reluctant squads, they aren't out of it just yet. It is unlikely. It is maybe impossible, but it is still very possible, especially if they would have some incredible performances. So hopefully that's exactly what we see here coming into Erangel.
Yeah, and that resulted in such a shaky mess of leaderboard that we're getting right now, other than Terakhir 5 as well as the Expendables staying put in the top 2. Things are looking very uncertain when it comes down to the fate of SGD and even names like Forest Natural Gaming, who's hoping to make that cut. You know, the Thai side have played so well today to the point that I even ordered food, and I know what exactly I ordered. It's Thai food for tonight. So,
nice.
That being said, of course, Team Bliss, I was really hopeful for this squad to be able to really put up that strong performance. Today hasn't exactly been the day. They've slid further down into, last I checked, was 10th position. I could be very well wrong on where they're currently at the moment, but now back to the comforts of Erangel. I think that the teams that may not have really shown up all too huge might actually see better limelight this time around. But with that circle directly hit to the north side, it already favors Arena, the ones with nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose indeed. And it's unfortunate for them. I don't want to harp on Arena too much because they're already... well, I mean, we've spoken about them enough, right? We've spoken about them plenty before. A good international experience and good international results in recent times. Coming back, though, into their regional bout, they just haven't been able to put up the numbers. And sometimes that's just the way it is. Obviously, we know how strong they are. We know how formidable they are. And, yeah, I mean, I don't really know how else to put it than sometimes you just don't match up against the lobby. Sometimes your players just aren't on form. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. And that's as simple as it is. Of course, you go back to the drawing board and try and figure out what you did wrong and how to be better and how to avoid a situation like this again. But to say Arena are... their performances are reminiscent of this result, it's just not true. They are obviously much better than this. Just this time round falling short. But that's enough said for Arena. Plenty more opportunities for them in competitive PUBG down the line. Terakhir 5, the complete opposite. They have looked fantastic this tournament, and they've looked fantastic basically since day 2. With some consistency towards the later stages of that day, and they've just been on fire onwards. It's been fantastic to watch, and like I said, they just look like a complete team. A lot of the times I see them maneuvering around on the map. They're doing it as a 4-man. A lot of the times they're controlling a side. They're controlling it with some very smart macro play. And when it comes down to the team fights, of course, they're formidable. You know, look at the players we're talking about. They're incredibly talented in those kinds of situations. So yeah, not miles above the rest of the lobby. Don't get me wrong. The Expendables have performed valiantly as well. But again, they're in first for a reason.
Yeah, and that also goes to show the quality of the invited teams heading into this phase 2 of the APAC qualifiers, where at first I do have questions, you know, when the play-in stage looks so darn good on their performance. Now, of course, in the finals, it's a complete different story where even as things played out, Tem Entertainment, one of the invited teams, also show signs of struggle, although today has been one of their absolute best days here in the finals. Daytrade has really worked their butts off from the get-go to be, of course, deserving of a top 5 finish. Despite, of course, already being a partner team, they will be performing in PGS 5 as well as 6 regardless. So, down to Bleed as well as Forest Natural Gaming. These 2 squads here, plenty of work to do to catch up to speed to currently number 6, SGD, since Cerberus as well as Daytrade are in the mix within the top 4 at the moment. So with Esports last round. It was great that they managed to also take
Whoa.
points. Meanwhile, over top side of the hill, it's the Expendables here to be able to catch out 𝐿𝐻𝐻, playing by Everest, and the rest of TMP follows suit to try to take some space, but they quickly descend. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 taking the lower side of the foothill. Will be spotted out by Glorious no matter where he moves. Shots will be fired at that gentleman. And also being traded back by Ranger X.
Alright. What a way to open up game 5. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 destroyed, ran straight into 777. And the Expendables, for the moment, controlling Everest, but it's on the edge of the zone. Probably not something they want to stick around for that much longer. 𝐸, great spot. Fantastic spot for them. Up here on the north, controlling Crossroads or just sitting inside of Crossroads is one of the least stressful experiences I think any PUBG player can experience. It is... It almost controls itself. You just split this 2-2, and as long as your cars are parked and ready to go, you can back off to either side. And if one of the sides gets breached, you can look for support from the other side. And so that makes Crossroads very, very, very powerful. That said, later on in the game, the ident is usually the side that gets breached from the warehouses, typically. Sometimes it's the prio, but when that ident does get breached, it can become quite dodgy because that building is very easily grenadable. And so all you have to do to successfully breach it is LOS the other side of the road, throw some grenades in, and usually the player inside either has to run out or you just catch them with the grenades. But we're not at that stage just yet. And 𝐸 is the team that control it, so of course it's going to be held down quite well. Tem Entertainment, they have no idea there's a day trade player in this compound. They think they're rocking up to an entirely free spot to sit, but Vanadol's waiting. He's waiting in the back room, and he's got Thunders. He'll get that flush as well. Secures it. 14 bullets left in the mag. He has to go up against Rogue, and he's got it cleanly. Not a single bullet of damage taken on the side of Vanadol. 2 more now to find, and backup is arriving. Tem Entertainment's tournament is on the line right now. They need 2 great games. They can't just have one, and Vanadol is a menace right now. Another headshot continuing to perform here.
That was sublime. Well, there's more members arriving over the corner wall. Flash quickly gets taken down. Talon so low on HP, has to heal up, but he's not given enough time to do so because Talon's been looking around. He's gonna go in for the white wrap. Now he does have the HE to be thrown right in. Explosion responds with a blue zone grenade. But where is the rest of day trade? They're nowhere to be seen. Here comes 𝐿𝐻𝐻 arriving towards the back. Enough time to be popped. Rondo goes down. 10 only relying on Talon right now to save the day. And that 5 was perfect from 𝐿𝐻𝐻.
Holy! That was some sharp shooting out of the car. Stellar stuff from day trade. Vanadol holds it down. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 cleans it up. I think that's Tem Entertainment out of it. I don't think it's possible for them to have another good game and fight for PGS 5 and 6. They have fought really well coming into the final day, but that is a devastating way to go out. Day trade, on the other hand, incredible performance and 4 more needed points. Keeps them not locked in for PGS 5 and 6, but in a fantastic spot to hold it down.
For sure. That drive-by is definitely going to be part of the highlights later on once this game concludes. But it's been valiant effort coming from Tem Entertainment. We saw the trades. Unfortunately, there was just no conversion after getting those 2 knocks. But they did whatever they could. And today, absolutely have delivered quite the run in the initial stages of this finals day 4. And you know, I'm starting to call this kind of zone. It was reminiscent of back in day 1, I believe it's either game 1 or game 2, where teams have played out in this zone before. So they're definitely familiar onto what spots are claimable for them to be able to hold out for a better run heading into the late game. FW Esports now cuts right through to the vicinities where the bodies of Tem Entertainment were. So they might actually meet up with the rest of day trade. They did manage to get that reset though. MML now soaking some shots coming in from 𝐿𝐻𝐻, and he's been headshotted prior to this while we were probably focused on the battle between day trade. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 replies as he takes down Hisaki. And this isn't exactly the easiest of areas to play out, as they have not cut across that river just yet. Still playing around the school and Rozak sector. Trying to keep the rest of servers from cutting across the war town. So it could get real hairy in a moment's time. But SGD, they opt to rotate, cuts the other way around to wrap up over onto Jadwal, and there's still a couple of teams for finding their mark right there. Q confirm goes in for Shred, and they will find it.
The center of that circle isn't really occupied, at least not yet. But there's a lot of pre-rotation coming in. FW land themselves the campfire. Hopefully 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 can get there in one piece. Does so indeed. QC, they've been roaming this area ever since 10 Entertainment fell. Oh my. Interesting, but safe. Got a really nice control on that northern side too. I mean, playing 2 men inside that compound and a couple of people more north on the plateaus is a recipe for success, if you ask me. AGG rock up to shooting range. Forest are already here. But they're a little bit pinned in on that western side. AGG, high ground advantage. And they've taken control of the yellow as well. So this becomes dangerous for Forest now. It's not really a spot they can leave. They'd have to leave, or they'd have to run outside of the fence. And then to their cars. But I think their cars might be inside shooting range. If not, 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷's the only one with the car. So, yeah, this is very awkward and dangerous for Forest.
Yeah, it could also get a little tense for the rest of AGG, because looking at the minimap, there's also the expendables not too far off. Now that shots are being fired, it might actually draw a little bit of attention coming from the expendables. But 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 closes in. Great flank angle. While they drop in those big nades for Natural Gaming, they need to hold out. The tournament lifelines at stake right now, and they need to win against AG Global. SGD bows out to the hands of Reluctant Squad. Damn. Now the door is wide open for Forest, so long as they win this trade. But if AG shuts them down, this will remain absolutely the same. Reluctance now cuts close. Trying to deal with 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷. Might be able to find something in return, but it is a very tight corner that they're holding out from. And AG Global, they're taking all the space that they get. Oh no! Threat, but he falters to the ground, unable to connect the final blow towards Olympus as he trades right back at him.
𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 had that, but he stopped shooting. He thought he'd killed Olympus, but he hadn't. That's a devastating way to go down. And it gives it over potentially to Forest. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 still with the advantage out here on the fence, and he lands a beautiful headshot onto FAP as well. Oh, this is such a chaotic fight. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 runs straight into Taego. No, the shots don't land for a moment, but they do eventually. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 down. And almost certainly out. AGG and Forest tear each other apart. Forest find themselves with the advantage, but take me please. They are here, and they want a few kills for themselves. Down go AGG. Take me please, and I'll look to clean up Forest, and they probably will, to be honest with you. Man advantage heavily in their favor. What a disastrous fight. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 almost single-handedly maybe lost their I don't want to put too much pressure on him, but he had that kill locked in. He just didn't shoot enough bullets at his target. It's as simple as that. He had it, and he stopped shooting. So unfortunate. And AGG, now they need to look to that last game to potentially make a run for it, but it might be too late.
Yeah, it might just be... As I was saying, this could have been a really good run for Forest. AGG, though... Boy, they also blow their chances right there and then. Two teams desperate for that PGS slot now finds themselves in a tough spot with only one game to play out. Forest did survive. They did manage to get those revives through, though they did lose one of their members. Now it requires another 5 corners to make it even up against SGD. It's not going to be easy up against the rest of TMP. We're now holding on to that shack, having UNQ also hugging by one of the walls throughout the shooting range. While BRU is traversing across over onto the southeast, spotted out by the rest of E-Arena. Slightly off-center at the moment. Slightly off-center at the moment. It's going to be the rest of the expendables that will be holding over onto the high ground control over on the hills. So they're happy where they're at least within the safety net of all these real estate to work with. While Team Bliss advancing their chances here up against BRU, who have yet found a home. So where could they potentially end up? There are some warehouses that's been claimed over on the top side of the hill where Matrix currently at, and if they move there, it will be a very, very risky attempt for the Australians, while they are now booking that corner hill just to hold out up against BRU, who are now being flushed into the direction of shooting range as well. So I wonder what happens then.
Still searching, aren't they? Haven't quite reached their destination. 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐀 recognizes he's in a bit of danger, if not a lot of danger. 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐀 surely goes down here, and he will. Dynasty gets it out of the car. Flushes it out. Oh, it's stolen away. J-Die from Take Me Please all the way down in shooting range gets that one. A kill that Buram definitely need. Down there in 14th. An unheard of position for them, especially with the pickup of Dynasty. You'd think they can come into a lobby like this and perform well, but like E-Arena, it just hasn't been their tournament. A good game from them obviously puts them up there, but they need 2 good games alongside most other teams in this lobby.
Yeah.
And I think you're seeing a lot of these guys playing it very passively for that reason. They don't want to risk not having a good game.
That's true. Where it really requires maybe 2 massive chicken dinners for Buram United to actually have hopes for those slots. But mathematically, if you also consider the rest of the pack to also garner maybe on an average 4 to 5 pointers, it is very, very difficult to do. Now we do see the update of the circle, which does actually end up favoring the Expendables once again. So the fight might actually wrap up from the corners of shooting range. Bleed Esports have yet to make a firm entry into the zone, so they might be rocking up to some of these players of QC in a moment's time. Whereas Bleed Esports, they could also take some chances to perhaps spot some of all these targets inside of shooting range. The rest of the Expendables, they got a lot of work to do to really hold out up against all these other squads who's hoping to move up to the hillside. Of course, we got a lot of range to their advantage. But Tier Top 5 are already slowly starting to wither down the defenses of QC, blocking them on the spot while Tager finds that knock up against Delwyn at the moment. Warner are also being sent towards the location of QC. Oh, this is gonna look pretty tough for them to actually get out of that area.
Oh, they're so close, aren't they? Just missing the mark. Another one shot out. Surely there's information. 3 more go out towards QC. One lands even closer. Where's the second one gonna land? Same spot. They're just not hitting their mark until that one rosseted. A perfect mortar shot takes down 𝐿 confirm. And 𝐼MAS looks to steal away those kills, but he can't see them, unfortunately. It's a great shot on the side of the mortar, but both of those knocks are probably going to get revived. Oh, Nawadra knocks. Take Me Please, looking to take advantage of it. Reluctant Squad sending themselves straight in. It's a weakened QC, and Reluctant Squad know that.
All these teams are looking like vultures right now, just picking apart QC one after another. Reluctant Squad also rocks very deep into the edge of the Baron. Here he goes. Cerberus full sends it, quickly gets picked up by Baron. He's doing what he can to secure those points to eventually catch up to SGD, but the big nades flying right in. SGD survives for only a couple of seconds before being blown to smithereens.
See you later, Cerberus. Reluctant Squad got there before them, so they had all the nades prepped and ready to throw at Cerberus as soon as they arrived. Forrest looked to try and get something out of that. It's a nice headshot from KM99, but Zayu does manage to duck into the smoke and hit that res. And through all of that QC, they survive. I thought Reluctant Squad were going to dive straight into their ridge, but Reluctant Squad smartly so hit that south side of the fence. Cerberus doing the exact same. It's Insight up against Buram Esports, but Eddie's fighting back. A nice double heady from him. The nades come out, weaken the side of Buram. There's 2 knocks, make it 3 knocks now. Insight does go down, but this is looking better for Team Bliss, and it needs to be perfect for them. Khan might be an unknown factor, but they have to find him. No chance for him to get those reses without Team Bliss applying pressure. And 𝐿 might be the man to get that information. Position now known for Team Bliss. They shouldn't throw this one away. At least you'd hope. Akan 1v4 doesn't look very likely as Team Bliss will collapse on top of him.
No chance to even revive Eddie right now. And full push comes right through Akita. Actually confirmed it while Monty wraps around the back, cutting by the corner to smoke. Khan gets
Nice.
spotted out. Team Bliss finally gets that clean flush, an ace for them. One apiece for each respective member of Team Bliss, and more to do to seek out all the rest of the field. Currently holding out by the corner of the shooting range. A lot of points to gain, and I'm starting to really wonder why exactly did Cerberus gave up that position, because that could have been big advantages playing through the hills, but they choose to full send it.
Well, it would have been difficult to take the fight with Bliss. It would have been difficult to take the fight with Buram. They had a safe spot, essentially guaranteed by sending it down to that fence. They were also pushed out of zone, so they just weren't prepared for Reluctant Squad to do what Reluctant Squad did. They could have also pushed towards QC if they were given a little bit more time, but they were afforded nothing by Reluctant Squad at all. Bleed have now rocked up from the north, looking towards Take Me Please. I believe 𝐿𝐿 got spotted. He did. It's a confident peek on the side of Teddy, but it's a better revenge from 𝐿𝐿. Another nade comes in. That could be good. It's a flash instead. Teddy's inside that smoke and should get res. Down goes Baron. Down goes Flash. A couple heavy hitters in this lobby now losing members, including QC. Petret knocked again as this circle gets ever more claustrophobic. Monty and Insight combined. Day Trade rock up. And they fall immediately. Down goes Nurens. Down goes Belmoth. Day Trade now down to one member.
This really finally getting the hang of things. Really having the great control over southern side. Now the trades follows up, coming in with a big nade that lands perfectly. J-Dive with the prep. Now that really leaves the rest of Bleed Esports currently in shambles. Operin tries to go in for that pickup. And these blue zone grenades isn't really going to give them any of an easy room to play out from Zayu. Hits that shot up against Megaloss. And now, Reluctant Squad pops off of that 10-pointer. And Take Me Please has been weirded down.
Oh, a double knock from Clories. In that kill feed up against Team Bliss. Expendables looking to make that push. Oh, no, sorry. That was Team Bliss rocking up to the Expendables bunker all the way in the center of zone. So a fantastic defense so far from Clories. And we'll follow it up with a flush too. T5 up against FW in this barn. Padampong with that high ground. Second floor. He's got a teammate in the bottom floor as well in Ranger X. But Flucky's so far away from this action. He's off in that shack just to the western side. Jacob flushes out. Insight down goes Thanadol. Day Trade falls short. In this penultimate game. And Padampong risks everything, pushing down into the bottom floor. He does land one, but immediately traded out by 𝐿𝐿. And so T5 fall down to one member, but it's looking good for them to claim this championship. The Expendables weakened, and Flucky still very much in the zone and in the placement points.
FW Esports right now looking rock solid. All they really have to gain right here is plenty more of that placement points just to secure that spot. Pushing down Day Trade, that will actually mean that SGD will be unsafe for the rest of the final match. Expendables now spots out 𝐿𝐿. This is going to be hard to work with for the rest of FW, so long as the circle does not actually favor them. And for enough, they slowly get picked up by Jacob, as well as Izzy. Clories to actually go in for a steal, taking out Banana 1, and the rest follow suit. Just so sharp on all these taps of the Mark 12. 𝐿𝐿 left with no wiggle room. Here comes that big nade. Arena should be able to seal the deal right here, right now, up against the rest of FW. But
Yeah,
they've done
Arena
just about
farming.
enough.
Making it hard for everyone to exist. They've got such nice lines of sight into the rest of the zone. Bleed rocks straight up towards Flucky's shack, and he enters it with two. He's got all three. Everyone on Bleed fall to one man, and it's Flucky inside that shack. A perfect pre-grenade, and the AR to follow it up. Flucky doing it all for T5. That championship very much in their grasp. My, oh my. Fighting very hard for that MVP as well. He is right behind HiMass. for that individual prize. And he might even secure it after these upcoming games if T5 keep this up. Reluctant Squad now look his direction. But surely they're a little bit scared of what Flucky can do.
Anybody with the right mind will definitely be concerned. He does have a number of smokes. Perhaps once it subsides, it might actually open up a little bit more of that angle for RS to just go in for the confirm. 𝐏𝐿 somehow still survives. Well, 𝐸𝐴RENA still tries to flush him out of that position. I believe they might have actually run out of certain HEs. Flucky, so long as he gets to sit inside the zone, he will do so. Van just tries to pick him apart from that tiny little pixel over onto what I would want to call a window, but not exactly. But here goes. Big nades. Drop right across, and that's going to be a Molotov. Not going to be able to squeeze right into the shack. 𝐏𝐿 directly in the center. But, of course, EA has already spotted him out, so it's only about a matter of time before they go in for the full flush. A little rather dangerous, especially with the presence of the Expendables up on the hillside. The battle continues between Team Bliss as well as all these team members. They actually hold out inside of that bunker. So I guess Team Bliss just have to wait for the right moment.
Yeah. It's awkward to share that kind of a bunker, especially when both teams have to leave that area. But that's the situation they find themselves in. Flucky under pressure. He's now outside of the zone. The only conceivable way in which Flucky survives here is he takes down another 3-man squad. This time, it's Reluctant Squad. He's got smokes, and he's got, I would assume, 3 bodies of resources to choose from. But it's got to be perfect from him again. He's done so much this game. I'm not sure it's fair to ask for another 1 versus 3. Bliss is also looking that way, so even if Flucky starts to peek through these smokes, even if he gets a couple knocks, Bliss will be looking to take him out as well. Unless the Expendables get involved, and I hyped it up, but Flucky steps out and immediately is taken down by Van Nye. Reluctant Squad looking good in this game. FW move up to 3rd. And now it's Team Bliss up against the Expendables. They've got to move. Both teams have to get out of here. Reluctant Squad going to make this a living hell for both involved. Smokes out, and 𝐾𝐿 just thinking, I'm just going to go into this low ground here. The LOSs aren't kind at all, but I think 𝐾𝐿 recognizes it doesn't matter at this point. Just got to put yourself in a spot where you can fight, take some duels. Monty hasn't done it, but 𝐾𝐿 has. Is his position good enough to maybe take down the Expendables?
And Team Bliss, they were marking onto that bunker for a long time, but the timings were good for 𝐾𝐿 to go in for that trade. Little responding time to take down some members of the squad at the very same time. Team Bliss taken out at 5th, while names popping off of his corner of the screen with the rest of the Expendables also being taken out. Spamas in hand for Jun, might be onto something right now, cutting across, trying to look for this double target. Good enough for 1. Zayu holding over far back. 𝐸𝐴RENA, they've been waiting for this opportunity for a chicken dinner. Rather late, but better than never. Reluctant Squad. How much can be done right here as 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 gets shorted out? Van Nye goes in for an alternate location as they both are being split apart. And Van Nye, he could actually hold off 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿, and once he does, that's could be some really good angles up against ZZ. He's out in the open. Zayu's now down. It's only down to Van Nye versus the rest of 𝐸𝐴RENA, and they will claim it. 5 chicken dinners back to back for Thailand, and 𝐸𝐴RENA bounces back up.
But not far enough. A very good win from 𝐸𝐴RENA. I told you how powerful that crossroads position can be, and it's oftentimes powerful enough to snatch that win. Understandably, I think the celebrations are a bit muted for 𝐸𝐴RENA. It's a win, but I think they recognize their situation is a little bit more dire than that. Still, a very well-earned win. And some nice area control as well on that eastern side. And of course, the 3 versus 4 up against Reluctant Squad towards the end. Beautifully played.
Yeah, it could not be any better than that. 𝐸𝐴RENA, they start off with that zone. Initially, we saw that happening. We know that they could take a lot of that important space for them to really hold out for that end game play. Sure enough, it happened. While we had an explosive opener between Daytrade as well as Tem Entertainment, and take a look at the shots coming from 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿. For at least that very moment, he was making some big plays until Belmov goes in with this crazy drive-by.
It's so huge from Belmoth. I mean, that was the saving grace essentially for Day Trade. So well done to him. That was Reluctant Squad earlier on in the game. Reluctant Squad actually quietly racked up a huge amount of kills in that game, 12 or more. So certainly a respectable performance from them. Boram fell short up against Team Bliss. Cerberus tried to hit that fence and maneuver inside the zone from there, but they were given nothing to work with at all. Reluctant Squad again lighting up the kill feed with a couple nice grenade kills. Teddy, a little bit overconfident, gets taken down by Megalos, and yeah, this was Bliss doing their best to defend, and they did it quite well up against not only Boram, but also Day Trade, Titans of Thailand. Taken down by the guys from Australia, but unfortunately fell short in that end game.
Yeah, it's been really a tough battle for those who are around that shooting range area, and then we have got FW's hopes to eventually squeeze into the top 4 as well, where they were forced to actually move off of 70, which sees them getting picked apart. But thankfully enough, 𝐏𝐿 did manage to hold out for long enough for them to get more of that placement points. And Flucky, we saw that incredible nade that flushes off the entirety of QC, but there's only so much that can be done up against the rest of the Reluctant Squad, which we last saw battling through up against E-Arena for them to eventually claim the win. And once more, another team that, you know, shows up rather late into this tournament. We've talked about the potential that they have, and now everybody gets to see it here on that Erangel match.
Yeah, look, I think the potential that E-Arena has is obviously undeniable. And screw it, it's not even potential, it is just skill, right? E-Arena, we were talking about them at the start of that game, and we know what they can do, we know how fantastic they can be. They've shown us now on an international stage how good they can be, and they've shown us regionally how good they can be. It's just unfortunate that this tournament isn't going their way, but they do get a win, right? They do get a win, they do show us that they are still here, they do show us that in upcoming tournaments, they are still very much ready to play. Yeah, it's hard to like. I don't want to sugarcoat their situation, of course, but I do want to give them props for a win that they definitely earned.
Yeah, they definitely did everything that they could to at least keep their pride intact overall. So it's only down to one final game to decide who actually gets to the PGS, and I believe that round itself, there were a couple of teams that have been able to really make good advancements. I guess FW Esports were one of the big victors in that sense, to be able to surpass maybe names like SGD and perhaps even Day Trade overall. But here we have our MVP of the match, 𝐿𝑒RIX. He was important on that hole over on far flank and have racked up a total of 5 kills. They got that perfect leverage to overlook from that opening into Severny, as well as the players that were playing around that shooting range. So it was a job well done.
Yeah, 𝐿𝑒RIX probably been a silent fragger for E-Arena throughout this tournament. I think we've seen 𝐿𝐿𝐿 quite a lot have a decent amount of impact, but maybe 𝐿𝑒RIX's name hasn't been up there quite a bit, but obviously quite a capable player. 10 kills, 1700 damage. That is their first win of the finals stage, and 𝐿𝑒RIX deserved the MVP. 5 kills to his name, followed by Tigat, Jacob, and Zizzy, both with 1 each. I mean, yeah, a win that was coming to them, I think, since potentially phase 1. If it had shifted away from them, they would have needed to fight a little bit more for it. But the fights that they did take were smart, and yeah, they snatched the win.
Yeah, and today's result was pretty much akin to how things were like back in the playing stages, where, of course, many tie victories happening for the entire course of the evening. But over here, we have Reluctant Squad also pouncing back up. Take a look at the amount of stocks available for these guys. 24 smokes, 16 frag grenades, and offering a world of hurt to anybody that moves into the shooting range. Team Bliss also showing up in this match alongside with the Expendables.
I mean, that just shows you how difficult Reluctant Squad's game was 18 points, followed or just behind Arena's 20. So yeah, a well-fought game from them. Would be interested to see where they put themselves on the leaderboard. It's a nice 11-pointer for Team Bliss, but I don't think that's quite enough to really put themselves up there in the fighting stances. The Expendables, 10 points, makes it realistic that they could overtake T5, fighting for the top spot, but T5 also fought back with 6 of their own.
Yeah, and then another tremendous effort coming in from Forest Natural Gaming with that 5-pointer. Since SGD receives no points at all, this could potentially be the final round where we might get to see Forest Natural Gaming overtaking, moving up into the ranks of that PGS slot. So I guess that's what we'll be fixated on this final match. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that I feel like we're going to be fixated on in this final match. I also just remember that Bleed's PGC points are enough to be securing themselves PGC right now, but maybe not in the future. I don't want to think about all that as we head into this final game. It's too much for my brain to handle. I would just rather focus on PGS 5 and 6 slots, then we can do all the PGC point calculations after these matches are over. Forest Gaming, Reluctant Squad, they are so close to breaching into that top 6. They are two, arguably, maybe 5 teams that have a decent shot at breaching PGS 5 and 6 qualification in this final match. Pretty insane if you ask me. I don't know what to tell you, that it could not play out as perfectly as this could be. We didn't take notice of Reluctant Squad because the rest of the rounds that they played out were mediocre at best. And with this big result, we're starting to see them getting that final shot on the line for that PGS slot. So, okay, I guess I was wrong. I was just saying, oh, it might just be Force Natural, but certainly there's a lot at stake right now for everybody on the line. So I can't wait. Extreme. This is going to be an epic finale for sure. And then, of course, you're also looking at that fight for first place as well. There's just 11 points that separate T5 and the Expendables, and we would be incredibly ignorant to think that the Expendables couldn't come out with 11 points or more in a game of Erangel. So there's absolutely that to look for as well. It is all Thailand today. 5 different winners, all of which are from Thailand. They are 9 out of the 16 teams in this lobby, so it kind of makes sense, but I suppose we're waiting for Vietnam to really show up and put on a good show. Guys, do not go anywhere. We go to a break, but when we come back, it is the final game of the PGS 5 and 6 APAC qualifiers.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It all comes down to the very final game to see who will be crowned as the champions of the APAC qualifiers phase 2, and of course that coveted spot to move into PGS 5 as well as 6, where we got so many teams vying for it, and there's plenty of chances for teams even all the way down to a top 10. So we got a lot to cover extreme, but all the months of hard work have definitely paid off, and we're down to this epic finale.
Yeah, and it's sure to be an epic finale at that. We've got teams on the cusp that are just a few points away from making it into the top 6, which is now your new qualification spot, considering that Cerberus and Daytrade are both within the PGS qualification mark. So top 6 is now your qualification entries, and that makes it a lot easier for the teams like Forest and Reluctant Squad to actually fight their way into that position. And then, of course, we have the fight for the top spot, the fight for the championship, the fight for $25,000, which is an insane sum of money for a qualifier like this. Currently, T5 are in the lead, but the Expendables are hot on their heels. Just 11 points behind them, and like I said before we went to the break, it would be very ignorant of us to not expect the Expendables to come out with 11 points or more. They are certainly capable of it. I personally, going into this game, just to lay it out on the floor for everyone, I am not going to focus that much on the PGC points. I know that they're on the line. I know that they're obviously impactful. Also, PGS 5 and 6 has an impact on who goes to PGC. So right now, I'm just going to focus. We're both just going to focus on PGS 5 and 6, who's qualifying through to that, and obviously the championship battle as well. That's going to make this very easy, and of course the battle for PGC isn't even over yet, so it would be yeah, too hectic to try and focus on that for the moment. But yeah, I mean, one final game, it's on a wrangle. What much more can you ask for?
Yeah, and of course, so much to upkeep, but of course, what we'll be, of course, focusing on is what happens here in this very final game. As I was speaking about teams within the top 8 ratio, up to Bleed Esports as well as All Gamers Global, where if they do get a chicken dinner right here, that is going to be the chicken dinner that will send them through to the PGS. And of course, it's also very valuable for the Expendables to challenge up against Zero Time 5, where the possibilities right now are endless. And who knows, it might just be another Thai team out there. We'll have to see as here we go into the last remaining map of the entire tournament of the APAC qualifiers.
What a fight it has been so far. We started on a wrangle and we end on a wrangle. The OG, the classic, the GOAT, no better place to start and end a tournament. The most comfortable map for everyone involved, and I myself find a little bit of warmth and comfort in its shores as well. Cerberus dropping out, FW dropping out, everyone now hopping out of the plane for the final time. Also a bit sombering to realize that this might be the final meaningful competitive match that a lot of these teams play for the rest of the year. This qualification occurs, and then of course PGS 5 and 6 happen, and then PGC happens. There's not much space left for any third-party tournaments or you know, any more meaningful qualifications or tournaments for that matter. So this is it's a very sombering feeling to recognize that this is going to be one of the final times we see these guys in a lobby like this. The rest of it's going to be international tournaments, scrims, and then whatever local tournaments pop up as well. Are we going to get some Game 6 silliness, some early action just because we can in the final game of the night? It doesn't really look like it.
Well, what could be interesting is what happens over onto the island. I see 4 teams right now: Forest, SGV, TMP, and also the Arena. But the good news is they're within the zone.
Okay,
so
bro.
this is going to be a crazy game to play out, and I can't wait to see what happens here. Because, oh boy, this is definitely what we said it out to be: epic. Absolutely epic.
Of course we get a milli game to end the tournament. Why not? Why would we not get a milli game to end the tournament? Unbelievable. Well, yeah, a couple teams find themselves in a great position. The other teams, almost, I feel like the mentality might change from, okay, let's grab some cars and let's see if we can cross those bridges and keep cars up, to let's just secure ourselves a spot at PGS 5 and 6, or let's just secure the top spot and just kind of guarantee ourselves some placement points or some kill points by emergency pickupping into this zone. I wonder if that's the kind of 50-50 mentality that a lot of the teams on that northern island are going to have on the mainland island. Cerberus close enough to some boats where they don't really have to worry about it. Hymas could even take the ferry if he wanted to. But yeah, this is a tough choice for the IGLs. There's a lot of... If this happened earlier on in the tournament, there's a lot less stress on your shoulders. But if you're on the cusp or just about to fall out of the qualification spots, then... Yeah, man, if I'm an IGL, I am stressing.
Yeah, I can only imagine the amount of pressure onto all the IGLs and all the players on board right now, especially if they don't get the zone above them. But what's certainly interesting to note that it's actually two teams who needed the most the zone to be right smack upon them. Forest, SGV, they're neck and neck for that battle for that final spot. SGV have definitely fallen short in a couple of these battles that they had throughout the course of the evening. And this is their game here to really get those points back, where they've lost a little bit too much of these opportunities. And same could be said about Forest. So long as they put themselves in a decent spot, get themselves in the top 5, they might actually see the light at the end of the tunnel. So as for now, Bleed Esports also has just about enough PGC points, although we don't really want to talk too much about it. They do have hopes to actually make the cut, but currently sitting at Lipovka, how do they breach through? Do they even get a chance to cut across the bridge using these vehicles? Or could they find that pickup that is going to give them that lifeline?
I'm hard staring at the map stream, man. I am
for good reasons.
Fully invested in knowing who's crossing early, who's crossing late, what people are using. Are they going cars or emergency pickup? Where SGD, E-Arena are positioning themselves. Because even though E-Arena might be out of the fight, their position on military still absolutely matters. If they take control over Observatory, which looks like that's what they're going to do, of course, that impacts every other team that's going to surround them. I mean, that's a power position, one of the most, if not the most powerful spot on Military Island. And of course, that's going to have an impact on everyone else's game. Reluctant Squad as well on that western bridge. Not camping it just yet, but certainly could. A seriously sick opportunity for them to get 4 free points to start out the game and then cross the bridge if they wanted to. Oh, that's Tem Entertainment dropping straight on top of the arena. Thanawat in Zizzy's lines of sight and immediately taken down. Tem Entertainment's tournament might be over right here and now. Tigger, a nice spray through the bars and he lands it cleanly as well. Rogue can do nothing up against that player. Zizzy and Lyrics now looking to combine here on the second floor. There's 2 up for Thanawat. Jacob coming in as backup. That res might come out. They could get it, but I don't think E-Arena are going to let them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough position to still hold out because they got themselves locked right into a trap. Big knees drop right in from Jacob and Larix. Leave no chances for those 10 members. Now, down to 𝐏𝐿𝐿 over on the low ground. And this Blue Zone grenade certainly got Turner's pretty much clipped up. Massive 3-pointers here for E-Arena, falling up to the momentum of their chicken dinner. And of course, I commend their efforts. I commend the ideas. E-Arena, they were so proactive, moving from a very quick loot of Nova Noye directly to the rail towers. Have seen them really racking up these speedy 3-pointers.
That's so fantastically done by E-Arena. They were on it as well. Saw the emergency pickup come through and didn't let it slip one bit. Tem Entertainment, yeah, headsets off. It is definitely over. We've seen some fantastic things from these guys. Seriously, been so entertaining to watch. Come out with some really good moments here and there. But unfortunately for them, they fall just shy of PGS 5 and 6. T5 still up here in South Georgia as well. Almost certain to take an emergency pickup, but they are using cars. So maybe they want to take the Primorsk boat very late. Or one of the other hard spawns down there. Because Patampong is driving down the coast for some loot at the moment. But also a boat potentially in their future. The Expendables rocking up to the bridge. This is what I really want to see. Reluctant Squad are camping the bridge. The Expendables in second place. If they go out here on this bridge camp, their fight for the championship is over.
All hopes on the line for the Expendables to make the cut. And so long as Tier 5 plays it as safely as they could, they would still have their chance to be crowned as champions. So it's all really down to what exactly the Expendables choose to do in this very final moment. FW Esports, however, got themselves within the safety net of points acquired throughout the entirety of the finals. I've also found decent spot within certain zones, but there's plenty of teams inside of the island already, which is going to be tough to navigate around later. But for now, SGD, they're not going to move their muscles because they've already gotten that firm control directly in the center of middle base. And they would definitely expect a whole lot more visitors to come by phase 3 onwards at the very least. And for now, a couple of teams have yet to cross, namely AG Global, Hugh confirmed. Bleed Esports are on boats at this current point in time from Lipovka into the back end of the island. And I'm already looking at the mini-map as well to spot out BRU. They're onto the coastal south of the island. Same goes to TMP. They're the ones to hopefully sniff out any late rotation via the straits of the waters. Well, Day Trade now spots out QC.
Ooh. QC fighting for a spot. A miraculous game needed from them. A Day Trade fighting for as much position as they can get. QC leaving at the exact time Day Trade choose to push. Petret still caught out in the open though. Thanadol noticed Petret. He will knock Thanadol. Down he goes. Thought he had the advantage and Petret thought the otherwise. Do Day Trade stay and fight or do they disengage? It's looking like Petret and the rest of QC want to get out of here. But instead they'll find themselves still in a 3 versus 3. It is Day Trade the one, or the ones to leave now. A bit of a bait from Petret to maybe convince Day Trade that QC were leaving, but that's not the case. They've stayed, and so has Belmoth. He's got information that they're running around on this hillside. Does he go for a headshot on the vehicle? Almost with the timing. If he stepped out from his cover a second earlier, he might have had a chance to hit a quick double headshot, but that chance slipped him by. And so QC escaped, Day Trade lose 1.
Pretty interesting that Flucky is once again on those gliders as he's trying to pave a way for the rest of T5 to perhaps stick the boats to wrap around the corners. But yeah, that battle was rather interesting, especially from that bait setup. And Petret has been able to sniff that one player off. Oh, okay. Flucky's onto something right now. He's got that full intel against the Expendables. The team looking to overtake the current #1 seed. And now, what do they do with this intel? Can Flucky go in for those insane shots that he always did throughout the course of Miramar? And now, who knows? He might be able to at least get one, but of course, there will be plenty of chances for revival. But T5, they got better plans up ahead. Fluky just wants to ensure that there's going to be certain available areas that they could cut through. So he's just going to full send it directly into the middle base while trades are happening between Reluctant Squad as well as SGD.
T5, if they're quick enough on the emergency pickup that they're taking from Primorsk, could maybe camp that ferry, but I don't think they're going to be quick enough. Blitz crossing the bridge, FW in front of them. They park their cars up on the railings and they should be able to make it off the bridge safely off the back of that. Recognized they were being camped, and across comes one of QC in Opons. He's going to pull up short to gather a little bit of information. But FW, full control over this bridge. They've got the wide angles as well. QC, all members now rocking up behind Team Bliss. They find themselves pincered on the eastern bridge here. Between a rock and a hard place? Nah, man. Between QC and FW. Arguably even worse.
Definitely worse. A whole lot worse.
They've got to go under the bridge too. They can't go around the east side. They've got to go around west. I feel like the longer they stay here, the worse it gets.
And where exactly do they actually move towards? If they're lucky enough, they could just squeeze past, get some safety net through the corners of Noe, or even walk towards the direction of Cerberus Esports over the right side of the hill. Should I say left from that camera angle. Opons now hoping to hit those smart with the SLR. Not really getting the target yet. Monty now alerted of their presence.
Oh.
And here comes the drop right in from the side of T5. Temp Entertainment also gets taken out by Ranger X upon arrival. So, of course, we thank Temp Entertainment for offering us a whole lot of entertaining games back in the play-ins. Of course, in the finals as well.
Oh, here we go!
Esports comes into play, takes down Ranger X.
That's
T5
three.
slowly torn apart, only one member remaining.
T5 lose 3 members to bleed. I don't even know where they came from, but it's all down to Flucky now flying in on that glider. He'll arrive and he'll try to do his best. But that's the title contenders losing 3 members off the bat. E-Arena now trying to avenge T5 a little bit by taking out Bleed, but they reside firmly in those bowls. And Flucky has a lot of work to do. He'll start to push up. It's difficult because E-Arena's shooting at him, but he does land that opening nade. It's too late though. Teddy peeks over. T5 falls short in the final game, giving a golden opportunity to the Expendables.
180 over points. That is the number to beat for the Expendables. Where exactly are they in the map? Can they actually come up huge in this round? Now we do see Hisaki going for a trade, spots out Surkey, knocks him out. Cerberus Esports playing by the hillside. Tries to be the guards over on the bridge, but eventually gets spotted out by all these AG members, and they will go blow for blow. Hisaki now takes down Taekon. Baron also going up against SGD members as Kane finds a water shot onto the members of Bleed. It's getting more hectic as it goes. Hymas now falling out of that UAS. Well, Duckfly tries to land another lane on the outskirts. Sees Sapao coming across. Tries to go in for a cover and revive his fallen brethren.
Bleed out.
Esports is the
Gone.
next one to fall off.
No chance for them to go to PGS 5 and 6. They are eliminated. They fell just shy. A better opportunity, smarter taken fights, better individual performances. Name a reason. Bleed just couldn't get it done. They end this tournament in 8th, potentially even 9th or 10th, depending on what Reluctant Squad and Bliss have to say about it. And AGG might be the next team to have their hopes and dreams crushed by Cerberus. Out they go. Their tournament ends as well. And we enter crunch time now for the likes of Forest. The only team remaining, other than Reluctant Squad, the only 2 teams remaining now with a chance at taking SGD out of that 6th spot.
And Forest isn't exactly within the zone as well. They are making their run across that middle base, being guarded by the rest of Reluctant Squad. Some of them still on the glider as well for the south side. While as that happens, FW goes in for the parachute. He might not even land. What a spray coming in from the side of Tigger, as there will be a lot more casualties through this hillside. Jacob now getting shut down. I believe that's coming in from the side of Team Bliss. Team Bliss also getting shot at, coming from across of these FW members. While many more to follow, where E-Arena have been camping out on that radio tower for such a long time, having this 2-2 split going on. Big Nate's now sent right in, knocks down Jacob, and this is an opening for Team Bliss.
An opening that they have to capitalize on. They can't afford to let E-Arena get more reses. They force themselves forward. They take bullets to get it done. But Monty's here for the trade. He can't get it done. Tigger's got 2. Thankfully, 𝐀𝐏 arrives. It is so dodgy, but they do manage to do it. And the other 2 members of E-Arena reside on Observatory Hill. They will try and get those flushes onto Team Bliss. It's going to be difficult. Those smokes will go out, and Bliss have the cover to work with. We shift all the way towards the eastern side of Military Base. And look at Cerberus getting ever closer to taking out Team Bliss now.
Oh, this is looking so scary for Team Bliss. Eddie, though, takes down 𝐏𝐿 as well as having Petred to eventually be taken out by the play zone. Only leaving 1 member left from side of Q Confirm. Reluctant Squad now getting off the entirety of Forest Natural Gaming. This is the predicament that I talked about earlier, where they have to outrun the zone and now finds themselves stuck in between on those maps. I don't think they have those vehicles to also cut over. This might just be the end of the run for Forest. Let's see if they can find answers to Reluctant Squad.
They've got to make it in. They're already right next to Reluctant Squad. The opener has to come out from KM99, but it's made impossible almost by Ming. Stolen away by Reluctant Squad. They tally up another point up against their competitors. They've made it onto their bunker, but how much further? Down goes Q confirmed. Their tournament ends as well. Some very nice things from them, but just not enough. Pain flushed out completely. FW ringing out in the kill feed. Maybe making it easier for Forest to get this fight done towards Reluctant Squad. But it's still looking very dire. Both these teams fighting for SGD's position. And all of these three teams are on the northwestern side. If Reluctant Squad and Forest tear themselves apart, that's not guaranteed for SGD, but it makes it that much more likely. And look at FW hunting down Day Trade.
Brimming with confidence as well. FW, they take majority of the center of the zone. These nades now slightly short, but it does a little bit of damage towards Flash. Here comes the Molotov. Might just actually chip away a little bit of health for Scappy also being taken down. No good news whatsoever for the rest of the members of Forest National Gaming. Other than one of their members cutting across, there is also Van 9 hiding somewhere in between the bunkers where KM99 is currently at. If you take a close look at the mini-map. Not an easy task at all for Forest Natural Gaming. Arez really having a good shot as well as they're catching up to speed. They really want to take out Forest Natural Gaming so that they have their chances up against SGD as well.
Yeah. Reluctant Squad in such a power position. They just can't lose their heads. Discipline is the name of the game. Don't overstep your mark, and Forest should go out without you having to do that much. It shouldn't be a difficult task because Zizzy opens up onto Monty. Team Bliss kept 4 strong in these bowls, and Zizzy wants revenge for his teammates. Heads exposed, but Cal can't land it. Put on notice. In fact, knocked by Jervis. Difficulties now for Team Bliss. Nothing they can't recover from. Zizzy now knocked as well by Bruram coming in from behind, flushed out. A bit of timing, a bit of relief on the side of Bliss. Allowed to reset a little bit. Cerberus. Did they even try to take down Team Bliss earlier? We didn't really see much in the kill feed, so maybe they got close, just not close enough. 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐄's in that little bowl down there, so they certainly tried, but looks like they failed.
Yeah, it might just be the case. And now BRU is also lurking up to both Team Bliss as well as the members versus Esports. Jervis now spots out KM99. That is huge. SGD now finding themselves at target. Jervis confirms it, making the gap a little bit wider. That 2 kills being secured by SGD. BRU, they can just rampage through the hills, spots out the bowl that the rest of Team Bliss has been hugging towards. And this could be a really huge round for the rest of Buram United. But, of course, they will have difficulties of their own later on. Once they descend, I believe the rest of FW Esports could also catch a glimpse of them. Getting glimpses, not by here for the trade. Oh, nasty shots. Follow suit. He's now sent into the bowl! Insight couldn't dodge it in time.
Bliss is the only other team in the running for top 6 right now. I don't think it's likely for Buram. I don't think it's likely for Take Me Please. So Bliss is the only other team to look towards, and Nikita's got one. A deadly spray from Khan. Down goes Cal, looking for a second. Can't land it. Monty ducks his head under that cover. A good nade back. Has a little bit of defense, but Eddie's opened up onto Akita. Monty and Cal now the last 2 remaining members of Team Bliss. In fact, 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐿's stepping up, saving Bliss a little bit. Taking down Khan. Can't get it done onto Eddie, though. The rest of Cerberus, though, they can. Bliss is being allowed so many opportunities, but not enough. Dynasty steps up. Down go Team Bliss. Their tournament's finished. They end in 10th. Now we look to Reluctant Squad, because in the meantime, Forest also went down. They are the only team left in this game to overtake SGD.
My. It's been tremendous effort displayed by both Bliss. And now here comes the nade, dropping perfectly onto Eddie. That confirms one of the members of Ram United down after the lobby. He must be also open for a firing range out of the mine, but the moment he descends, he gets picked off. Great sharpshooting coming from 𝐀𝐿 and BRU were the kings of the hill by the end of that scuffle. FW Esports still planted firmly directly in the center. Let's see if they do make certain advancements as FW spot out. The location coming from the rest of the members of the squad. Upon arrival is SGD! They won't deny them throughout the course of the field. But incredible double pick. They're just looking for a whole lot more. Could he get it? The more points you add to tally, SGD will lock themselves in for the PGS. Mings trying to seek out for Van Nye. It's tough to do within the smokes. He's already out of all these HEs. And this is going to be that closure that we're looking for. SGD versus RS. Now here comes the flashes into the smokes as it's slowly subsiding. How much can they do? And apparently from the angle, a whole lot for SGD.
Down goes Jervis. We're not looking at the fight we should be, but keep an eye on that kill feed. Down go SGD. Reluctant squad make it work. The 3-man alive push themselves ever closer to qualifying for PGS 5 and 6 and knocking SGD out of that race. They are 4, make it 5 points away depending on the tiebreaker. And they've got 3 men strong on that northwestern side. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 versus the Expendables. This is also quite important depending on if the Expendables can come out on top. Playing on flat ground here. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 has opened it up a little bit. Knocked himself to the zone. Too much damage dealt by the Expendables. These smokes doing God's work for them right now. As they push closer to take me, please. Even more confidence now that they've already weakened this squad. And take me, please, just leave. They don't want to take this fight. They don't want to lose too many members to the Expendables. But on their way down the mountain, they absolutely will. Daytrade cleaned them up entirely. Absolutely destroyed as they make their descent. Daytrade with a free kill delivery inside of that bowl.
Here comes Swan, the Expendables with a dart effort, moving down the hill. Goes up close and personal, up against Flash. They get the angles. They will secure it. They down Daytrade. TE. They're on for a race for this chicken dinner. Without the presence of Tier 5, can they be crowned as the champions? Can RS make the cut? RS needs a few more points, and they're now knocking at the doorways of the Expendables. 3 points is what they need, and they might find it.
Smokes up. They tried to make that cross, but they either ran out or decided it wasn't worth it. Those nades were good, just not good enough. The scoreboard is gone, ladies and gentlemen. We are as much in the dark as you are. FW and Buriram still very much in this game as well. FW firm control over most of the zone, shepherding these teams on the southeast side here. And Buriram not really having an impact. They haven't had much to say in this endgame so far. It shifts all the way south. The Expendables still inside the zone. They will need the win here almost to secure the victory. They were too far away in terms of points to T5 when they had TMP run away from them. So I'm almost certain they are going to need to win. And FW is going to do their best to put a stop to it. Reluctant squad also so close to PGS 5 and 6, a few points away. Those nades looked good, but they might be the difference between them and an international competition.
It's just so tense between all these teams on board right now. But now one notices the presence of Dynasty, now lobs that grenade. It might actually connect because he tries to also pop one into the smokes. Dynasty senses his presence, but he tries to cut across the fences. It's not going to be easy as he's being zoned out, but now one goes down. He also spots zigzag, and that will be it. Dynasty just lines it up, and there you go. One member remaining for the side of FW Esports. As the numbers draw to a close, it is a daunting task right now for FW Esports. They had such a great control throughout the course of the region, and now they only rely on Tong K.
Buriram just quietly on 11 kills. Had a really good game. Unfortunately, it won't be enough. Shots ring out between the Expendables and Reluctant Squad. Sorry, it's Reluctant Squad and 𝐏𝐿. 𝐏𝐿 is being a bit of a nuisance here in the endgame, making it difficult for Reluctant Squad to move further down this fence line. Thankfully for Reluctant Squad, the Expendables can't actually see them as they make this move. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 dives himself a little bit more forward, but doesn't want to overcommit towards 𝐏𝐿. There's a smoke now in between that player and that team. Buriram now making it even more difficult for Reluctant Squad to get the points that they really need. We cannot forget about the placement points either. That could tally up to enough for Reluctant Squad. Also, if they claim 𝐏𝐿, that's a kill point on the board. Every point is so valuable for them right now. Every single one. And then, of course, there's the Expendables looking to pop up and claim that chicken dinner and potentially the title too.
I believe that if they secure a top 3 spot, that might just be sufficient for them to overtake SGD. I still want to find out how that happened between the fight when it seems like 𝐿𝐻𝐿 has already been knocked down by 𝐏𝐿. That's the individual player coming out of FW Esports, and perhaps this pickup might just be what Reluctant Squad needs. Shots now being fired back, down to 26 HP. Still got that first aid, but take a look at his doorways. It's gonna be flash right through, and the jump shot blows up. This could be it, and he gets the knock. 𝐏𝐿𝐻 holds down the line. Being denied. Van Nye, who was royally onto it. Only 2 members remain for Reluctant Squad. Make it only 1. As another member is currently limping, and that is 𝐿𝐻𝐿. Dynasty lurking from the back. This could surprise 𝐏𝐿. And that might just be what Reluctant Squad needs to send them into the top 3 for that placement point.
It is so tense on that fence line. Dynasty pushes forward 𝐏𝐿. A 1v1 to determine Reluctant Squad's placements potentially, but Dynasty halts. He stops, takes that 1v1 in a moment. Through the doorway of the cars, dancing around each other. The Expendables have yet to get involved in this endgame as well. Dynasty can't get a confident peek into that front door because of where the UAZ is placed. He has to go super wide. He's not even convinced that 𝐏𝐿 is inside this tower. He's lost all confidence in this 1 versus 1, and he has to look towards Reluctant Squad as well. That nade lands. It hits its mark. 𝐷AYU's taken down 𝐏𝐿 for Dynasty. That might be enough to secure a Reluctant Squad their PGS 5 and 6 placement. But they've got more work to do. The Expendables as well, looking for their title win over the top of the hood. He can't get it done. 𝐷AYU's got it again, landing the crucial kills for Reluctant Squad, and they might even come out and win this still.
This could be it. Already in the top 2, and now the final Hura Flores looking for the final chicken dinner, and could this be it? These Expendables, they get the chicken dinner, but can they overtake Tier 1 top 5? A huge sigh of relief, and now it all goes down to all the calculations.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if they've done it. I feel like they should have done it, but I don't know. They had a 10-point gap between them and T5 when Take Me Please left them. And then after that, of course, they get the win. That's 6 points plus. I can't even do maths properly, man. I'm losing my mind and my voice. I think the Expendables would have done it by the skin of their teeth, but like 1 or 2 points. Something crazy. And then Reluctant Squad 2, they've surely done it. They have surely landed it. No chance they didn't do it. Without coming in second with that many kills added to their name as well, they only needed 5 points. Surely that pushes SGD out.
What a legendary run this has been on this epic finale, where all the things that requires to happen has happened. We needed that win for the Expendables for perhaps a challenge to the throne, and we needed names like Reluctant Squad or SGD to show up. We saw a battle between them, and SGD fell short. And that is how it has resulted in. We thought it was the first natural gaming. Nope, they didn't stand a chance. They were zoned off completely by the blue zone. And then we got some epic runs coming in from Buriram, from Arena, for that battle of control over onto the observatory. And this was it, where we saw those trades happening out in the field over the middle base. But wow. This ending could not be any better from how it unfolded.
That was so intense. So crazy intense. I'm just trying to keep my eye now. So take me, please. Fall down the hill. Day trade get all of those kills. They killed day trade. They have to have done it. With these day trade kills being 10 points away, claiming the win, and the extra points that they got, or the extra kills that they got, I'm pretty certain the Expendables will be your victors. But we will wait until that scoreboard pops up to finalize it. But if they do claim the victory over T5, it is a monumentous showing from the Expendables, and certainly something that they can take into their back pocket when they go overseas. And almost certainly perform up against the world's best 𝐷𝐼U in this endgame as well. So crucial, so important. That nade onto 𝐏𝐿 may have just secured it, allowing 𝐷𝐼U to push forward and deal even more damage, take down that last Boomerang member. I am so happy that this is the final game that we got. Hey, production, can we go straight to the leaderboard, please? Because I do not want to wait at all to see the results. What a final game on Erangel we got. Of course, it was a military zone. Of course, we end the tournament on a military zone. What better place to end it than on the most controversial island on the map? Unbelievable stuff, truly. Yeah, and everyone was fighting until the very end too. I mean, very respectable performances from basically everyone involved. We saw Forest and Bliss fighting tooth and nail to see if they can actually get it across the line, see if they have any chance of having a really good game. And they fought really well. They just fell short in the end.
This is by no means an easy game at all. And, you know, just to also wrap our heads around how these circumstances have played out perfectly for the Expendables, where they had that tough task to come in from the mainland. They also have been able to find decent spots to play out. Tier 5 was unlucky. They went in for those pickups, which sees them land on Observatory and then get shredded out. I believe there were maybe certain trades that were effective coming from T5, but I don't think that they have that many points to book out this round. So it will be as close as probably 1 or 2 pointers to see who will be crowned as champions. That I could say for certain. And then you got that crazy run out of the effort of your squad, where, you know, if that last game didn't happen within the shooting range for them to really rack in those double digits, this would not be a chance for the squad. Everything fell perfectly into place, and it almost feels like it's fated. Like, the squad, job well done. This has been crazy to just wrap our heads around.
Imagine it gets even crazier now, and like somehow day trade have fallen out of PGS 5 and 6 contestation, and so now all of a sudden neither SGD nor Reluctant Squad qualify through. That would be something crazy.
That would be weird.
That would be very weird. I like the problem here is I've lost track of what the leaderboard should look like in my head. Like, I had it pretty locked down, but I'm not certain about some of the placements. I'm not certain about some of the points. I'm almost certain that the Expendables will be your victors, which again, a monumental performance from them. But the qualification spots, I definitely don't want to confirm anything until we see that leaderboard. But yeah, if Reluctant Squad do manage to qualify through to PGS 5 and 6 off the back of that final game performance, they absolutely earned it, man. They fought for it, tooth and nail, and I mean the ending from 𝐷𝐼U, I feel like it's probably quite difficult to maintain composure in a moment like that. Like, of course, you have to be thinking about it in the back of your mind. If you're not thinking about it, then you've got some superhuman ability that I don't possess. Because if that was me in that moment, I am, at least in the back of my mind, and it probably creeps to the forefront of my mind, I'm thinking about how many points we need. I'm thinking about how valuable the placement points are. I'm thinking about how valuable every kill is. I feel like it's impossible not to think about it like that. And so for Reluctant Squad to keep composure and keep their calm towards the end there and survive for as long as they did, not lose their heads, not overstep the mark or anything crazy like that, it certainly shows a lot of tenacity on their side.
Yeah, I'm taking this quick moment to also recap on what really went down over on the play-in stages. Reluctant Squad, of course, came in through those play-ins, and, you know, they had a really good run overall on the very first day out, and then they barely make the cut heading into the very final day. Eventually, they managed to squeeze through, and look at them right now, moving into PGS. And if you were to tell me, oh, Contra, who do you expect to see in PGS, Reluctant Squad? I wouldn't have to believe you until I witnessed this.
Neither me.
This is crazy, but, you know, we gotta ensure that every calculation is precise, where, like you said, who knows, day trade servers, will they drop out that and maybe leave none of these guys that we talked about so much or hyped so much about to be able to make the cut. It could be one of the chances, which will be such a bummer because I want to see them right now to make this incredible effort hitting into PGS 5 as well 6. And who knows what the chances are for them to also move into the PGC. And I really do hope that it could happen.
Well, that's the thing is, if you qualify through the PGS 5 and 6, you've got that extra opportunity to make up some PGS points. And it is the top 8 PGS points total from across the year. And so if you didn't participate in PGS 3 and 4, it's obviously quite difficult for you to make up enough points without consistently great performances. Like, I'm pretty sure if you win a PGS, you're basically guaranteed through PGS points alone to make it through to PGC. But if you're going to have kind of average performances average to good performances in 5 and 6, and you're a team like Reluctant Squad, then you can book your way through to PGC just off that alone. So it'll be very interesting to see how they do overseas. The MVP though is ready at that game. If it's not Zayu, I rage. No, I mean, of course it's going to be someone from the winning team. 2 kills to Chlorys. Look, very difficult to talk about this kind of an MVP, but Chlorys has had probably some silent impact across the course of this tournament. And of course, if this was the performance that allowed the Expendables to catch the win, the title, the $25,000, then of course Chlorys deserves that MVP.
Yeah, 25K on the line. Imagine that. The relief they must have felt the moment that they secured this chicken dinner. And it was so tough for them to even play around that corner of the bowl where there's barely enough cover, then a tree as well as some broken vehicles, and they make the cut. There was pressure coming in from the side of FW Esports, but they have been able to eventually deny them from doing much more. So the Expendables, this has been probably the most epic of chicken dinners to be won by their team so far here in the APAC qualifiers, and we'll definitely see them for the PGS 5 and 6 regardless. But if they are crowned as champions, that's what we want to find out. And of course, these are your top 4 teams. Buram United actually got a bunch of points playing from the hillside of the observatory to really deny a lot of all these entries from Team Bliss and many more names to go. I honestly lost track. And then we have all these big moments out there. FW Esports, remember one of the members was stuck inside that tiny little doorway. Yeah, he also have been able to do a whole lot, though, despite them not really having enough resources.
Well, the final time we get to look at this graphic. This has honestly been one of the most, or more interesting graphics, I suppose. Having a look at... Oh, there it is! There it is! Reluctant Squad have done it! They actually make it through to the end. That came through without warning, but there you go. Barring Daytrade and Cerberus, who qualify through being global partner teams, the Expendables, Theraton 5, FW, and Reluctant Squad are your 4 teams going through to PGS 5 and 6. Very well earned, very well deserved performances from all 4 of those teams. Consistency across the board. Some absolute banging games from all 4 of these guys. I could not be happier for all of them.
I was looking for an epic comeback, and Reluctant Squad absolutely delivered out of the blue. We're looking at so many wrong names all the time, where RS, they show up on Game 5, and then Game 6, they made it all happen. It was not just mere miracles, like you said. It was their tremendous effort being displayed throughout the course of the finals, throughout the course of the play-ins, and we will see them in the PGS 5 and 6. And now, down to the question of who is the champions. I think the Expendables might have actually done just about enough to claim that title.
Yeah, they should have. I feel like when we go to this leaderboard, absolutely it'll be the Expendables to have claimed it. 14 points in that game was definitely enough to overtake T5. Still a very respectable performance from them. We'll confirm it in a moment, but that game it was Buram who ended out on top, 17 points total. Would have loved to see them pull off these kinds of games more throughout their time during this tournament. They obviously let loose a little bit towards the latter stage of this tournament, and that oftentimes gets you more points and makes you wonder why you weren't doing that earlier on. So yeah, back to the drawing board for the likes of Buriram, but still to close it out with a 17-point game. Yeah, very well respected.
Yeah, it will be pretty upsetting if they were to match evenly TE as well as Terakhir 5. Because the last I checked, it was 183 points the last we saw out of the Expendables. So if it comes down to a tie, the tiebreaker should be the amount of chicken dinner. Does that mean that Terakhir 5 will be taking that top spot instead? Well, I guess we wait no longer, as TE are your champions of the APAC qualifiers Phase 2.
By 2 points over Terakhir 5. To come out in the final day and claim it like that is unbelievable. T5 found their consistency on day 2 and they never let up all the way to the very end. A lackluster performance, however, on the final day sees the Expendables snatch it away. They were always ready to snatch it away, I feel like. The Expendables have played absolutely phenomenally the entire time throughout the tournament. And yes, very well deserved that they are your victors. 30 points or more separate the Expendables and T5 from the rest of the pack. Those two were on top for quite some time and stayed on top for quite some time. So very dominant performance by both of those teams, and surely they can keep it up when we go international.
Yeah, it's also 2 points that separates Reluctant Squad as well as SGD. SGD might be beating themselves over that fight that was not won up against Reluctant Squad, because that was their only chance to secure it. And of course, Reluctant Squad was the better team. Like, I don't know how it happened, because we panned the camera off screen where somehow through the smokes RS have been able to deliver, and they rallied on to secure this top 2 run, and that was all that they needed. And for now, of course, we'll be getting a lot more of action coming in from the top 6 squads on your screen right now. We also do thank all the teams on board, whether it is Arena all the way down to Forest Natural Gaming, for participating through the APAC qualifiers, as well as the entertainment that they provide us throughout the course of the year so far. So we'll definitely see them next time. We don't know if there's going to be roster shifts or not. So of course, we thank them for their efforts.
Can I just say, it's devastation, of course, for SGD, Forest, Bleed, Bliss, Buriram, AGG, QC, Tem, and everyone else at the bottom of the leaderboard, but what a fantastic performance regardless. I know it doesn't feel like it. I know it feels absolutely terrible to not qualify through the PGS 5 and 6 off the back of this, but every team on your screen right now, every single one of these 16 teams put on a fantastic performance. They had great games. They had great moments. The individuals showed up, and I'm just, yeah, it feels a little bit bad to see all of them fall short, but still fantastic performances across the board. They should all be very proud of themselves. I'm sure most will go back to the drawing board, try to figure out what they did wrong and what they can do better. And I'm certain next time round that we have qualifiers like this, they'll do exactly that. But yes, I mean, I'm trying to find the words to describe what I saw throughout this qualifiers, but a lobby this stacked, not everyone can qualify, obviously, but it was so stacked, and the skill is so high that even if you don't qualify, we were guaranteed to see some great performances. So yeah, I feel very blessed to have commentated this.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad to do it with you, Extreme, man. This is the current points
to
they did
the
it for PGC 2024, where we got Cerberus, the Expendables, as well as Day Trade to be bagging plenty of points here in the APAC 1.
Well, there you go. I forgot that they were going to do it. For us. Well, there you go. Those are the current PGC points for the APAC region. That said, PGS points will also push down the slots, so a team like Arena or Bleed could still very much go to PGC based off PGS points gained by Cerberus, PGS points gained by the Expendables or Day Trade. So that's why the fight for PGC isn't currently over. And yeah, we just have to wait to see what happens after PGS 5 and 6 to really finalize that battle for PGC. But right now, these are your top 3 players. I mean, maybe we're missing T5, maybe we're missing Arena, but this is a very deadly top 3.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be very, very deadly. And also, we'll see the return of SGD in the PGC, as they have guaranteed a spot, as they are the host nation to be playing on stage. So That being said, at least we are getting very strong representation on whoever it could be. The names might have switched once PGS 5 as well as 6 concludes, but we will definitely keep our eyes on to what really happens on that stage of the tournament. And, well, we're just gonna see how will they fare up against some of the finest PUBG players in the world coming into the PGS, and that I absolutely look forward to.
Yeah, the last time I saw the Expendables on an international stage, they were tearing it up. Probably didn't have the results and the placements that they were looking for, but individually they looked incredibly sharp. And then, of course, Cerberus will always perform on an international stage. That's the expectations that they've set for themselves. Daytrade have been in a bit of a rut as of recent times, but it's looking like they're a little bit back. And a Daytrade being a competitor is scary no matter what lobby you're in. So this is a very stacked top 3 in terms of PGC points. And again, when those PGS points come into account and it pushes those PGC points qualifications down a couple slots, then you're going to get even more deadly APAC teams coming through the PGC.
Yeah, it's just so interesting on how much we could actually talk on for what could actually happen in the course of PGS and what has went on here in the APAC qualifiers, which we finally get all the answers to. So that being said, of course, everything draws to a close where, you know, we definitely wish all the representatives the very best moving into the international circuit. That being said, I believe right after this, there's also the EMEA run, which I also want to keep track on. So, of course, you guys are looking forward for a whole lot of action for PUBG. There's still more coming in for the night. So, of course, we're not showing you guys just yet, as we are still trying to keep things wrapped up. I believe there should be probably a couple more points that we will have to talk about before we close off the night.
Yeah, I'm looking at the individual prizes at the moment. 𝐏𝐼 is your MVP. I'm sure we'll get to those graphics, actually. They should be coming up. But 𝐏𝐼 is your MVP, and probably deservedly so. Consistent across the board, no matter where Cerberus placed on the leaderboard, 𝐏𝐼 was there. 𝐏𝐼 was performing. He's the top fragger in the lobby. Had 9 kills over Taekon, who was second place. Taekon was second place for most kills. Dude, that's crazy considering AGG's placement. There you go. 𝐏𝐼, 80 points total in terms of MVP performance. Flucky, I mean, absolutely deserves to be the player in second place. 𝐿𝐿 and Tanvu follow up very closely in third and fourth, but 𝐏𝐼 is the one that bags that $1,000.
Yeah, he has never let this one slip away. He has been the one with the most impact coming from the side of Cerberus Esports, and of course, a hefty chunk of money now being earned by putting in the best performance so far by any individuals in the lobby. Flucky almost closing in with those 2 points though, so I gotta definitely see what sort of impact will Terrakhir 5 once they do meet up with some of the international's finest. So other than the MVP, of course, we got awards for revivals, the longest shots, and of course damage to be done. So I guess we're still in the works to actually announce that as well.
Again, silent impact from 𝐿𝐿. Tanvu from the Expendables seemed like he was the guy that I suppose was consistently performing for them. No way!
J-Dye?
He actually got it. I thought no one was going to overtake Flucky, but J-Dye comes out of nowhere.
No shot.
600, I don't even know, but I'm trying to think of when it could have happened and whether or not we spectated it, but 636.1 meters. Flucky has been dethroned. J-Dye comes out of nowhere and claims the Eagle Eye prize.
Guy's an absolute legend to do it in the very final game as well. So I don't know if it's intentional that he's trying to aim for the longest distance shot, but like to actually get that kill from that range is already absurd enough. Perhaps it might just happen throughout that fight around the observatory where he managed to maybe steal a point away. That could potentially be it for J-Dye.
Maybe. I think you might be right, to be honest with you. Because I remember he got a kill steal in there at some point, and I was like, where the hell was that from? So maybe you could be onto something there. Either way, most survives. Another extra $250 for Olympus. Forest, I don't know how they how are they always reviving each other? I don't understand it. I genuinely don't. They're always fighting for spots. I mean, considering where they were in that final game, fighting out in the blue, constantly having to revive each other, it honestly makes sense. But at the same time, 𝐶𝐏𝐿 falls out of the most revives, so couldn't pick up his revive game towards the later stages of the day. But Olympus is the one who does claim it by 1 extra revive.
Well, it still is being backed by Force Natural Gaming, so it's a little bit of a bonus for them for their efforts. You know, almost made it into the PGS 5 as well as 6. It has been such a tremendous run for this Thai squad, which I hope to see them stick around for the future because they look as promising as ever. Where, you know, a couple more improvements coming from team, we might actually see them have a great one for next year. And here we have it. It is once again 𝐻𝐼𝐼 with all these explosive plays with the most damage being done of 1,288.8.
Yeah. Him and 𝐶𝐿 were on top of the grenade damage throughout the entire play-in stage. Sololzy, Flucky just falling short. Could never really get into the battle. And of course, it's 𝐻𝐼𝐼. Almost 1,300 damage with grenades alone across the entire final stage. A wonderful performance by him. Good stuff. These individual prizes had us looking for a couple extra things throughout these games. And I mean, I wasn't super focused on them, to be honest with you, but they are quite nice. And sometimes they're fun. Sometimes they're actually something that you are going to want to gun for. I think the perfect middle ground is you set up those individual prizes so that it doesn't change the flow of the game, but it also rewards the people that go out there and actually get them. And I think that's exactly what those individual prizes did. 𝐻𝐼𝐼 goes out there and claims 2 out of the 4 of them, though.
Yeah, overall, I've been super satisfied on the outcome of the final battle. And of course, every step of the way, we've seen so many glorious moments as well as individual plays. And of course, as with all good things, it all comes to a close. So, Extreme, I'm pretty sure that it's been quite an emotional journey for the both of us, where we covered from the play-in stage, we see these development, and we finally crown our champions. Congratulations to Expendables for taking an epic win on that final match.
Yeah, an emotional journey is probably a good way to describe it. I mean, we had teams fighting for qualification slots during the play-ins, and obviously that had us completely jumbled. And then when we enter the final stage, we have one day where there's 7 teams on 90 points, and they're all fighting for it, and we have no idea what's going to happen. The leaderboard looks crazy the entire time through. We're obviously cheering for our own respective teams, and then all this crazy stuff happens in the games as well. You come out with that Miramar game we had yesterday, and I think that was ego death for me. I just lose everything completely. My mind's gone at that point. Like, whatever happens, and I'm okay with all of it. So yeah, some insane PUBG action. I know you already mentioned it, but before I forget, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 comes up in about an hour after this. I believe they're going through the last chance qualifiers at the moment, so certainly after we are done here, wait a bit for an hour, get some food, some snacks, do whatever you want to do, and then of course catch 𝐿𝐼𝐼 on this exact same channel as well. So don't go anywhere for that. I'll certainly be up for it. And yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff. 𝐶𝐿, any final words?
Well, I definitely want to thank all of you guys who are tuning in, whether you guys tuned in since the play-in stage or you just tuned in today. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure to cast with Extreme, so I'm definitely
You too, my friend. You too.
And of course, everybody back in the production crew that has gotten us all these highlight reels up to the point, of course, giving us a splendid turn run. We got to thank everybody behind PUBG for giving us such a great avenue to be able to show you guys what peak PUBG looks like. So with that, of course, thank you very much for watching. We'll catch you guys next time. So be certain to tune into PGS 5 and 6 to see APAC deliver perhaps some of the most incredible plays against some of the finest out there in the world. So that's pretty much my last words. So good night, everybody. We'll catch you guys next time.